Um, Hopefully I have my voice back because I absolutely fucking wrecked it when I was away. I think I still feel different. Yeah, I do. What the fuck's that? I feel like my voice has dropped like half an octave. Is that normal? I sound different, don't I? I sound like bits of my voice are missing. Oh well. You partied hard. I don't like using party as a verb, but I did, yes. God. Lost my voice in World War III. I did, clearly. The fuck? Hopefully it doesn't start fucking deteriorating throughout the stream. I might just have to minimal chat. There's been a second Sydney mass stabbing. I saw the one that everyone's been putting on Twitter, where you actually see the guy get fucking lunged at and stabbed. Has the cast report been covered? No, I haven't done that yet. I might need to text to speech the entire stream. True, it's possible. Given where we are now. Ugh. Well, I had a good evening anyway. Thanks for asking, guys. I had a good weekend. It's all downhill from here. Yeah. Ooh. But now, I leave the Middle East alone for one day, and all kind of shit breaks loose. Like, what the fuck? And now I've got people spamming me with stream suggestions. I know where you've been. Why is this guy so small? What is this? What's this from? Who's this guy? What's this supposed to be representative of? Salam alaikum, box. Alaikum salam. What the fuck? It's the king of Jordan and a Bedouin leader. Oh. Yeah, that's about right. It's about the same proportions. Okay. Fuck me. A warlord. Yeah. Oh, God. I don't like talking like this. I feel really weird. Ugh. This is why I didn't stream yesterday. I thought I'd give my voice a rest. And now, turns out I needed more time. What the fuck? I mean, I'll cope. I'll survive. Drink tea. I'm drinking coffee. But I'll manage. You sound I know I sound fine to you guys, but I feel like there's a bit of my voice just missing. I'm trying to speak and it's like there's a part that's not coming through. It's really odd. I think it's my Spanish friend kind of like growls and barks when he talks. And I feel like I was doing too many impressions of him. You sound a bit more nasally than usual. Well, yeah, it's because the lower half of my voice is just, it's not here. It's missing. The fuck? Try to speak softly. I am speaking softly. I'm speaking with my gentle voice. Oh, it's fine. I'm not going to complain about it. We will pummel through. The Iranians shot 300 missiles and a UAV to severely injure a small Bedouin girl. Is that story true? Because I thought first it was a Bedouin boy, I think, then it was a Bedouin girl. So I don't know what's going on there. The news items that mention it don't actually talk about it. They just talk about the Western news organizations that are mentioning it are just talking about the military base. But I saw Times of Israel spoke about it. Like it was in the Negev, so that would make sense that there was Bedouins there. They were trans. Stop. It was misreported first as a boy. Oh well, that means it's just not true then. No one's going to believe it if there's one inconsistency like that. Okay. You put an explainer in stream suggestions, did you? A quick explainer on the strike. What, did Jordan? Did Jordan take a bunch of the hits? What? How did it? It might be a mistranslation. I mean, yeah, that can happen. Hmm. I don't get this though. I don't get what this had to do with the Iranian strikes. Did Jordan get hit? They shot down drones. No, we know that because I'll get into this later. People kept on saying that Iran was going to do an unprecedented escalation into World War III and shit. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Iran was warning Israel for days on end that they were going to do this or something like this, which basically meant that everyone had all the time that they needed to get the stuff in place to intercept the attacks. That's why some of the drones were shot down by American destroyers, some were shot down by the Jordanians, others were shot down by Israel, who was prepared. And it's not like, and Iran has more than 200 or 300 munitions. They could have fired off 2,000, but then that's the point: is they don't want an escalation. That's the whole thing. Yeah, they don't want World War III. I don't know why no one understands this. Oh god, the social media on it is so fucking funny though. Jackson Hinkle, Jackson fucking Hinkle. With his 2.5 million completely real Twitter followers. Look, the fucking cope is continuing. He has no fucking. Again, Jackson Hinkle doesn't believe in anything, but some people watch this and believe it. So, like, what the fuck? When they say intercepted as well, I don't even know who said 99%, but intercepted generally applies to the ones that were on their way to hit something. If it looks like a drone or a missile is just about to land into a field, they won't intercept it. I don't know who said 99 intercepted though. So whatever. Did anyone? The IDF claimed 99%. Okay. Oh yeah, this is one. Iran's not fucking around as they show you a picture of a munition that didn't strike, that got shot down. They are pretty fucking large though. God. Bro, this is all in the last 24 hours. What a fucking clown, bro. God. Oh well, whatever. Someone on Reddit did the Reddit defense forum did the maths and it basically came up to 98.5. Yeah. Why is that surprising? They had all the time in the world to prepare for this, and Iran, for some reason, didn't really fire enough to overwhelm the Iron Dome. So it's almost as fucking copium, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Hmm. Interesting. Why do people keep sending me this shit? Like, this is not. I know my people in my Discord like playing around with my fucking pictures and shit, but this is not new. This is people have done this one before, right? Maybe not this exact one. Actually, no, because normally it's just me and the pointing at something else. I think the original of this picture was Scottish people, castle ruins. This is Slane's castle, I'm pretty sure. Hmm. There's a new one. I know there are new ones, you guys. I know I sent you guys a picture on fucking Discord from when I was out. Or when I just got home, actually. And you guys had a fucking field day. But the only ones I've really got quick access to are the ones in my DMs or the ones on Reddit. So, cope. Huge cope. Hmm. I'm just trying to think of all the shit I need to look at. Let's see. Who is the person who did the Hassan World War III? Hassan Abi. Are we going to discuss the massacres in Lego Fortnite? Nope. What massacres? Hmm. Do you have updates on the riots in the West Bank? Nope. Yeah, I know this one. I know because I posted a little fucking selfie in my hotel bathroom because I thought I looked cute. The fuck, man. And then someone made me look even more cute, obviously. Okay. What can you do? Not really setting a good precedent for international travel. But we'll deal with it. We'll manage it. Tim Houthi box. Yeah. Whatever, bro. I was a fucking state. I can barely remember taking this picture. I was absolutely blurred. What did I even have? We started with beers, then we had fucking gin and tonics, and then I had calimocho. Do you know what calimocho is? Like Spanish people are weird. Even like Hispanic Americans don't understand this drink. It's really just Spanish people, I think. Calimocho is when you mix in equal parts red wine and Coca-Cola. And it's like really popular. So and they always get the cheapest possible red wine for it because it's getting mixed with fucking Coke. But I used to have when that Spanish guy I was seeing down there, when he used to live in Aberdeen, we used to go out and he would like instead of people usually take like their own whiskey in a fucking hip flask or something. This guy would just smuggle a flask of Calimocho into fucking bars and shit. Like what? Imagine what that does to your teeth. It's just kind of like poor man's sangria, I guess. But goddamn, pour the wine into the Coke bottle. Yeah, then you can take it to places where they don't allow you to bring alcohol, right? Yeah. But that was good. Calimocho was nice. That's how your throat's sore. Oh yeah, tequila as well. Fucking tequilas. You go to Basque country? No. But that's where it's from. Calimocho's from Basque. Yeah. Northern Spain. Ooh. It's pretty refreshing. The problem is that it depends on like people always use really cheap red wine for it, so it does sometimes just taste very I don't know, weird. Did you get above 80 pounds? What do you mean above 80 pounds? For what? Huh? I probably gained 80 pounds over the over the weekend. But bench kilos, you mean? Not pounds. No, my highest is still 90. I deadlifted 120 kilograms when I was hungover. That was quite difficult. What is that in pounds? About 264. Okay. Because it's slightly more than a pound, 2 pound, 2.5, 2 pounds to a kilo. 265 it would have been for Americans. That was all right. Yeah. I don't think, I think my lower back did bob a little bit, which probably wasn't good, but was managing. Hmm. Anyway. Whew. I'm just thinking of all the other shit I want to look at right now. Thanks for the cooking tip. I've started to crack raw eggs in different foods and letting them cook inside the rest has been working wonderfully. Is that a cooking tip from me? When have I done that? The fuck? You do that with you kind of do that with carbonara, but not exactly the way you described it. But you wouldn't let the egg cook doing that. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Rice? Oh, yeah, you can do it with rice. I don't think I've done that in a long. I've not done like egg fried rice. I haven't done that in fucking years. Whew. But yeah, I generally don't do that. I tend to boil rice and just ram it with fucking paprika and shit. Hmm. I mean, I've had steak tartare before, but that's just raw egg and raw beef with onions and shit. Hmm. Hmm. The only thing is, I think this. How are you so good at squatting when I could do 130 kilograms in deadlifts? I can only squat 90 kilograms for like 4 reps. No, that's the same as me. I can squat like 100 for about 6 reps, maybe. I can do 10 reps, but they're like shit reps, like half reps. But um, you have to go pretty hard on legs. Like I don't squat that much because it fucks my back more than my legs. I think the whole rule with legs is that your legs can always do more than you think they can. So when you feel like you're done, when you feel like you've gone to failure, especially with like a leg press, you can always do another one. Just about. Yeah. Kind of the same with squats, but the problem with squats is they're kind of like if you have bad posture, like I do, like your lower back takes the toll on it much quicker than your fucking quads do. That's why hack squats are good. They're good for not fucking your back up. Anyway. Lunges kill me. I never do lunges. They're just ridiculous. They're so stupid. I hate them. Horrible. Ugh. Fuck lunges. Devil's work. Hmm. Stop fucking asking when me and Destiny are going to Israel, Sam Daniels. Stop, okay? I see if I don't answer after you've asked me like 3 times, it's because I don't want to tell you, okay? Leave me alone. Or I don't know. One of those ones. Guess. uh, okay. Chill, bro. No, I will not. Don't tell someone who's triggered to chill. It's a bad idea. Have you tried any Israeli food? I mean, I've tried Middle Eastern food, which I'm sure Israelis have tried to co-opt. I've never really tried Ashkenazi food, if that's what you mean. Never tried that. I don't really know what Middle Eastern food Israelis do differently from the rest of the Levant. I don't know. But I guess they obviously do. Why black nail polish just like the color? Yeah. Pinocchio's nose, thanks to 2 1 sub. Did you see Nasralla's Mussolini tweet? No, I did not see Nasralla's Mussolini tweet. What? Hmm. There was a really nice Turkish restaurant, like a Mediterranean slash Turkish restaurant that was near my hotel, though. That was really nice. Hmm. Oh. I honestly just need to When are you getting drafted? Scottish? No, no time soon, bro. I'm too old. Too old and crusty. And ADHD. I'd forget my target. You know, they'd never take me. It's weird. Like when I talk to Israelis, sometimes they like, or people with Israeli citizenship but who don't live there, is they sometimes have these little like they've developed their own personal lines in the sand for when they would join the army. So some Israelis might be like, oh yeah, if like Hezbollah actually launches a full scale war with Israel, like I would join, like that kind of thing. I wonder, but most countries don't really have to do that, right? I never really think that they're thinking about what would I do to enlist in the Scottish army or the British army. What would have to happen in the world for me to feel like it's time, guys? Time to do the right thing. It's time to put all those squats to use. I don't know. I don't know. To use a belt once. I don't use any of this shit. I don't use the grips for the deadlifts. I don't use the belts. I don't use the stupid fucking knee braces. I just go all in. I go all analog. Back to basics. Monkey. I know the belt would help with your back, though. That's true. True. If they need you, they won't ask. Yeah, but some people, no, some people do have positions where they can have options, right? It's not like every single Israeli, like right now, is having to go to fucking Gaza to fight, right? Like everyone with Israeli citizenship. There are some people who could join if they wanted to, but they're not going, but they're not doing it. But they might if something escalates, right? Would you join if the Falklands were invaded? Given the amount of talk, given the amount I talk about the fucking Falklands, if Millet invaded the Falklands, that's actually a good one. Who knows? In most Western armies, the plan is to have draftees in logistics and non-combat. Well, yeah, obviously, because it's probably not good, or unless you absolutely need to. There's probably a lot of disadvantage to having a bunch of terrified, fucking unwilling people in your front lines. Like, yeah, hmm. So a lot of people joining this stream, and not that much time though. 42 minutes. Well, we've only been live for 23 minutes, really. God. I know most people in the army don't see action. I know that. They don't get in the shit. They just sit there in their fucking little rooms with their beepy screens and their flashy lights, and they're like, I need to get in the shit, bro. I'm so bored. Yeah. And I know that because I watched Full Metal Jacket. Hmm. Jarhead. Oh god, like that film is weird. I think it captures the feeling very well. At least I've been told that by people who like not the Gulf War, but went to Afghanistan and shit. Like that so much just walking around and being bored out your fucking nut, but also scared and also uh depressed. Yeah. What's the next video you got planned? I don't know if I'm gonna do a video anytime soon, Ranton, but if I do one, it'll be on the Intercept and the fucking October 7th grape discourse. It'll be on that. And the insane double standards that people have for deciding whether or not they think mass sexual assault happens in particular events, and all the stupid fucking like tactics they use to try and cast doubt where there isn't really that much. You're gonna cover UK election? Yeah, when it comes, yeah. Jarhead was in Iraq 1, yeah, so it was the first Gulf War, yeah. But I knew someone who went to Afghanistan who had a pretty similar experience to Jarhead, and they said that watching that film like really captured what they'd seen in what they were going through in Afghanistan, because the experience is kind of similar all around, right? Like just doing fuck all basically. Yeah. Hmm. Swan Star, thanks for the £10. Intercept article takedown video essay fund. Well, you guys. Listen. You guys can feel free to donate to that fund, but unless, yeah, the only thing that's going to get me to do that is just, I don't know. It's going to take me a lot of patience. I should really just write a little bit a day. That's what I should do. When you do a little bit a day, it's done in no time. Brianna Wu posting Shah of Iran apologia. That's probably not good. The Shah was not a nice man. The Interceptor, Ryan Grimm in general. Well, just those articles. The articles about the New York Times. It's going to cover the New York Times article, the UN investigation, and the Intercept responses. That's what it'll be about. Yeah. And possibly about Hassan, because...
Intercept article takedown video essay fund.
Thanks, Swan Star. Really appreciate it. Bastani got very mad about that? About what? What did Bastani get mad about? Huh? About what? The Shah comment? Oh no. Yeah, okay. Being bald. True. Her. I don't know if I was gonna talk to Brianna Wu at some point, but I don't think that's happening anymore. I don't know. Haven't heard any follow-ups. Also, same story with Kyle. I don't think Kyle's up for it either. At least he hasn't said anything to the effect. So, yeah. Pain. I know I've heard that the Intercept is going under, but I don't know the details about that. We'll read about it though. Haven't done the cash report yet, guys. Sorry. All right. Shall we do the World War III thing? Shall we go over all that fucking nonsense? Oh, God. What is there to say? There's not much to say at all. As always, the most interesting thing about stories like this is how brain dead the internet gets with just with no reflection either. Like, I can understand people having these conclusions when it's their first time, their first time checking out politics stuff, and they haven't really seen a tit for tat thing like this before between two parties in the Middle East. Like, but if you're a seasoned, like, regular political commentator, you should kind of be able to sort of understand how these things work a little bit, even when it is fairly unprecedented. Like, this exchange between Iran and Israel is bigger than anything they've had for ever, maybe, or if not quite a while. So, but there's still quite a lot there. There's still quite a long trail of breadcrumbs to kind of show you more or less what both sides are thinking and what they're trying to achieve. So on the 1st of April, Israel strikes the Iranian embassy, the consulate in Damascus. By the way, Damascus, capital of Syria, it's about here. There's Lebanon, there's Israel, there's Golan. It's quite close to Golan, actually. So they strike that embassy. They kill about 16 people, 2 of whom were civilians, at least. Other, I think, military figures, but it seems like the main person they were targeting. Also, the Canadian embassy is not quite, is just down the road from this one. This one got damaged as well, but the Canadian embassy is empty, so whatever. Like, yeah, it got evacuated in 2012, but they still own it. Yeah. Consulate, sorry, not embassy. Anyway, it seemed like their main target was a IRGC commander who has fairly close ties to Hezbollah, and the people that they seem to be targeting were head figures of what's called the Quds Force. The Quds Force of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are basically Iran's little group that's dedicated to like messing up Israel, basically. They're called Quds Force, Quds meaning the Arabic word for Jerusalem. So at the very least, they want like all of Jerusalem to be like under Islamic rule. And obviously, West Jerusalem, at the very least, is recognized by just about everyone as part of Israel. So that's kind of the people that Israel were after. I think one person who died was an advisor. There was a Hezbollah fighter there. There was like some militiamen, and there were IRGC soldiers, and then these like two head guys. So that's who they were after. What's interesting? I mean, I've tried to look up what the legality of this is because I don't really know if if one of them is like a general who is connected to Hezbollah, and one of them is a Hezbollah fighter, and there's a militiaman. It's hard to tell exactly which targets are military targets and which ones are like political figures or because one was an advisor. I don't really know if you can target advisors as military. That's where it gets a little bit murky, but it looks like the combatant to civilian ratio was like quite high. There were a lot of people who could easily be considered combatants who were hit. So Israel does this because they are not happy about these generals or military figures or like political advisors or whoever the fuck basically helping to fund and liaise with and coordinate with Hamas and Hezbollah, primarily Hezbollah in this case, but Hamas as well. They're not completely disconnected from Hamas. So Israel does that. They strike those people in that consulate. Now, if you know anything about the way these kind of like military operations work, is Israel did this knowing Iran would retaliate in some way. Like they knew they would. They knew Iran was not going to do nothing because these were fairly senior figures in the IRGC. So that's not surprising. Now, what exactly Israel thought that would happen next would have taken certain forms because before just a couple of days ago, Iran, the one thing that they had done was that they went Houthi mode and attacked a boat, a vessel that apparently did have connections to Israel, but was flagged by, what was it flagged under? Portuguese. And it seems to be that the people on board were about 25 people on board, 20 of whom were Filipinos. And this is from Jerusalem Post. So that was one part of Iran's response. The classic IRGC strategy of kidnapping Filipino sailors. that was phase one, I guess. And then phase two, obviously a little bit more extreme, was that they launched a strike on Israel. They launched about between 400 or 500 drones, missiles, other various projectiles over towards Israel. Now, obviously, Iran had been warning that they were going to do something for quite a few days, so Israel was very prepared. They intercepted basically everything. Some of the ones that weren't intercepted, I think one slightly damaged a military base. There might have been, it seems, there might have been one child who was injured by shrapnel from one of the munitions, a Bedouin child. But we'll get to that in a minute. Because the rest of it gets intercepted. It gets intercepted not just by the Iron Dome, but also by American destroyers and by Jordanian anti-air. So yeah, like it was all basically taken care of. Israel basically went on lockdown for the evening, and I think for the next day as well. There was obviously quite a panic, but it seems basically like done. Now, the question is like, I don't understand here's what really annoyed me. Okay, look, this is wait, not that. This really, really fucked me off. Because I said there's no way Israel didn't think something would happen after they launched that strike. I guess we'll see if they just accidentally sparked a regional war. Now, obviously, Israel expected a response. Did they expect a response like that exactly? Who knows? Did they expect something worse or probably less severe? They probably expected less, actually. I don't know, but whatever, like they knew something would happen. They made a choice. They were prepared for whatever Iran was going to do next. And this just made so many people really fucking mad. I don't understand. Like, obviously, you get the same people with the it wasn't an accident. Are we really doing this? Accidentally, mate. I'm sorry. Like, if this sparked World War III, yes, that would have been an accident, okay? Because what these people and what every fucking World War III predictor or people saying that Israel wants to escalate into a regional conflict or a full-on war, they just don't understand anything about the last 100 years of Middle East conflict. I said, and maybe when this is getting edited, there can be a clip of what I said a few days before this actually happened, was that Iran would do something along the lines of tit for tat. They would do tit for tat. They would do enough to make the Arab and Muslim world make it think that they're doing something, and they would also do enough to tell Israel that they're not up for World War III. That's what they would do. Actually, I was wrong. It wasn't really tit for tat because Israel's strike killed over 10 either political or military figures. 16 people total. It seems like Iran's strike didn't actually kill anyone. Like, it seems like they very well might have injured a Bedouin toddler, not even an Israeli Jew, a 7-year-old girl from the Bedouin community in the south. They might have given her a head injury. So, it's not a rumor. I only say that because the first report said that it was a 10-year-old boy, but she died? Wait, how? Okay, sorry, wait. Did something get updated? Okay, fuck, sorry. This was the last thing I saw about it. It's the first thing that comes up on Google. So yeah, this seems to be what Iran's response was. That was it, right? This is Iran's response. Yeah, so it turns out actually I was right. If it turned out to be World War III, that would have been an accident. That would not have been what either side wanted. Are you kidding me? Like, what the fuck? That's not what the point of these strikes is. Iran also, by launching 400 or 500 missiles after giving a whole bunch of warning, they knew what they were doing when they made that decision. They could have launched more. They could have launched they could have launched 5,000 munitions, or even just like they could have launched enough to overwhelm the Iron Dome and actually kill quite a few people. Of course, they didn't because that's not what they want. And that's just why I just find this so frustrating, because we've got like people saying that, oh, look, accidentally Lamau, like we've got that on the one hand, and then the other hand, I've got people being like, oh, like you can't expect just Iran to support Hezbollah and and Hamas and Israel to just not do anything. Well, you can say that, but again, Israel knew that they were going to get a response when they did this. It's uncontroversial. Of course they did, and they were prepared for it. So Iran gives more than enough warning for these strikes to be taken care of, both by Jordan, by America, and even by Israel itself, because they don't want to escalate. I just think it's so obvious. And apparently this is an inaccurate thumbnail, because Hassan's in the replies to this person who got like a pretty trending tweet on this saying, if you watch the video, you'll likely agree with what I'm saying in it, by the way. So I'm guessing Hassan has been around long enough to know that this is not World War III. Maybe we'll watch this video later, who knows? But what's the argument there then? That it's okay to clickbait and fearmonger about World War III? Because isn't this like the Tim Pool defense? It's okay to be hyperbolic to get clicks? About World War III? That's kind of dumb. I'd say that's kind of dumb. I think people know me well enough to know I'm being sarcastic with my stream title, right? With Hassan, not so much, I think. I feel like Hassan probably cultivated quite the audience that would think that Israel did this because they wanted a full-on regional war. Anyway, you know what's really obviously it gets worse. Like Hassan is not the worst commentator on this by any means. The fucking copium coming from people like Jackson Hinkle or whoever else, like thinking that Iran has done an incredible flex here. But again, this is what I'm saying. This is who Iran was doing this for. They were doing this to convince their supporters that they're doing something. Because a bunch of people now actually feel quite vindicated and they feel like Iran has actually done like a really powerful move here, even though they've barely damaged one military base and taken out a fucking child who's not even Israeli Jewish. Like, I don't know. Very, very silly. Very silly. Yeah, I think it was 1.5% of the missiles got through. It does look like they were targeting military bases, though. It does seem to be like that because they did hit a military base. Like, they could have just fired I don't know if all the strikes were targeted or some of them were random, but yeah. Don't forget the real mental harm this does to a civilian population. Yeah, I know. It's not, yeah, like, it's not like a fireworks show. Obviously, seeing all those rockets go over people's heads does scare people, but it's not a regional war. It's not a World War III. It's Iran doing what they needed to make it look like they were doing something. And now Israel has said that this was inexcusable and that they're going to respond again. But the fact is that neither side has an interest in World War III. You know what's going to be really, really frustrating is, what's this? Nasrallah. It is better to live one day as a lion than 100 years as a sheep. Benito Mussolini. Is this actually his? Is this his official account or? Okay, whatever. Whatever, dude. In Jordan, it was more of a fireworks show. Unironically, people were enjoying it. Yeah, well, you guys are built differently, and I guess you also are not the targets. Like, it went over. You could see the shots actually went over Al Quds as well. Over not Al Quds. The what do you call it? Why have I forgotten the name of it? The dome on the rock. What's it called? Al-Aqsa. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Wow. Al-Chud's logic. True. Yeah. It's not just scary, I'll say it's a little bit more than scary, but hey, I mean, scary's got a pretty broad spectrum of interpretation, right? Like, talking to girls is scary. As is, like, getting chased around by a bear. You know, scary's got you got a lot of scope with the word scary, Scarlett, okay? Don't worry. What is this? Is this the... I don't actually know who this guy is. I feel like I've seen him before, but I forget his name.
It's right here. Israel's right here. Bye-bye, Israel!
It's Speed, isn't it? It's not Kaisanat, it's Speed. Is he just striking some desert in the middle of Saudi Arabia? In the north? Does anyone even live here? Where's he aiming for?
Hey, Israel!
This is just desert. Does anyone live there? Hang on. Yeah, who lives here? Was he going for the triangle? Was he going for Jordan, Iraq, and Saudi? How many Arab countries that are not Israel can you hit in one go? No, it looks like he was just going for Saudi, right? Like, just like here. Hail. Who are these guys? What happens here? Okay, they got some people. So, he's taken out some Saudis. Interesting. okay, dude. I mean, that, to be fair, this isn't really too inconsistent with the general approach of anti-Israel militancy, is it? Like, it is their approach very much is get loads of Arabs killed and say we're fighting Israel. Because I don't doubt that would have caused some fallout that would have maybe taken out a few Israelis, maybe given some people cancer. And I feel like that's the standard militant approach, isn't it? It's just like kill a bunch of Arabs in order to tickle the Israeli population. Yeah, okay. Okay. This was the Yahya Sinwar take, wasn't it? I asked Sinwar, is it worth 10,000 innocent Gazans dying? He said even hundreds of thousands, even 100,000 is worth it. Like, okay, nice one. Hmm. But yeah, these were the people apparently that seemed to be the primary targets of the consulate attack in the Iranian embassy complex. 2 high-ranking members of the IRGC, Mohammad Reza Zahidi, commander in the Quds Force, and his deputy, Mohammad Hadi Haji Rahimi, said to be particularly closely connected to the Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah. Okay, well. So, I guess that's the beginning and end of the World War III story? Okay. Is there much more to it than that? You know what's going to be so frustrating? It's going to be so frustrating when, because World War III only needs to happen once, right? And the thing is, if World War III ever does happen, you know what's going to be the worst? Well, the worst thing will be World War III and let people, millions of people die, hundreds of millions. But you know what? Just shortly after that, is that it's going to be is the cringe, because every cunt who has spent the last 10, 20 years predicting World War III at various stages and being wrong about it, are going to say that they told us so. That's what's going to happen. And just what better way to add insult to injury is all the Tim Pools and the whatever else, Jackson Hinkle's being like, fucking told you it'd be World War III. Even though it happens, like, even though what you've been predicting it incorrectly 200 times in the last 20 years, but you get it right once, and now, is that really, that's how it's going to work, isn't it? You know? Like fucking, like me when I'm 15, like, listen, hey guys, gonna lose my virginity soon, yeah? Gonna do it. She's coming over. We're gonna play fucking Viva Pinata, you know? That's like, and then when it doesn't happen, and 4 years later, something actually does happen with a completely different person, I'm like, hey, guys, fucking told you. Told you I was going to lose my virginity, Fanny. Me? You doubted me, shagger, all right? And then I walk home with fucking toilet water dripping off my head. Many such cases. Fuck, like, it's just so... it's going to happen, okay? And Minjin Bio. Fucking hell. It's like when Marxists predict recessions, but then you look back at their history and it turns out they've been predicting recessions every 6 months for 10 years. It's like, okay, well, and you were going to be right one day, weren't you? Bruh. There's a whole joke about that. I actually learned that joke from Varoufakis. Was it like the joke is that Marxists have successfully predicted, Marxists have predicted 7 out of the last 3 recessions. Like, yeah, that's. So, I'm not saying it's 100% predictable what Israel's going to do in exchange. My guess is, probably tit for tat. Probably they're going to do something to say we're doing something, but they're going to do also something to say, listen, Iran, We don't want a full war, okay? We're just gonna do some little things here and there. That's probably where I see things going, but what can you do? Hmm. What other kind of adjacent news do we have to this story? Speaking of hack propagandist fucking lunatics, this I'm not gonna watch this because it's too much. Let me see it. Find the actual video. I'm sure you guys saw this already, a lot of you, because it's been a Twitter thing. Is Second Thought making a video about how his channel's in the red and asking for more support. Like, even though in a sponsored video on his like third or fourth channel, despite the fact that this guy is making like most conservative estimate between $20,000 and $30,000 on Patreon, it's unbelievable. And I guess that's the
Just wanted to show my appreciation, found you through Destiny and have caught every stream since. You are extremely informative, hope you are as big as Mr. Borelli one day.
or bigger. Thanks so much for the $10. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you. It's the fact that you cultivate, because you kind of do both phases, don't you? You cultivate an audience of economically illiterate morons because you yourself are an economically illiterate moron, and then you get away with telling them that you are facing financial difficulty with your business because you're earning like 20 to 30K a month just off of what we actually know about with the Patreon and the spot and the very conservative estimates about the sponsors. But like, how do you get away with that? Like, what? Like, no massive business expenses. It seems like he bought himself a new office space 3 months ago and made a video about that as well, about his new about his new office space. It's funny though because this guy clearly puts so much effort into the aesthetics of being a video producer, right? Like, it's all these like artsy little shots of like filming yourself, you know, where you got the one camera angle, you got another camera over there that just shows you from a different angle because it's more humanizing. It's like, oh, but it's like really default like B-roll footage for a bunch of it. This is me hoovering my studio and picking shit and like doing my little shelf and everything. It seems like this guy's actually got basically everything apart from good information and good arguments. He's got everything else. He's got all the aesthetics of a fairly like interesting, informative creator, although there's no actual interesting insight or content. More than half of it is disinformation. The other half is headlines, which are somehow fucking purposed into disinformation. For some reason, he still hasn't got himself around talking like a Bible salesman, but I guess that's just whatever works. Pretty cute little cameras. And he's doing the thing as well. He's done the thing that I find it so infuriating about people is like, you know how Second Thought had a tweet a little while ago where he's basically saying, the amount of complaining about the amount of blowback he's received from either sponsors or audience members or whatever else for just supporting Palestinian freedom, or like he's saying all I did was say that I wanted Palestinians to live, but that's not what he said. Like what he said in the clip was he actually said more along the lines of all Israelis should die. He said that there was no such thing as an Israeli civilian. That's kind of, you know, when people do that, right? They're literally just like, listen, there's no Israeli civilians. All those 1,200 people who died, like none of them, the babies, the women, like the fucking villagers, the old people. No, yeah, they're the Palestinians who live in Israel who died. Yeah, none of them. And then someone's like, bro, that's pretty fucked up. That's like a really, really fucked up thing to say. Like, that's insane. That's a really horrible thing to say. And you're like, what? That Palestinians should live? I'm like, okay, like the peak of fucking dishonesty. And he did it with this as well, because I saw the censored Stinny, fucking Lord Voldemort and shit, was reviewing this, and he did it again. He's like, they might be the dumbest people alive. For the last couple of days, they've been after me for the fact that I own supercars. I drive a... First of all, no one said he owns supercars. He reviews supercars on a second channel. And doesn't even really tell you that much about the car. There's a good like 2 or 3 minutes of those segments where he just talks about how expensive the car is. And I'm like, is that really your priority as a fucking, especially as a socialist? Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, I drive a 2014 Ford Focus, wear $350 Red Wings, they're Kohl's boots I got a decade ago, and that I'm not living in abject poverty, big brain. Now, again, obviously, these were not the complaints. The complaints were that he's making, this is a very conservative estimate. I'd say it's closer to 40K. I'd say he's easily earning more than 40K. This is assuming that his Patreon, all his Patreons are on the minimum. It's assuming that he isn't taking quite a fuck ton of money from his sponsors and making a bunch on AdSense. It's assuming a lot. And also assuming his second channel, his fucking personal blog channel isn't already making a bunch of money as well. People are mad because they're questioning someone who's making 20,000 plus a month. Patrons and other revenue streams just rented a brand new, beautiful downtown office space in Austin and filled it with $10,000 to $30,000 worth of equipment, suddenly complaining that their business is running in the red without providing any sort of transparency or proof whatsoever. And then with all the receipts, it's just so like, just invent the criticism and fight with that as well. God. I feel like there hasn't really been a fairly large video essay on Second Thought. I guess it's because most people just don't care about him. He's carved up a very safe space. He blocks everyone. Everyone who criticizes him gets blocked on Twitter. Open link in my last message. Wait, what link? Where'd you put a link for, Thought? Discord or my DMs or what? DM it to me if you want me to open a link. Because in chat, I can't, links don't show in chat. Your link wouldn't have gone anywhere, Forethought. Did you see him chatting shit about you with Bad Empanada? No, I didn't. If anyone has a timestamp, I could look at that if you want. Yeah. If someone has a timestamp, we could have a look. I know that video got like very marginally brigaded by his followers, but oh, this. Yeah, this is the meme, isn't it? Like I didn't, but I think there's more than enough there for a pretty decent video, I think. Because not just the disinformation and the horseshit analysis and the blatant like dishonesty that he does in his videos, but also the fact that he's scamming his audience. I don't know. I feel like that's like a missing piece of a fairly good video. I'm being canceled for my pro-Palestinian statement. What did it say? Okay. This meme is very real, chat. Top meme. There's so much you can make a video on. But that's the problem, right? Is when someone is so ruthlessly dishonest, like you have to go through so much shit. The Palestine video is good because those fake numbers about the Holocaust and comparing it to October 7th or comparing it to the war in Gaza, that's like a really obvious example. Or him citing Ilan Pappé as a fucking pro-Israeli author just because he's like born in Israel. I get, yeah. and all the little snippets of disinformation about the Israel-Palestine conflict. There's enough in that video. The liberals are the worst people, whatever. That's a really good video to go over. With the MLK quotes and the Malcolm X sniping and shit. What else has he spoken about recently? But that's the thing, is when you have this much, there's obviously a lot of fat that you have to trim. I think I would just have to take 3 videos, like 3 recent videos. This one is full of disinformation that you can go over. This one is full of shit. Maybe just find one more and then just go for it. Like, that might be all you need. Because if I can find one from the space of a month, or from the space, if I can find 3 from the last 10 videos, or even 3 from the last 8 or something, yeah. This one would probably feasibly have a lot of shit in it as well. Watch the one on the media. I'm not going to watch one now. Hang on. Oh, the authoritarianism one. I remember loads of people covered that one. Yeah. That's possible. Yeah. The Ukraine one for CPUSA, that one was absolutely insane. Didn't he say it was the Auschwitz numbers? He did, but the Auschwitz numbers were wrong as well. He grabbed it from the person who made that claim about Auschwitz, those numbers. It was, those numbers came from a Instagram post. And they came from someone who took the number of kids who were killed in Auschwitz-Birkenau and for some arbitrary reason just dated it from 1940 to 1945, even though the executions in Auschwitz-Birkenau of those kids started in like 1942 and ended in the end of 1944. So if you look at the way the months are broken up, it's actually more like a 3-year period than 5. So yeah, he basically, yeah, it was just a poor understanding of the time windows of Auschwitz-Birkenau. But also, why the fuck would you choose just Auschwitz-Birkenau and compare it to all of Gaza? That's insane. Why would you do that? Like, it's so dumb. Those thumbnails look lifelessly propagandistic. I mean, the fact is like, as like, people are quite bad at doing this sometimes, but it's when people are good at something that you don't like, they're still good at it. Like this, as far as propaganda goes, if you were tasked to make a communist propaganda channel, you would get a good grade for this for this video, right? You and Willie Mack collab. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, Willie Mack will definitely handle the fraud part better than I would. Isn't objective, but he still has good takes too. No, he doesn't. What's an example of a good second thought take? The Bad Empanada video with him, he talks about you at 10 seconds. Oh, God. I might watch it. I might watch it in my own time. I can't really be giving attention to Psycho Empanada, though. So I was in his brain, was I? I was in his brain quite early on. I'm guessing they don't... No one... Like, that clip was never posted on my Reddit or my Discord or anything, so I'm guessing there's nothing interesting there. It's just him complaining, right? Or arguing with the thumbnail or the title. Yeah. I think if I was going to make a video about this person, it would be about the disinformation and the like video fucking hackery. It would be about scamming the audience, and it would also be about having no interest in socialism, like actually. Because like he's literally got a fucking video essayist lifestyle channel. It seems like he just cares more about his fucking camera collection and his fancy studio and his like and his self-help videos than he cares about actually like advancing his political causes, because he doesn't want a revolution. I've always said this, like a revolution would be the worst thing in the world for this guy. Like capitalism has done him so well. Why would he want anything to change? The studio looked way too large for what he was doing. It did, yeah. It was incredible. It's like incredibly frivolous, yeah. Like 3 computers for a job that really only needs 1, yeah. Anyway. It's also when I compare it to my own situation, like just so you guys know, if you guys want transparency, okay, compared to Second Thought, like 1.7 million subscribers, these videos take about maybe a week or two to do because it's so full of like B-roll footage and the arguments there's no thought behind them. You've got like this standard like teleprompter background thing. Yeah, some clips, highlight some headlines. Like this is, and it's all like 20 minutes. Like it doesn't take long, and you've already made up your mind before you've made the video about the topic because you just know what whatever the standard like Communist Party line is. There's really not that much to go into making this kind of content. It's like very, very straightforward, especially with all the B-roll footage. But so you're getting what, like between 2 and 300K views a video. What's the monthly thing? Social Blade. How many views a month? Over 1 million views a month. Oh, he has had a bit. This is why he thinks he's on a low because of this compared to what, this? It's so sad, man. Okay. I'm trying to think of an example. That Joe Rogan video, Joe Rogan and the Hard Men. I'm trying to think of one video I did that was fully monetized that did quite well in the algorithm and find out how much that one video made. Let's have a look. I want to give you guys a feel of just transparency and how this channel stuff works. A week was charitable. No, there are parts of the video making process that does make it take a little bit of time. Your Liz Truss video? No way. The Joe Rogan one is a good one. Because it's the perfect length to look at this. Oh god, this video is, yeah, it's 300K views and it's 30 minutes exactly, just about. The thing is, like, this video took so long to make as well because I had to, like, again, because I'm trying to do arguments that are not just like regurgitating propaganda bullet points. So I had to read like a full book about about military Orientalism. I had to read a whole bunch of papers about the Afghan war, a bunch of shit about fucking like the Romans and shit like that. So yeah, there was quite a lot going on into this, and like grabbing quotes, reading Tacitus talking about the Germanic people. Yeah, there was quite a lot going on here. This was a full month of research before writing and recording. And I go, what, 300K views? The monetization on this, did they not tell you? Analytics? So the video itself, just from its views, made, yeah. So you're making about, what would that be, like $1,700 off of a video that's 30 minutes long and gets 300K views? That would make sense. It's a fairly successful video. And that's not to mention, when you get a video that's got this many views, like it generally bumps onto people watching your next video as well, or the next one after that. So that comes into play. If you're making about 2 of those a month, your ad revenue is going to be about, what, $3,000 a month just off of the ad revenue from, is he doing more than that? So this is a month ago. What was the date? March 8th. So this is March. So I guess in March he makes 2 videos on this channel. Yeah. This one had more views, but they're shorter. Yeah, you're talking about $3,000 or $4,000 a month for 2 of these videos. Not to mention the fact that they're sponsored. If we're gonna guess how much you make off of sponsors for this kind of stuff, with this channel size, I have no idea, actually. With this channel size, you could probably ask for at least 5K for a video. Maybe less? That's hard to say, though. And with the Patreon, it's what? At least $1,400 and again, being very generous and assuming everyone is only buying the minimum. So if we're going by AdSense, Patreon, and the fact that the videos are sponsored, because they are sponsored, aren't they? Is this one sponsored? Or is this because he used to have Nebula, but Nebula is gone? Is there a sponsor here? No, there's no sponsor, is there? Not on this one anyway. Did this one have a sponsor? Is he just run out of sponsors? Oh, this one does. So one sponsor. I think, again, if we're being generous, the YouTube channel then, for sponsorship plus ad revenue, you're probably looking at $5,000 a month. Very, very generous again. From AdSense plus sponsor. The sponsor's probably going to be costing more than, yeah. But we'll say 5K just to be very, very generous. Like, so 5K a month from that. 14,000 Patreon. So again, we're already at like just under $20,000 a month. And that's not even to mention his second, the Deprogram podcast. And the third channel, which again already seems to be making like a little bit. So it's insane. And I'm thinking of it when I compare it to my own situation.
I see that stupid meme on Facebook, I link your video. I've gotten a lot of mileage from it.
Oh, thanks for the $10, Outpaced Intellectual. Is that the death tolls? Is that where you got it? Okay. I hope it's that one because that claim is insane. And it is very Facebook. It's a very Facebook meme. Yeah, sorry, just talking about transparency, and Second Thought is a much bigger channel than me. And he gets a lot more views, and he's got a lot more patrons and all this shit. Like, he's been around longer, so he's got plenty of fucking support. This YouTube channel has, what, like 31K subs? And if I'm putting out a video a day, which I don't because reasons, videos on average are getting what, like, monthly viewership is maybe like 300,000-400,000. So like 1 second thought video for monthly viewership for all these videos. This channel pays me like, even just this channel on its own is paying me more than like any other job I've ever had. And that's not even to mention when you add on Patreon. I work for Progressive Victory, so they pay me as well, which is kind of like having like a third channel, I guess, in terms of like the cost. The video essay sponsors, and again, my video essays don't make that much at all. Like my video essay channel is like a video. It's been a video a month. And again, that's also like compared to other streamers for whatever, like, I'm not complaining, but like, compared to other streamers, just objectively, I don't really get that much in super chats and memberships. Compared to some other streamers, I get more than some, less than other ones. But this channel, which was doing about just under a video a month on average for the last 6 months, 7 months, like, the AdSense for this is like £500 a month. Plus the sponsor, can't really tell you that, but it's like I'm making like fuck all basically for a lot of these. Like, it's just a bunch of individual things that don't make that much all added together that makes it work. But even with this kind of like output, I'm getting like, I'm not far off of like the top 10% of earners in Britain. Like, it's not that far off. Like, YouTube pays well. If you have output, YouTube pays very, very well. And the more it pays, and once it's in a position to pay well, it pays more because you get sponsors, right? And you get support on pay. Like, it pays, yeah. YouTube pays well. So, and it pays more than people think as well. When people just look at Patreon is like often maybe not even half of whatever the total you're earning monthly is. And the other thing is, your business expenses are pretty low. I pay editor, like my editor, Olive, like a percentage every month. So even if I'm paying the editor more, it's because I'm earning more. Otherwise, what? Like, one camera is fine. These lights cost like fucking £10 each, and they've lasted years. Yeah, I can do this all just from like a bedroom, like an extra bedroom in my flat. But obviously, I don't really have much of a taste for the finer things in life, so my shopping doesn't cost me that much. I don't really go on holiday that often. I don't really go out very often for like eating out or whatever the fuck. So yeah, you can save quite a lot and like make quite a lot quite quickly with a YouTube channel that isn't even that big. Which makes me really curious about what the fuck Second Thought is spending his money on to feel like he needs to ask for more money. It's really bizarre. You spend it all on expensive guitars. I don't, though. I used to. Back when I was doing music production, I did like to spend a lot on equipment. I did. Like this fucking mic preamp, this 1073 kind of knockoff, which is probably more popular than the actual 1073s that got made today. That was like maybe $1,000. Didn't need that one. That was very frivolous. My interface is good. That's like $1,000. But like that was like music had much more expenses, but it paid a lot less as well. To be a musician making the amount of money that I make off of this YouTube channel right now, you'd probably be in like the top 5% of like professional musicians. Like it's, oh God. Don't you still do music for the channel and everything? Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, I still do music, but it's more just for fun. It's not a business expense anymore, really. Like it kind of is because it goes into videos and everything, but it's probably the worst business expense you could possibly make. Like it loses a lot more than it makes as a business expense. Eek. The fact that he has this many cameras as well, like I guess he's interested in it, but like his video is all fucking B-roll, so it's just him and it's B-roll. So I don't even know, like half of those cameras he probably don't even use. They're just there for decoration, right? Like I don't know how often he's doing drone footage for his videos because he's kind of more like a churner. That's why he doesn't really think before he makes his videos and makes his arguments. Like, what did he do here? He got like two. What the fuck is this?
Any of the first or second thought videos yet? Got
the
OG Second Thought set, which I just run off of my MacBook over here. Ignore the mouse and keyboard going off to the wrong side. That is currently powering the TV wall.
The TV wall
box there. And then behind me, we have the obligatory gear wall.
It's all very soulless, isn't it? Like that's the kind of vibe maybe for some people like it's aesthetically pleasing or whatever, but I don't know, I just find this all very like Patrick Bateman and shit, especially because like when you look at the amount of effort that goes into this at odds with the fucking lack of substance in any of his videos. Yeah.
A drone, that sort of thing.
If you imagine if you devote a fraction of the effort that he does to all this decoration and shit like that as he does to the actual arguments and the narratives in his videos, you'd probably have like a pretty interesting channel, but
a bunch of storage, a drone, that sort of thing. And then over here, we've got a big blank wall that we need to do something with. I'm thinking we're probably gonna make this like a fake living room set. We'll have another C-stand here, big drape to act as a softbox for the window, chair, lamp, all that kitschy stuff. And then over here, we've got our editing bay set. We haven't used this one in any of the first or second thought videos yet. We'll probably put some plants up there, make it a little more aesthetic. But this is where our brilliant creative director Andrew does his magic.
What Israel
This is where I sit.
would you
And
recommend? I recently
less
bought
magic.
Enemies and Neighbors by
But
Ian
that...
Black.
Oh, so he's got someone
Have
else
you
doing
heard of
editing
this
for him.
book?
Okay.
That's what we've got going so far. We've got some blank spaces to work with. It's coming together.
And this is all just for a creative director. Is this just someone who reads the CP USA fucking magazine and just copy paste whatever stupid arguments they've got for that week? All this for what, like set footage and B-roll? 2 different camera angles. I mean, it's fine if you want to spend this much on your studio space in an American city, I'd imagine, which probably costs a lot more. Then looks like an IKEA ad. Yeah, it's just, this is not to. Oh god. This is post-capitalism, yeah. The post-capitalist studio. Well, now we know why where the revolutionary action is. Why that's not been happening. Now we know why there are no protests getting led or any like party activism where none of that's coming from, or why there's no fucking co-op fund or anything like that. God. Okay. It's so bizarre. I just find that I'm actually kind of like fascinated by this guy as a character now. Because the content that comes from this like Patrick Bateman fucking hyper consumerist aesthetic is like Hamas apologia and Soviet defense. Defense of the Soviet Union. It's so weird. All this to edit your B-roll footage. Bro, that's fine. But this is a frivolous expense. You don't need any of this for your business. You need this and this wall, this computer, 1 computer for editing, realistically. 1 camera, 1 microphone, you're done. All of Second Thought's content just needs that. Everything else is frivolous. Anyway. He also claimed that he does everything himself, so why is he paying someone? Yeah, he says that as well. He says he does all the editing for Deprogram. He must do all the editing for his main channel because it's so straightforward. Fucked up, man. Anyway, in unrelated news, guys, I spent way too much money on over the weekend for my one weekend off out of town. So, you know, keep me in the green, guys. Keep me in the green. 1,300 people watching. Like the stream doesn't cost you anything. Anyway. Ooh. Fucking state, man. Let's read some donos. Don't give a tuck. Thanks for the $4.99. I really appreciate that. Frijoles Quimados. Thanks for the 100 MX dollars. What's that? Never seen that before. Mexican pesos. Thanks very much. Do you think Second Thought has employees with full benefits? If he has, it's 1. And he doesn't even need... It's someone he doesn't even need. For his output, 2 video essays a month, 20 minutes long each. He hasn't read any books or any, like, done any deep dives for them. They're all surface level horseshit. Editing the Deprogram episodes... That's just what does he have like edited intros? Deprogram is what, 4 a month? 1 a week. So he edits these. How much editing goes on in these?
Boys, I've been feeling a little...
He just grabs a segment and throws it up, right? He might pay someone to do thumbnails. Might do that. Probably paid a few $1,000s for this artwork. This little Chapo Trap House background. He has a creative director. Yeah, that's what I mean. If he's employing someone, it's one person who's what? Just telling him roughly what kind of content to make? A creative director. You know what? That doesn't sound too bad. I wouldn't mind a creative director. I guess Olive does that a little bit. As in just DMs sometimes and says like, this'll be good. I'm like, yeah, nice one.
Here's some money, you capitalist dog.
Thanks for $20, Dahlia. I really appreciate that. What else we got? Outpaced Intellectual, thanks for $10. Oh yeah, the meme. Okay, thanks for the 10. Yeah, thanks again. Flex Assist, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Wow, that's really generous of you. Harley Smith, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Hey, you've been around for a while. I really appreciate that. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. If you're a broke boy, just say so. I'm not broke, okay? I'm not broke at all, okay? I'll tell you, again, full transparency. There are some streams, like maybe once a week or maybe twice a week. Like that's like twice a week is pushing. Where I'm like, if every stream plus the VOD plus the stream segment paid this much, it wouldn't be a full-time pay. But that's like, everything else is fine. Like, I'm fine, okay? I'm not in the red. I'm not in the yellow. I'm fucking bouncing, all right? Because I live within my means very well. And because I'm not a... and because I'm not a fucking Patrick Bateman fucking consumer who likes all this dumb shit in their house. Yeah. Sire Durf, thanks for the £5. Supercar box fund. Well, I don't have a supercar, that's true. I don't even have a car. JF Pose, thanks for the £2. Beer money for the beer throne. Hey, nice one. Really appreciate that. Wow. Okay. Oh. Thanks, Shazam, but don't worry. I need to start retirement maxing. That is a thought. Yeah, retirement maxing seems like a good idea. No DoorDash, no cry. True. I did DoorDash at McDonald's in Edinburgh, though. That was nice, because there was nothing else open. Michael Smith, thanks for $10. I'll let the TTS read out your dono. All right. Free DoorDash from your company. Wow. Technically, I do have free DoorDash because every time I mention DoorDash on my stream, someone sends me a dono saying, buy a DoorDash. I'm like, okay. And then I sometimes do. Yeah. There's not even DoorDash in the UK. It's Deliveroo. Hi, Psychodynamic. How's it going? Shazam, please stop asking questions, okay? Stop. Don't worry. Everything that you need to know, okay? You'll know when you need to know. I appreciate this, though. You don't need fancy gear. That's true.
The revolution will not be live streamed because we are hemorrhaging money.
Oh. What do we need to know, though? Listen, you just need to know that if there were a super chat bar, it would be incomplete, and that there are too many white names in chat. That's all you guys need to know. You need distant gear. Yeah, I mean, like, bro. The gear thing is unambiguous, okay? Because if you have good content, if you have good arguments or whatever, you're entertaining shit, preferably when it's COVID. Like, look at Sean's video essays. Yeah. Some of my best performing videos were when I recorded it with an £80 webcam. Maybe even less than 80 pounds. This was like a 20-pound webcam, I think.
Boggart,
Look
words
at
and
this. It's like stretching my fucking face and shit. God, good times, good times. Adobe? Yeah, I guess you need your Adobe monthly. Yeah. Hmm. People love scuffed media. True. Anyway. Pasta, thanks for the 20 Swedish. Buy me a new guitar. Be a good socialist, will you? You know what? I could actually use a bass guitar. Because I'm kind of fed up of my older one, and one of my friends wants to buy it. Yeah, the pop filter was not necessary. I don't know why I did that. What happened to my donation? Oh, what did happen to your donation? Where the fuck is it? Why has it disappeared off of my list, Tobin Production? It's not here, but I saw it. What the fuck happened? Huh? Let me, Did your bank deny you? Are you in the red? Oh no. Let me see. Let me see if it's here. Oh, here it is. For some reason it's here, but not on my thing. Okay. Hoban, thanks for the 20 euros. What Israel-Palestine books would you recommend? I recently bought Enemies and Neighbors by Ian Black. Have you heard of this book? I've heard of it, but I haven't read it. I hope it's good, though. What would I recommend? I like Righteous Victims for all of it. Like, the whole 100-year history. I think it's a really good one. 100 Years War in Palestine is pretty good as well. You're never going to find one that actually gets everything right, though. That's what I've noticed. There's issues with all of them. Did you see the rocket intercepted in space? I did not. That sounds fun, though. Kilo the Giant, thanks for the $5. Sorry about your financial troubles. Hope you can afford more than McDonald's soon. Bro, I can afford more than McDonald's. I just like McDonald's. McDonald's is based. Every now and then. Even Benny Morris gets things wrong? Question mark. Yeah, I mean, yes, there's a couple of mistakes in Righteous Victims. Yeah, for sure. I've pointed them out. What's your Mackey's order? Double quarter pounder with cheese meal? Occasionally. Okay, occasionally. Occasionally I'll get some chicken slats with it. And just eat 1,500 calories in one meal. Decadent. A meal gone mad. Five Guys is out of the budget. I do like a Five Guys sometimes, I will say. Do you think Jackson Hinkle is a chaser? I know that Jackson Hinkle mocks OnlyFans girls on his Twitter, but then DMs them. I know that. That's a secret I am happy to leak, and other people have leaked it as well, that OnlyFans and Fansly girls on Twitch poll, especially like alt girls, would get DMs from him hitting on them, even though he shits on them on Twitter all the time. Yeah, that's a true thing. That's a true story. Yeah. How expensive is Five Guys in the UK? If you order a Five Guys meal, like a burger and fries and a drink, you're talking like £20, maybe 25. If you order it, yeah. Although you do get an obscene amount of chips. Even if you go small, you get so many. The only time you get Five Guys is when there's two people, two cunts, and you order 2 burgers and 1 small fries that you share between you. That works out well enough. Chips or fries? Yes. Stop. Stop. Do they have Popeyes? Nope, I'm afraid not. That's one thing I really wish we had where I live, is a Popeyes. Popeyes is fucking banging. Ari Joseph, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Anyway. Uh, What do I want to watch? I wanted to watch something. What the fuck did I want to watch? Oh, I guess since you just don't have fried chicken. Well, some parts of the UK have started doing Chick-fil-A. We have KFC. Otherwise, like the fried chicken is all like local stuff. Second thought, ban empanada. It's just gonna be them being like, this guy's a Zionist. He doesn't think Israel's like evil and shit. That's all it's gonna be, right? Do I care? I don't care. Bassem Youssef on trigonometry. He's been making the rounds again. This guy, this relentless charisma fucking engine. There's a Popeyes outside of Glasgow. Is there? Well, I gotta go to Glasgow next. They were calling you a Zio-fascist. Wow. You know what? I thought my knowledge and my arguments on Israel-Palestine was fairly sound, but then two fucking retard Hamas supporters who learned everything they know about the conflict from fucking propaganda pieces, from like propaganda fucking infographics that are themselves based on other propaganda infographics, thought I have bad opinions. Wow. Got him. Shall we watch Bassem Youssef on trigonometry then? Is Bannerman a full-fledged tanky? Yeah. Well, tanky slash Islamic fundamentalist, yeah. Let me see. Oh yeah, Syrian girl debacle. Yeah, let's look at that. That's interesting. That's on my subreddit. Did no one link the art? Wait, what kind of subreddit post is this? Hang on. ABC News article about misinformation. Syrian girl mentioned. Maram Suli, a Syrian-Australian conspiracy theorist who goes by Partisan Girl, retweets Mr. Boykov's mention of Benjamin Cohen. If this is true, it would explain why I thought he looked Israeli, she says in a now-deleted tweet. Ms. Sulsi, Partisan Girl's tweets, screenshots, and links to the 7 News online article and Sunrise broadcast that named Benjamin Cohen as the Bondi attacker, commenting, Bondi attacker was Jewish, name confirmed as Benjamin Cohen. Is this... What else is there? Is there more to this story than her... thinking someone looks Israeli or some bullshit? Like, okay. Article in question. Hang on. Who is... Oh, this person was accused of stabbings. Don't. Oh, she's so funny, man. Say what you want about Bassem Youssef. He's got charisma and he's on point. I mean, he's a very good propagandist. I wouldn't say he's on point. Like, his arguments are flawed as fuck, but he's very, very charming and he's very, very good at what he does. Yes, I will always give him that. And he's funny. Ugh. Six people got stabbed to death. NJ, thanks for the tier 2 sub. That wasn't his name. Okay. What? Okay, so this guy's falsely accused of stabbing 6 people at a junction. Okay. For 14 hours over the weekend, Sydney University student Ben Cohen was one of the most reviled men on the internet after he was falsely accused of being the knifeman who went on a stabbing rampage in a Sydney shopping centre, killing 6 people. Oh no. Bro, shit like this can get people killed, right? Is this not like a criminal issue? Or, okay, like defaming someone like that? The ABC has pieced together how anti-Semitic and pro-Kremlin accounts turned Mr. Cohen into an internet villain. The trial was uncovered using social media analysts, data sets provided by disinformation experts, archives provided by anti-fascist research group, the White Rose Society, as well as interviews with Mr. Cohen, his family, and the accounts spreading false claims about him. It's extremely disappointing to see thousands of people mindlessly propagating misinformation without even the slightest thought put to fact-checking or real-life consequences, Mr. Cohen told the ABC. And then using that information to push an agenda and spread hatred. Here's how the falsehoods, later amplified by 7 News, which was since blamed human error for its role in spreading disinformation, unfolded. Saturday, 4:30 p.m. NSW police confirms it has received multiple reports of people being stabbed at the Westfield Shopping Centre at Bondi Junction in Sydney's east. Images of an unidentified man in green Australian Kangaroos jersey roaming the centre with a knife start circulating online. He's shot dead by a senior police officer, and video is published on social media of his body on the floor outside a tailoring shop. Over the next hour, many accounts on X, formerly known as Twitter, post blurry photos of the offender online, falsely claiming he is of Middle Eastern heritage and accusing him of being an Islamic jihadist. Pro-Putin influencer Semyon Boykov, who goes by the moniker Aussie Cossack. Aussie Cossack. Bro. Australians they're a mistake. Post that Jimmy the Junkie, a character from the television show Husos, is responsible. Mr. Boykov has been hiding inside the Russian consulate in Sydney for more than a year to avoid an arrest warrant for an alleged assault. He has requested political asylum to live in Russia. A dataset analysis provided to ABC Investigations by Mark Owen Jones, a digital misinformation expert from Qatar's Hamad bin Khalifa University, reveals Mr. Boykov was one of the key figures spreading Mr. Cohen's name in relation to the attack. NSW Police Assistant Commander Anthony Cook tells a press conference that authorities have not confirmed the identity of the killer. Okay, so they're already making up their mind before there's an identity. Bro, this is a funny story. Okay, let's see. Why would you call yourself a Cossack if you're pro-Russian? Didn't like the entire Russian state like completely annihilate Cossack culture? Okay. In Ukraine, they definitely did. That was like the whole Holodomor period. 37 followers. History of posting anti-Jewish images. Okay. Unconfirmed report, terror attack in Bondi. Terrorist name is Benjamin Cohen, a radical Jew from Bondi, Sydney. Only a Jew would stab a baby. Making sense now. Wow. Live Owen Jones reaction. What? What do you mean? What do you mean live Owen Jones reaction? Ugh. Okay. Oh, because of the concluding. That's okay, that's a stretch, but okay. Dr. Jones, Doug Jones, who is forensically examining the false claims around the Bondi attack, says there are several signs that Sonny Dan was part of a broader propaganda operation, which typically uses unknown accounts to give desired political outcomes the veneer of authentic grassroots effort. I know there are Russian Cossacks as well, yes, I know. And they do still exist to some degree, but they were obviously a lot more prevalent before Russian Empire and Soviet were like, fucking stop, guys. Anyway. These indicators included the account's low follower count, lack of authentic connection to any location, limited post history. Random anonymous accounts are sometimes set up for the purposes of implementing influence operations, Dr. Jones says. An entity starts seeding the narrative through these burner accounts, then have them picked up by larger accounts. Okay. 7:20 p.m. Benjamin Cohen is mentioned as a Jew extremist by a second account with fewer than 90 followers called Wasted97 without any evidence. A third account with fewer than 100 followers named AnonX19 repeats the claim that the attacker is Jewish, claiming without evidence that police sources say it was a Jew named Benjamin Cohen. Okay. Julia Hartley Brewer posts a tweet attributing the attack to another Islamic terrorist. Viewed 9 million. I thought, oh god, there's no way she's jumping on the. No, okay, she didn't. Issues an apology a day later, saying she did not correct her mistake earlier because she was busy. Wait, why did she? So she just said it was okay. So she said it was an Islamic terrorist, but was false as well. Okay. Oh god, she's a fucking nutter, man. Julia Hartley Brewer. God. Semyon Boykov falsely claims that the NSW Police Commissioner Karen Webb has confirmed Jimmy the Junkie as the killer. He mocks pro-Israeli accounts for falsely claiming the killer was a Muslim. Around this time, Mr. Cohen says he notices his name has been mentioned a few times online, but he isn't concerned. An Australian pro-Palestinian account tweets at Mr. Boykov claiming there are unconfirmed reports that the assailant is a radical Jew from the local area named Benjamin Cohen. Late Saturday evening, the Benjamin Cohen theory goes viral. Semyon Boykov posts to his Telegram followers, the Sydney Bondi Mall attacker has been identified by our subscribers as Benjamin Cohen. He is awaiting confirmation and then, in coded anti-Semitic language, questions the ethnic origin of the name Cohen. Bro. Oh, this is how they look authentic, isn't it? With the lightning bolts and shit. Bro.
Remember the Holodomor?
Bondi is pronounced Bondi. Okay. Admiral Bones, thanks for the Twitch sub. Really appreciate that. Get primed on, nerd. I will. Thanks. Is that what I can do? Can I say information was verified by my team, but the team is actually just you guys? Dragging your knuckles along the keyboard and screaming incoherently. He's missing one lightning bolt. Hey, good one. Post viewed more than 400,000 times, cites unconfirmed reports that Benjamin Cohen is the attacker. Bro. Jones. Okay, pro-Putin influencer. Data showing that, okay. What's this? Wow. Gosh. 11:03 p.m. Mr. Boykov posts to his Telegram followers about an unconfirmed report about the real identity of the Bondi attacker. He then names David B. Irvin as the potential attacker and posts a photo of a bearded man. ABC Investigations has traced the photo shared by Mr. Boykov to a picture on a porn site. It is unclear who the man is. Okay. Mr. Boykov again posts an image of Mr. Cohen's LinkedIn on his Telegram, which includes details of his workplace and where he studies. This time, he includes Mr. Cohen's page next to a photo of the real Bondi killer, Joel Kochny. These fucking names. Kochny? What do the experts in the comment section think? Is it Ben Cohen? He asks his 62,000 followers. Why don't the NSW police just release his name to stop the public speculation? Maram Sulsli, a Syrian-Australian conspiracy theorist that goes by Partisan Girl, retweets Mr. Boykov's mention of Benjamin Cohen. If this is true, it would explain why I thought he looked Israeli. In a now deleted tweet. No, not David Irving. Irvin. Different name. But okay. Mr. Boykov posts photos of Mr. Cohen and Kauchi side by side again and accuses NSW police of intentionally withholding the killer's identity. He makes the same post to his Telegram. He might not be Benjamin Cohen, but he certainly looks like him. What did the experts in the comment section say? Mr. Cohen told ABC Investigations that at this point he began receiving thousands of connection requests on LinkedIn, adding he was relieved that his social media accounts were already set to private before the attack. It didn't blow over. Overnight, several far-right and white supremacist personalities in Australia and worldwide start sharing Mr. Cohen's photo and name. Earlier in the day, many of these accounts had falsely claimed that the attacker was Muslim. According to anti-fascist research group the White Rose Society's analysis of activity on X, the mentions of Benjamin Cohen went from 125 to more than 72,000 mentions. Many of these mentions were those trying to debunk the false claim. Bro, all these, it's so funny how like tankies and pro-Russian propagandists and the far right, they just seem to end up in a very similar place as soon as a fucking Jew enters the room, eh? Like, or in this case, someone claims a Jew entered the room. Mr. Cohen recalled walking his mother around 1 a.m. on Sunday and telling her he was concerned about how fast his name and photo was circulating online. I was really hoping it would blow over in the morning. It didn't, Mr. Cohen says. Pro-Kremlin account with 220,000 followers on X posted it was being reported that the Bondi attacker could be Benjamin Cohen while posting a photo of his LinkedIn. Far-right influencer Cryptocurrency personality Matt Wallace shares the false theory that Benjamin Cohen is the killer. According to X's own statistics, his post is viewed more than 6 million times. The theory leaks into the mainstream. 7 News names him as the 40-year-old lone wolf attacker. Who the fuck is 7 News? What the fuck, man? No way. The electronic pogrom. Okay. Australian news channel. Okay. Shortly after, screenshots of the report naming Benjamin Cohen are widely shared, with those claiming the brief mention is confirmation of both an anti-Semitic conspiracy to suppress the real killer's identity and evidence of Zionist links to a mass casualty event. Ooh. The 7 News report misidentifying Benjamin as the attacker is also embedded in overseas media reports on the attack. 7 News has previously come under fire for misidentifying the wrong suspect. In 2021, it was forced to apologize to Niamal Man Terence Flowers after incorrectly broadcasting his photo in a news report about the abduction of Cleo Smith in Western Australia. A WA judge later ruled in favor of Mr. Flowers in a defamation case against the broadcaster, which was ordered to pay a confidential amount. Ben Cohen's father, Mark Cohen, goes online to begin defending his son from false accusations, oh no, and anti-Semitic abuse. Over the next hours, he sends 24 tweets trying to refute the claims. Oh no. First time on the internet. Correct the record. I gotta correct the record, guys. What's gonna happen? Nothing bad could happen if I present the clarifying information. Oh no. I feel so bad for this dad right now. Mark later tells ABC Investigations he initially assumed the screenshot of the 7 News article naming his son was fake or photoshopped. He said he couldn't find the original reference on 7 News articles or on YouTube. It had been changed by this point. Also, why would 7 News have something that the NSW police had not confirmed yet, Mark Cohen says. 8:16 a.m. Partisan Girl tweets screenshots and links to the 7 News online article and Sunrise broadcast that named Benjamin Cohen as the Bondi attacker, commenting, "Bondi attacker was Jewish. Name confirmed as Benjamin Cohen." Meanwhile, other Twitter users continue to circulate the screenshot of the 7 News article, wrongly naming Benjamin Cohen as the killer. 8:38 a.m. NSW police confirmed the identity of the Bondi killer as Joel Cauchi, a 40-year-old man from Queensland. Partisan Girl, who earlier gloated she was right for saying the attacker looked Israeli, questions why 7 News has removed its mentions of Benjamin Cohen from its YouTube description. Oh, we're going to see all roads leading to Rome. It's confirmation that it's a conspiracy and that they were coerced into taking it down. Mr. Boykov posts on Telegram that police have formally identified Joel Cauchi as the real killer, issues an apology to everyone he suggested might be the attacker. Previous unconfirmed reports speculating the possible identity of the man as David Irvin or Ben Cohen were not confirmed. Apologies. Visibly Israeli. The Twitter account that was the first to misname Benjamin Cohen as the attacker shared a screenshot of a 7 News report naming Benjamin with the caption, "Confirmed he was a Jew." 7 News removes the article. A 7 News spokesman responds to ABC Investigations questioning about its reporting of Benjamin Cohen. The mistake was human error and has been rectified. 7 sincerely apologizes for the error. The spokesman does not answer questions about where it sourced the name Benjamin Cohen, what verification process it undertook, or if it had been in contact with Mr. Cohen's family. Senior analyst for extremist research think tank Institute for Strategic Dialogue, Elsie Thomas, says there has been a personal and professional risk to Mr. Cohen's safety. There was a very serious risk to his personal safety and to him receiving personal harassment, as Mrs. Thomas says. 7 News has not covered themselves in glory, but there are also a lot of people who jumped in on this who should have known better. She says the saga demonstrated how much X has become a cesspool and an engine for harassment. Uh-oh. Cohen gives his first media interview telling news.com.au it's been a hectic night and morning. People don't really think too hard about what they're posting and how it might affect someone. It's very dangerous how people could just make stuff up and destroy people's lives, Ben tells news.com.au. His father, Mark Cohen, said his family had been inundated with calls from loved ones. Everyone's asking what's going on, people asking if it's true. Of course it's not true. He's not even a politically motivated person. He's just a normal kid who now has got to deal with this, Mark said. Whoops. When ABC Investigations called Mr. Boykov for comment, he records the conversation and later posts snippets of it online. He defends himself as an independent journalist, arguing his reporting was responsible because he used the word unconfirmed when referring to Mr. Cohen
Remember the
and David
Holodomor?
Irvin, sorry. Swampurtle, thanks for the sub. He says he merely observed the swirling speculation he saw. While he did eventually apologize to Mr. Cohen and others, he deflected responsibility to the NSW police for not publicly identifying Joel Cauchy earlier. This is the guy. He looks like, who's the guy? Okay, just a little bit. Just a little bit. The guy who throws a shoe. just a little bit. Okay. Ms. Musley was also partly to the call between Mr. Boykov and the ABC. The ABC has contacted her for comment separately. This morning, she tweeted that she was just reposting what was reported by 7 News. The truth is, I made the mistake of trusting the mainstream media, she said in a lengthy post on... Oh my god. Fuck you, man. Oh god. That's a good response. Well done. I am truly sorry for this error and any hurt it may have caused. I didn't mean to spread incorrect information, but I was deceived, like thousands of Australians, by Channel 7 News, who owe Mr. Benjamin Cohen an apology. What a fucking snake, man. Is that where she gets all her other information from? Ben Cohen and his father, Mark, speak with ABC Investigations about their ordeal. The family says 7 News had contacted them to apologize, explaining that a junior social media editor had made the error. Benjamin's father, Mark Cohen, characterizes 7 News' response to the family as subpar, telling the ABC they haven't measured up on any front. He says the 7 News report gave others the confidence to regurgitate the falsehoods online, evident by how regularly a screenshot from their website was shared to name his son. The blast radius is immense from what they did, he says. The Cohen family says Mr. Boykov was yet to contact them. While the exact reason for Ben's name first entering the online discourse remains unconfirmed, the Cohens believe the name being Jewish was no accident. I think there's just a very clear agenda being shown, you know? Ben says. I would look at the messages and the words they used before I would even entertain the idea that it was just an unfortunate name, Mark says. The Cohens say they are still deciding whether to pursue legal action. Fucking hell, man. What a mess. Isn't it just more telling that she trusted the mainstream media when it said something that she wanted to believe? Rather than, because she's making it sound like she was just going, oh, you know what? I feel like I'm going to be charitable to the mainstream media today and just give them a chance. No, you believe them because they said something you already agreed with. I'd already tweeted about before it was reported in 7 News. So, what a crazy fuck, man. Partisan girl. Oh. Apparently, Andrew Callahan went on Lex Fridman, didn't he? Channel 5 dude. Too long, though. 2 hours 52. God. God. He's made a comeback. It was a good podcast. Was it? Couldn't tell you. He's been pumping out really good videos. What, Channel 5? Is he still Channel 5? Are we going to watch more lowbrow debate bro lolcow content? You know what? Because you said that, Hybrid H, we might just do that. Yeah, that actually sounds amazing. Unless you want high, what kind of highbrow content should we watch? Should we watch a second thought video? Fuck me. Ugh. I'm trying to think. There's things I wanted to watch. We could watch Bassem Youssef on trigonometry, because apparently that gets heated. We could watch the finale of Destiny versus Alex on... I don't even know what they're arguing about this time. I think they did a finale, though. Actually, it might not have even been streamed. Or it might have been taken... The live VOD might not even be there. He was wilding last night. I didn't see it. I was busy. On Hinge with the F&F stuff. Yeah, the stream's not there. I'm guessing it got taken off. Oh, maybe it's what's the guy called? Alex, what's his channel called? Playing with Fire. Oh, they debated Fresh and Fit. Oh, I thought they were actually going to debate more Palestine stuff. I thought we were going to get Truck Discourse 2.0. I don't think I care about the pregnancy shit. This is a good thumbnail, though. You can't take away from the fact that this is a good thumbnail. What about Double Down News on October 7th? Nah. Let's go updated. October 7th, old news, man. No one cares about October 7th anymore. We're watching Bassem Youssef on trigonometry. Wait. Oh. Because I can't imagine these guys are going to push back particularly effectively. Oh! Excuse me. Okay, because trigonometry, what a stupid channel name. It's the kind of channel name that they must have named that channel thinking, like, you know, when we reached 2017, this is just going to be old news, right? Like trigonometry. Oh, God. You triggered, bro. These guys are like centrists, which basically means that they're center right, at least. That's what happens when you call yourself a centrist. For some reason, you become right wing. Like, okay. Anyway, let's see.
If you were the Prime Minister of Israel on October 8th, what would you do?
If I'm the Prime Minister of Israel like Netanyahu, I'm a killer.
Also yoked. He's also absolutely yoked.
I'm a mass murderer. I've been killing Palestinians.
What would you do?
If I'm the Prime Minister of Israel like Netanyahu, I'm a killer. I'm a mass murderer. I've been killing Palestinians all my life, and I've absolutely had no pushback, so I would kill.
What should Israel have done?
Just, if you don't have hiding behind the jokes to, okay.
In your opinion, that's all I'm asking.
Not this.
But why are you arguing with other people who are not here?
No, but the argument is...
I think the thing is he can actually not answer the question, but do it in such a swag way that it's still entertaining to watch. Oh, God.
Crazy. To me.
When I tell you not this, to tell me, so what? As if I have to come up with a solution. The Israeli governments all throughout their years have always chosen force, have always chosen military conflict, and they are not interested in peace. As a matter of fact, they're talking openly about the end of days.
Bassem, great to have you on the show. One of the reasons is we haven't talked about the Israel-Palestine situation enough. Nearly enough. And actually we haven't, for the reason that when October 7th happened, we had a few people on because we were in America. It was easy to access the people we wanted to talk to. And those are mostly what you would, I guess, say is a pro-Israel perspective. And we've struggled to get people on since who are sensible and who want to present a different argument. So it's great to have you on. And I guess the way I feel is I think we see two main perspectives being talked about in both the mainstream and actually new media as well, which is, you know, there's one side which is genocide, 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 and the other side is, you know, October 7th, therefore Israel's allowed to do whatever it wants. And I think that's kind of...
That's you guys. Both of those opinions at once. The best clip from Trigonometry ever.
Oh, and welcome to Trigonometry. I'm Francis Foster.
I'm Konstantin Kisin.
And this is a show for you if you want honest conversations with fascinating people.
Our brilliant guest today is already taking the piss out of us. It's the amazing American comedian Theo Von. Welcome to Trigonometry.
You guys have, we call it autism. I don't know what you guys call it, bro, but we got it over here. Everybody's got it.
Oh, and welcome to Trigonometry.
Okay, good one. Good memes. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, this is it. Oh, okay.
Not where most people are from speaking to people here in the West. I think a lot of people feel that what they're seeing out of Gaza is horrific, absolutely horrific. And on the other hand, they also feel that what they saw on October 7th was horrific, and they sort of expected that response because that's what most countries would do, is what I hear from a lot of people. What do you make of that, and how can we add some nuance to this discussion?
What do you mean most countries will do? So most countries will go and kill 30,000 people?
No, most countries would kill a lot more. I mean, if you look at 9/11...
So we should be happy with 30,000.
No, I'm not saying happy. I'm saying this is
God,
what...
he's so good at what he does, man. Oh, God. I'm actually just glazing the rhetorical skills.
people feel would happen in response to something like October 7th. Just from speaking to normal people. Whether it's right or
but
wrong...
But why are we resetting the clock at October 7th?
I'm not resetting the clock.
No, but here's the thing, because it's either like October 7th, but what about October 2nd? What about September 15th? Like the whole idea of like people think that there was like a ceasefire before October 7th. That's not true. 3 weeks before October 7th, Israel bombed Gaza 3 days straight. And there was no music festival to do that. I mean, before October 7th, there was 234 Palestinians killed in the West Bank, which is not even in Gaza. There's like 70 kids killed. That's without October 7th. The thing is, you only see October 7th, but the fact is, like, if you're a Palestinian, what options do you have? You throw rocks, you're a kid, you throw rocks and your limbs will be broken. You join armed resistance, you're going to be called a terrorist and killed. You don't do anything and you sit in your home and your home will be confiscated and your land will be confiscated in the West Bank. You boycott BDS and you don't have a job. So what are you supposed to do? And the fact is...
But that argument plays both ways, is what I'm saying to you, which is why a lot of people are kind of conflicted, which is why I don't...
Well, there's no conflict, because before October 7th...
But let me make the point, Bassett. Hold on. Because I don't want to have a big argument. I mean...
I think there are degrees of resistance that clearly some people, like most people would say, are more supportable than others, right? Like, when the Palestinians did the first Intifada, not the second one, the first one, that gained them international support. Even though some civilians were killed, like some Israeli civilians were targeted and killed, the majority of that movement was things like strikes, mass demonstrations, rallies and things like that, like boycotts. That was something that still got them attacked. It got them suppressed, but obviously it didn't lead to 30,000 people dying. So it is quite easy to say, like, to suggest a few alternatives that would have got you a better result than paragliders and shit. That's not armed resistance. I mean, there were armed confrontations in the first Intifada, often between Palestinians and troops. Mostly the weapons used by Palestinians at that point were like knives and stones and shit. Not paragliders and RPGs, but okay.
Interested in your perspective, but I have to put the
Did they actually get results? The first Intifada did bring results. Like what came after the first Intifada? International support. That was a big thing that came from the first Intifada. another thing that came out of it was basically the event that convinced Yitzhak Rabin that Israel could not hold on to the territories forever. After the First Intifada, the peace process was instigated. During the First Intifada, the peace process was being instigated. So yeah, actually, that's probably why people in the PLO thought that a second Intifada during those negotiations at Taba would have been a good idea. They probably thought, because they felt like the First Intifada had actually moved their cause forward for once, and they thought the second one would do the same. The problem was the second Intifada involved a much more well-armed youth movement of Fatah, but also Hamas, and they were actually out there like going into Israel and suicide bombing people in fucking clubs and shit like that, or pizza shops and buses, and the blowback from that, especially after 9/11, was that America was not supporting that, and Israel elected a prime minister who had no interest in negotiating. So
question to you that I think a lot of people would want the answer to, which is, if you were the prime minister of Israel on October 8th, what would you do?
You see, that's again, you're resetting the clock. You are judging people what you do for their reaction.
Yeah.
Before October 7th, there is a total of 100,000 Palestinians killed and injured.
Agreed.
You cannot keep pushing people to the limit, and when they react violently, okay, what happened October 7th?
No, let's accept your argument.
What happened October 7th?
Well, I'm going to ask you that in a second, but let's accept your argument. For the sake of argument, I'm not saying this is what I think, but for the sake of argument, let's say the October 7th...
He's too annoying for his eyes to save him. I feel like he would be such a good person to talk to, though.
Was a perfectly justified uprising on the basis of all the terrible atrocities Israel has committed. Let's say we accept that. Okay?
Ooh,
You're the prime minister
hypothetically.
of Israel on the 8th of October. What would you do?
Yeah, because if I'm the prime minister of Israel, I will do exactly what Netanyahu does, because Israel have been doing more stuff than this and was getting away with it, was getting away with murder.
But that's what you would do, right?
Israel just killed 7 international workers from the UN. And you know what they did? Oh, sorry, you know what? It's war. I mean, mistakes happen. We're sorry, guys. Up yours.
Do you not think that's true, though?
Of course not, because there is a history of Israel killing international workers and UN with absolutely no consequences.
I'm pretty sure the number of international... So a lot of aid workers have been killed in this war, but like not many of them have been international. That's even from the list that says 196 or whatever killed. Most of them were locals, not international. I don't know why. Like that, you can say that doesn't make it any better, but he's not like that. I don't know why you would say that they've been killing international aid workers as a kind of like fucking routine. Or
Israel today stopped the Gaza war. You know what will happen? Israel will be applauded. Thank you so much for just killing 30,000 people. We're so happy that you just killed those amount of people, and there will be no consequences for the murders and the war crimes that Israel have been doing for 6 months. It's crazy. You think, like, you're asking me what should I do? If I'm the prime minister of Israel like Netanyahu, I'm a killer. I'm a mass murderer. I've been killing Palestinians all my life, and I've absolutely had no pushback. So I will kill. I will do exactly what Israel
I don't mean if
did.
you were Netanyahu. I mean if you were the prime minister.
If I was, I wouldn't have done the stuff that would have led to October 7th.
Fine, but that's not really where we are. That's not the reality of the situation.
No, the reality of the situation that you want to corner people on October 7th and you forget what happens before.
That's not, I'm not trying to corner anyone. I'm saying...
You just asked me if I was the prime minister of Israel.
Yes.
If I was Netanyahu,
no,
I would do that. If I was Bassem, I wouldn't have done the stuff that
okay,
Netanyahu...
this guy's actually kind of infuriating. I don't... It's just such a... Just say you reject the question. You just don't want to answer the question. It's like, okay, we'll try something else. Like,
has done that would lead to October 7th.
Fine. What I'm trying to get at with you, I don't have an agenda. I'm trying to understand from a normal person's perspective who's not as informed as you are, right? I'm not as informed as you are, how to think about this issue, because I'm telling you, this is what a lot of people
If I'm a
think.
normal person, how would I accept that, like, my family would be killed, injured, and kidnapped every day? Before, everybody talks about the hostages, which is terrible, of course. But you know that there's 5,000 Palestinian hostages in Israeli prison, but we don't call them hostages. They are prisoners because they were arrested by people in uniform. because they were put in prison institutions. So we don't call them, but as the fact of fact, they are hostages. They're kidnapped in the middle of the night from their families, and they're put in the prison. And half of those 5,000 people in prison, there is no accusation against them. If these are not hostages, what are they? We talk about rape, but we don't talk about the sexual violence that has been committed against Palestinian women for all of these years. But we just take Israel's word for it. We don't talk about murder, and we don't talk about the murder daily. Since October, in 1 month after October 7th, in the West Bank, 40 children were killed. If 40 children were killed here in London, the whole world will be like up there in arms. But nobody cares because they are Palestinians and their blood seems to be not as equal or not as precious as Israelis. I'm not talking about your opinion.
He's right that about half of them are held in administrative detention without charge. The other half do have charges. So I don't know, like, the ones who are there without charge, though, I need to learn more about that, like why they do that for those people. Because it's all very vague. Calling the ones who are actually imprisoned with charges, I don't think you would, why would you call them hostages? Doesn't make any sense.
I'm talking about how the world is doing.
But what I'm trying to get at with you is, you see,
yeah, you're supposed to use it. So the international law for administrative detention without charge is when there's a present danger and no other way to prevent it than detaining someone. But we don't know if they're using it in that way.
we're getting stuck in that same dynamic that people often have when they're having this discussion, where the pro-Israel people have their points and the pro-Palestine people have
Who's
their
doing
points.
the killing, Habibi?
Habibi.
Who's doing the killing?
Well,
who's doing the killing? Who's stealing the land? Who's pushing people out of their homes on every single day? Who's putting another human beings in a concentration camp conditions and bombing the shit out of them for 50 years? And then you come and talk to me about October 7th.
Like 50 years? Was Gaza getting the shit bombed out of it in like the 1970s? Habibi, yeah. I mean, compared to, again, it's all about comparison. This is the problem, is that before, even like before up to the first Intifada, or before, let's say, a couple of months before the first Intifada, there was economic like downturn in Gaza and the West Bank, and things were actually pretty like harsh. Israeli security measures against Gaza and the West Bank have always been harsh, but they have not been post 2006-7 harsh. They've not been always like that. Before, in between sort of 67 and 87, Israel allowed like autonomous organizations to organize themselves in Gaza and the West Bank. Like you had the Islamic Center from the Muslim Brotherhood, which eventually became Hamas. They had like autonomous control over mosques and like healthcare units and welfare. They had a blood bank. They had all this kind of shit. They Fatah had like a kind of equivalent in Gaza and the West Bank as well. They were not bombing the shit out of them in the same way that like he's trying to act as if this like post 2007 like mowing the grass shit has just been the norm in Gaza, and that's why Hamas came in, but it's not really like that. I wonder if but that's even the argument that Bassem Youssef would make in a different context. Like if we were talking about who created Hamas, he would easily talk about how Mujama al-Islamiyah took budget funds from the Israeli government, from the Israeli governor of Gaza. And not because they were nice or anything. Like the Israelis didn't like bring economic growth to Gaza in like 12% a year for like a couple of decades. And they didn't actually... They didn't allow these independent organizations, these autonomous organizations to function in Gaza because they were nice. They did it because it took the burden off of them. And they also did it because there were settlers in Gaza as well. So a lot of the economic growth that went to Gaza was incidental to them trying to connect up settlements and trying to provide like a kind of economic environment for them to thrive in. And then some Palestinians got to see the benefits of it as well. But yeah, the problem is I guess these two are not really going to have the appropriate pushback. But there's so many details you can talk about in these discussions that would make this quite an interesting conversation. But we're just going to see, like, oh no. It's just going to be triggering, isn't it? Let me see. Hey.
Point to you, which I think is a fair point.
Which is?
Which is that to a normal person who's looking at the situation, they agree with you in that what Israel is doing is atrocious and looks horrific. And nobody wants to. I'm a father. I don't want to see babies being bombed. It's horrific.
And yet it happens.
And yet it
and
happens.
yet it continues to happen.
And it's horrible.
And yet my tax money and your tax money is
you've got to let me finish the point.
Sorry.
Like, you are acting as if I'm some kind of hostile interviewer, which I'm really not. I want to get to the bottom of what you think, but I'm trying to put the mainstream, ordinary, uninformed person's perspective to you, which is where I'm coming from, right? To try and unpack some of these arguments. So, yes, the normal person is, and I went to the pro-Palestine protests here in London several times and talked to people, and that's what they all say, you know what, we're horrified about what we're seeing. But you also have to be able to see that any country, you say any country that's treated like Gaza.
Nothing Bassem has said here is wrong so far. If you think him saying that Israel's been bombing the shit out of Gaza for 50 years, if you don't think that's misleading, as in he's acting as if like these cutting the grass operations and these Gaza wars that happened from the mid-2000s onwards was the norm for Gaza for 50 years, then I don't know. You're just kind of... it's just, I don't know why you would let someone get away with that kind of like misleading rhetoric. It's so stupid. Like.
And the West Bank would react in this way. Okay, let's accept that. But I put it to you that any country that was attacked the way Israel was attacked would also react in this way.
Mowing the lawn,
right?
I know.
So if I'm an ordinary person, I don't know what to think about these two things. Is that a fair argument?
No.
Tell me why.
Because again, you are...
The whole what you do question is stupid and pointless though. No, it's not. No, it's not. If you think that this is as simple and black and white as possible, you can easily say because the immediate events are obviously, like, they change the circumstances from time to time throughout the conflict. Obviously, what should Israel have done in the 48 war is different from what they should have done in the 1870s, and it's different from what they should have done in the 30s. It's different from what they should have done in the 90s because the circumstances changed, even if you think the narrative is more or less consistent. Well, then, after it's day one, after October 7th, you're the Israeli Prime Minister. What's the right thing to do? And the reason Bassem Youssef can't answer that is because he knows that Israel was always going to do something that would have resulted in Gazans dying. He knows they're not going to lift the blockade, grant statehood, and just bring the wall down. They're obviously not going to do that because a bunch of their civilians would obviously die. He knows that they're not going to do nothing, because if they do nothing, what does that say to Hezbollah, who want to attack from the north? Or to Hamas, who say they want to do October 7th again? He knows it's a trap because it's trying to say there is no other choice. If there is another choice, you should have thought about it by now. You've had 6 months to think about what the other choice would be. How is that a trap? Why don't they grant statehood, though? Because even Resolution 242 doesn't say that Israel should grant statehood to Palestinians unilaterally. If they just granted statehood to, what would that look like? Who would be the government? Hamas or Fatah? Would they just have elections? If they did that, Hamas would win. They would have the 67 borders. I guess, I don't know what would happen to the settlements. Would they just become Palestinian citizens? Like, yeah, that... Hamas would claim victory for that if they got statehood after October 7th. And then if they get statehood after October 7th, what are they going to do? They would just use that to militarize and attack Israel again, because that's what they've said they want to do with any power that they have. Because what my opinion on what should happen, or Bassem, is not what the Israeli government would ever want, no? That's the point. there's lots of things I want that the Israeli government wants. I think the Israeli I think the Israeli government should stop settlements completely, freeze them, and dismantle as many of the illegal outposts as you can, and the smaller ones. Do that. Fucking get on it. You're 20 years late. Well, really more like 50, 70 years late, but that's easy. Is that a difficult thing for me to say? The Israeli government doesn't want to do that. Is that a difficult thing to come out with? Well, October 7th, what should they have done different then? I don't think they should have turned off the water, even if it was only for 2 weeks in the south. The one in the north was closed for 6 months, that pipe. As for what they should have done, I think they had a right to go to war with Hamas. I think they should have tried to uphold some kind of standard. I mean, they should have been transparent about their goals. They should have been very transparent about their goals, about how far they intended to go into the strip, what kind of contingency they had to think about afterwards, after they had destabilized Hamas or like delegitimized Hamas. They should have tried to do something, at least in the West Bank, to show that as a way of communicating, and also just because it's the right thing to do, but also as a way of communicating that that Israel is actually willing to negotiate with a party that doesn't do October 7th, is willing to negotiate with a party that is willing to accept their existence in the region. They should have done that. They should have, if they were going to do a military operation against Hamas, they should have been very, very, from the beginning, explicit and devoted to the protection of civilian life as much as they could. Like the thing with the border crossings, I think the Erez crossing could have opened a lot earlier than it did. Obviously, they waited until 6 fucking international aid workers were killed. And then they opened it then. The Erez crossing could have been opened earlier. Yeah, they could have, like, I think they were right to go to war, but they should have conducted it in a way that was far less fucking batshit. But the problem is that Bassem Youssef does not believe that, because there's no way that Israel goes to war with Hamas without Palestinian civilians dying. Maybe the death toll, if Israel had behaved more restrained and a bit more cautious about protecting human life, you'd still would have seen about 5, 10, 15,000 Palestinians killed. Maybe even more. That's my point, though. Asking what do you think should happen or what should the government do has only one real answer, which in itself is trapping the person into being asked it. Why is it a trap, though? Why is it a trap for this guy who is anti-Israel to say something anti-Israel? Why would that be a trap? If his answer is... Unfortunately, I think his real answer is that Israel should just stop. They should stop anything. They should stop the blockade, regardless of what's happening on the other side. They should stop... They should stop like their border security. They should really stop treating their like own country as if it's something that warrants being defended because it's all stolen. I think if I got deep enough into this guy's head, what he wants is for Israel to lower, for everyone, the IDF, all of Israel, to lower their arms and hope for mercy. That's what I think he wants. But, yeah.
Talking about like if that happened to us on October 7th, and you forget the atrocities that have been happening that led to October 7th. And
I don't forget.
Okay, so the thing is, it's you're really putting me in that same position. How can we react? It's like, look at what have you done before October 7th? Mm-hmm. And let's say, for example, you reacted badly. How long can Israel go in? And then we go into the position of like, what's a proportionate response? We've been asking what's a proportionate response since the death toll in Gaza was 3,000. Now it's 33,000. Mm-hmm. The thing is, there's no number that's enough. If this could go on for a year and you'll have 300,000 Palestinians killed, and the world will still asking, but what would have Israel done? Because we don't ask these questions when
the question still has to be asked, because whatever the background, whatever happened before, the question still has to be asked: what Israel should have done.
Exactly what they have done.
That's what they should have done.
Yeah. Let's continue. Kill Gaza, kill the people, and then
But
after they're done, let's go to the West
but
Bank
you're being
and kill
sarcastic.
300,000. Yes.
Yeah, but
Because it's. I'm sorry, because if this is the kind of conversation, like what Israel that have done, they have. Remember when Israel was saying like, oh, it's not us that bombed the Al Ahli hospital, it is the Hamas. Since then, they bombed 36 hospitals. Is that okay?
hold on. You're acting as if
Night, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Really appreciate that. Thanks so much.
I'm justifying anything.
No,
I'm not.
The question is very weird. What could Israel have done as if there has no other choice?
No, what could? What
Well, that's if there's another choice, say what it is. Because I feel like is this going to be the whole conversation? I've said everything I need. Okay, I'm getting bored now. Okay.
7th has happened, right? It's happened. What should Israel have done in your opinion? That's all I'm asking.
Not this.
Okay, but not this. Okay.
Should they have done anything?
Not this.
Should they have done anything? Should they have done more for the Palestinians? Let me ask them that. Should they have lifted the blockade? Yes or no? Like, should they have done anything about the West Bank? Should they have stopped settlements, or should they have built more settlements, or should they have launched an airstrike on Hamas targets? Oh God.
It's a negative. I'm asking what, in the positive sense, what they should have done. How should they
6 months
react?
and 1 more day, eh? Let's go.
My answer didn't change. Not this.
Okay.
But that isn't.
They are murderers and they are violating international law. They are violating every single international piece of law, UN resolutions. And then you're asking me, what else should they have done? I don't understand the question.
No. I'm not asking what else they should have done. I'm saying, if a country is attacked in this way, how should it react?
Maybe they stop doing what other people to do, so they will not be attacked in this way.
Okay, so you think that
they did it to themselves,
the Prime Minister of Israel, in the situation he's in, when X number of his own civilians have been slaughtered, is in a position to say, okay, we'll just stop doing whatever we're doing. We're not going to respond in any way. You think that you should do that?
No. Let him continue killing. I mean, your question is like you're going in and you are nuking a whole country because you've been attacked. Like, what else would I do?
But hold on.
What else?
But this is, I mean, look at history. Like, would you say that what the Allies did in Germany in World War II?
The Dresden conversation.
It's not the Dresden conversation.
Yeah.
We dropped 50 Hiroshimas a month on Germany for a year and a half.
And that's good.
Who said it's good?
This is the thing. It's like this is because this is the same talking points of Israel. Look what the Allies did in Dresden. What did it's just the fact that like something horrific that happened in the past does not justify what you're doing in the future.
No,
now.
I'm not saying that something horrific happened in the past justifies what we're doing in the future. And by the way, I'm surprised about the way this conversation is going, because before we started, you were like, "I'm a big fan of you guys," and I really am keen to have an honest conversation.
Because the question is very infuriating. The question when you ask people, if you're in Israel position, what you should have done.
Yeah.
Again, you are asking me to quantify the reaction of the atrocity that's been happening all through. And what else did you...
No.
Like, if your only choice is killing children and killing unarmed civilians, and show me one war where 80% of a place were destroyed, 50% of the victims were children, and 100% of the population were displaced, and then you tell me you don't have any other choice?
I didn't say any of those.
Quite a few wars where that kind of shit's happened. I mean, like, if we're talking World War II was insane for the amount of damage that was done and the amount of displacement that was. It was like millions upon millions of people displaced and fucking killed, tens of millions of people killed and shit. Oh God.
Things. All I'm saying to you is there is a reality of where we are, right? And whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not, I don't like it, you don't like it, right? But it's not going to get solved by pretending that Israel is in a position.
And how could it be solved?
I have no idea. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay, good.
But you say not like this, and you don't give a positive.
Well, I have
vision.
no idea either. But what is happening? Israel is a rogue.
Well, that's a fair answer.
Israel is a rogue. Israel is a criminal. Is a war criminal.
Okay.
And has been getting away with murder and genocide for years, and the international community and international world is letting it get away with murder and genocide every single day.
He thinks Israel is as bad as 45 Germany. That's not the point. The question isn't about. Wait, who are we talking about here? When people talk about war and comparing the atrocities and comparing the level of civilian death and all that, it's not because, like, you don't make military decisions you don't make military decisions based upon how bad the regime you're fighting is. You make military decisions based on proportionality. You weigh up collateral damage versus military advantage. If you have a cause for war, yeah, I know Bassam's saying it's as bad, whatever, yeah. If you have a cause for war, if you and you can show, which I think Israel does, I think you'd be kind of insane to think Israel doesn't have a cause for war against Hamas. I know some people tried to make the argument, like there's a really obscure legal argument that doesn't make any sense that no one seems to sign off on. Yeah, even Finkelstein doesn't buy this idea that because Israel's the occupier, they can't go to war with Hamas. Like, yeah, that's silly. But as far as that, if you have a cause for war and you have a clear objective, and I don't think Israel's objective is as transparent as it should have been. That's one room for critique. But if you've got your cause for war, you just have to show that your military advantage outweighed the collateral damage from each particular strike or an attack. So nothing to do with how bad the regime you're fighting is.
And then we are left with, sorry to say, a useless question of like, what's the proportionate response? What else can you do if it's your country? What you have done?
I didn't ask, but
no, you asked what if you are Netanyahu, what would you have done?
Yeah.
And I would tell you,
That's
if
a
I was
fair
Netanyahu
question.
and the whole world is letting me do whatever I want,
didn't
I would
say
do
if
it.
you're Netanyahu. I said if you're the Prime Minister of Israel.
I wouldn't have done the stuff that have led
my
to
sense
October
is you're a
7th.
very
So the right answer to this question, in my opinion, stop giving Hamas backing to exist, right? Yeah, but Israel wasn't giving Hamas backing to exist. Israel can't just defund Hamas because they don't fund Hamas. And they didn't fund Hamas before October 7th. They allowed other countries to give funds to Hamas, like Qatar and shit like that. But obviously that stopped. But it's not just stopping that. Like Hamas still has weapons. They still have military infrastructure that they've built up for over like 25, 30 years. Actually, even before they took power, they were building up their military presence in Gaza. They controlled like almost like half of the mosques before they took power. So, Ref Top, thanks for the $4.99. Bassem is assuming it's a zero-sum game and would just prefer that Israelis die rather than Palestinians, but it's too much of a coward to say it. It does sound like that, but what can you do? The ideology of Hamas exists because people feel oppressed. I mean, that's like the kind of leftist 101 interpretation of it. The problem is that Hamas's ideology is not just popular where people are oppressed. It's definitely part of the reason, but oppressed people don't always go into suicide bombing and October 7th, right? Oppressed people do, like Mandela was oppressed, the ANC were oppressed, and they, at the end of the day, pushed for a peaceful coexistence with white South Africans, and they didn't like run around targeting civilians in the hundreds with suicide bombings and fucking like unwinnable wars and shit like that. They were like quite pragmatic and quite considerate, and they actually worked quite hard to reassure the South African population that white people in South Africa had a future in the country that they were going to exist in together, the Rainbow Nation and shit. So there are different ways that people react to being oppressed. Iran does not support Hamas and Hezbollah because the IRGC is oppressed. That's not why they do it. I agree with Bassem. Bad questions. No one asks Ukrainians what they would do if they were the Russian president. Why? That's because it's a boring question. Because every single Ukrainian would say, withdraw. It's an illegal invasion. Withdraw from Crimea. Withdraw from the Donbass. Withdraw from Kherson, Zaporizhia. Fuck off. Give it all back, and probably give like $18 trillion in reparations or rubles. That's what they would say. That's an easy answer. Go back to the borders that Russia recognized in 1994 with the Budapest Memorandum. Go back to the borders that you promised to uphold. And I think if you ask Ukrainians and Poles, that's what they would say as well. They say they want it all back.
different person to Benjamin
Well, if
Netanyahu.
I am the Prime Minister of Israel, I wouldn't have done the stuff that would have led to October 7th.
I totally accept that. But my
If you were
question,
the President of the United States, if you were Tony Blair, if
Yeah.
you were in the would you go to invade Iraq because
absolutely
of,
not. I was on the
Exactly.
streets protesting against that war.
Exactly,
And
exactly.
against, I didn't support the war in Afghanistan.
Exactly.
I didn't support the war in Iraq.
But 9/11.
Well, Iraq didn't do 9/11 though. Is that really the comparison? I think if 9/11 happened and it happened in London and it was done by Wales, I think Tony Blair probably would. And the majority of people in Wales supported it, and there was a Welsh army that was devoted to doing 1,000,000 9/11s if they had the chance to, as many as possible. I feel like there probably would be a war against Wales. No,
If you were in America, how could you not invade Iraq?
keep your heads down, Wales.
because it had nothing
That
to
is
do with 9/11.
that's
But-
exactly,
but-
that's exactly the answer of your question.
Yes, except Hamas, which controls Gaza, had everything to do with October 7th.
And what about the killing that's happening in the West Bank as we speak?
Completely wrong.
Mm-hmm.
What
So-
about?
So why is he doing
I
it?
think the reason we're having this conversation this way is you think I'm arguing with you.
No,
I'm really not.
My answer is not directed to you, it's directed to the narrative.
But you're speaking to me, so let's speak to me, right?
Okay.
So your answer, I take it.
Why he lost hope? If he's lost hope, why is he doing these segments? Okay. Okay, whatever.
And correct me if I'm wrong, to my question of what's the positive way forward is you don't know because it's impossible situation. to
Because
resolve.
no,
other than Israel should stop what it's
no,
doing.
because it's useless. I have to say it's useless. Because
Useless?
I have lost hope.
That's a good answer. Let's
Yes.
talk about that.
I have lost
Let's
hope
talk about that.
because you have a country that's getting away with killing children on camera in front of everybody, and everybody's like, too bad.
I don't think everyone's like that.
Really? Have you watched Kirby, the spokesman of the White House? We say like we've seen Israel killing people. It's like, well, they're investigating.
It doesn't speak for me. I'm looking at it going, this is horrific.
But you and Francis, we're not the people in charge. The people in charge, the people in power, the people who are holding the strings, the people who are really making things happen in the world don't care.
I don't think that's true either.
They don't care.
I think they care. They just don't know what to do, like you and me.
No, they don't care. They look at Palestinians as lesser group of people, that it's okay to kill as many of them as possible. There is not a single country in the world. You talk about Iraq, you're talking about, there has not a single modern warfare or old warfare where the kind of casualties we've seen happening on a daily basis in front of everybody, it's happening and nobody's doing anything about it. So that's why I lose hope. Like the thing is, like, Israel, okay, what will be the number that will make you say, okay, that's enough?
It's not a bad number.
100,
look, we killed 500,000 civilians in Germany because we felt that was the only way to end the war.
Again, that's a bad example. And we shouldn't do it because we evolved, we as humans, we cannot say we enslaved like millions of black people and that should be, and that's okay. Because
But that's a different example. If we stick with
you can argue that there has been evolution, obviously, because Israel could firebomb Gaza. Like if back in World War II, they were able to kill 20-something thousand civilians in Dresden, a city of like just over 500,000 people, in 2 days, with like what, just a little plane, and you just drop the bomb down, and just hope it hit, and just I guess you once you see the city lights, once you're above the city lights, just drop it and just hope it hits whatever. I feel like with the technology that they have now, Israel could do a lot worse than the firebombing of Dresden, but they're not doing it.
Germany example, we did have to do that.
no, you didn't have.
Yeah, we did.
Did you have to?
It was the only way
Did
to
you have to
destroy-
rape 2 million people, 2
Of
million
course
women?
not, but that's a different thing.
Why?
Because destroying infrastructure like factories and railways and,
Did we need to drop 2 atomic bombs?
in my opinion, yes.
Oh,
In my opinion, yes.
So
Because
basically,
that
in
saved
order
lives.
to end the
That
war,
saved lives.
in order,
That saved probably hundreds of thousands of lives.
absolutely.
It did.
Absolutely.
Because Japan, even after the bombs were dropped, the Japanese military tried to stage a coup because the emperor wanted to surrender. They were going to fight to the death. Invading Japan would have cost hundreds of thousands
So this
of
kind
lives.
of argument justifies whatever damage
No.
we do to other human beings
No,
because
not at all.
Uh,
Not
so
at all.
so basically
Not at
killing
all.
30,000 Palestinians will save more lives.
No, I didn't say that.
but
I didn't say
that's the
that.
argument.
No, you said
it's very much like what you're saying is. Oh, so what you're saying is.
number is going to be where we say enough, as if we reach a certain civilian casualty and then we're like, stop.
I'll give you the answer. There's no number.
Correct.
Tomorrow, if a
Correct.
million Palestinians killed in one day,
Probably.
people will not care.
It's not
Because people stop caring about those people because we were told that those people are animals, they're terrorists, there's Hamas or Hamas sympathizers or Hamas voters, and they should be wiped out. I'm not talking about you.
What do you mean people don't care? But I feel like we've had Biden threatening like changes of policy if he doesn't get a change from Israel. We've got Israel under so much like international pressure that they've actually allowed in more or less like 500 trucks a day in the last few days. I think it was like first it was 200 something going in food trucks, then it was like 300, 400, 500. I think it was one day when it was 500. Even though before October 7th there were never 500 food trucks going in every day. There was more like 70. And they're not doing that because they have suddenly started being far more sympathetic about Palestinian fucking life. They've done it because of pressure. They've done it because they're being like basically fucking berated to by the rest of the world. I don't know. I feel like Israel is pretty, is getting pretty rattled on the world stage by what's happening right now. And that is affecting their decision making. Because it's a bit convenient. I've said this before. It's quite convenient that the Erez crossing suddenly became fit for business as soon as they had a massive international blowback from the rest of the world over those World Central Kitchen killings. Like, if you look at Gaza on a map, the whole situation right now has been that there's a massive lack of aid in North Gaza. And one of the reasons for that is that all the aid crossings are here, Kerem Shalom and Rafah. So although the aid gets in, it might be enough for the entire strip, but there's no fucking way you're going to get enough aid vehicles who are willing to go through here and have a safe passage to go all the way through here to bring it into the north, where it's a lot more unstable and where it's a lot more dangerous. It's just interesting that after WKC happens, the Israelis suddenly decide we're going to announce that we're going to prepare the fucking Erez crossing for opening it up. Because now, like, you'd have aid that could go in potentially like 10 minutes away from Gaza City, 15 minutes maybe. And it's just interesting that they never really mentioned Erez until that happened. No, I don't know if Erez is open just yet. It probably won't be open for...
Wallahi, I'm not talking about you. But
why don't you talk to me?
No. I'm talking to you as people
but let's talk about my opinions or what I'm putting to you, right?
Okay.
I don't think Palestinians are animals. I don't think they're bad people or anything.
Also, this does not explain why so many Western countries give so much aid to Palestinians. Like even ironically, remember Germany in the ICJ. I think in Gaza, the second largest provider of funding is coming from Germany. You know, like Germany, the United States, like a lot of these countries do give quite a lot of money to Palestinians, so to Gaza and the West Bank, and have done even before the conflict started, before October 7th. So stop lying. You're part of the problem. Adding on to the nonchalant feeling towards Palestinian deaths. What do you want me to do? I don't know if you've noticed, but everyone is quite like at eventually some point, people on this side of the world, everyone is fairly fucking nonchalant about it, okay? Even the people who go online on their stream and they scream fucking genocide for 5 hours and then they log off and go to like some fucking party or go and buy some like fucking fancy clothing or whatever. Like everyone is fairly nonchalant about this, okay? It's not like compared to what? Unless I'm setting myself on fire, or what do people do when they protest? Like they go home and they go back to their lives. I don't know. I just think what's maybe more valuable is to talk about where the particular issues are and what can actually be done to help people and to stop people from dying in the numbers that they are, or to prevent things like a famine from taking hold in the north of Gaza. But the problem is that when people don't want to have that discussion. They want to say that Israel wants to do a engineered Nazi-style hunger plan in Gaza. They're allowing a bunch of civilians to block all the trucks from entering, which also isn't actually being done. They are really just precipitating a mass famine because they're just doing it very slowly because it gives them plausible deniability. Oh, they're dropping like dumb bombs, and they're like indiscriminately bombing, and they're targeting civilians, and they're targeting kids, and they're doing this because they just want Gazans to die. They just want as much Palestinian blood as possible in the next 6 months. The people who tell you all that are nonchalant as well, because that analysis or lack thereof gets you nowhere. It doesn't tell you where the actual problems are or where the opportunities there are to alleviate the suffering and to save people's lives. That it's just grandstanding. It's just grandstanding over mostly disinformation and like just hyperbolizing and fucking like ridiculous fucking narratives, and that doesn't get you anywhere. Like how I know it maybe looks less nonchalant for someone to be like, they just want to see all the Palestinians dead and they're doing the genocide and they've got the Western support and they think Palestinians are animals and they're doing a blood libel. Like, if that's really that's really a lot more animated, and but that's actually more nonchalant because that doesn't get you anywhere.
Like that. We're talking about the situation as it exists.
And yet you react differently for the death of Palestinians, for the death of Israelis, because...
do I?
Yeah, you do.
How so?
Because in October 7th, which is seems to be our starting point...
It's not.
1,139 Israelis were killed, and I don't know, 170...
And I said that's wrong.
Yeah, of course. But then you're asking, if I was the prime minister, what I should have done. But you never ask yourself, if I was Palestinian, what if I have done? Because here's the thing.
Sorry, ask that question again. If I was
If you are Palestinian, how could I react to those daily atrocities to me?
But I already said, for the sake of argument, let's accept that October 7th was a legitimate uprising.
I'm not saying it's illegitimate.
I know you.
I'm not saying.
I know you're not. I'm saying.
If you're a Palestinian and you have all of your family
Bassem, do you know what for the sake of argument means?
Yes.
Right. We're exploring the idea.
So if you're the sake of argument, if you're a Palestinian in the position of like all of your family were killed, all of your...
What's the other guy? The other guy is just a spare part for this interview, isn't he?
Front line.
Okay.
He said
I wouldn't be killing civilians.
You wouldn't?
No.
But if you were a prime minister of Israel, you would kill civilians.
I didn't say anything about what I would do if the prime minister of Israel, right? What I'm saying is, if I was someone in Gaza whose family had been killed, I'd be very angry, obviously. I'd probably be angry.
But you will have the civility not to kill civilians.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But if you have a prime minister, I will not...
Why would I
but if
kill
I'm the
women
prime
and
minister
children?
of Israel, I will be justified to act with no civility.
Did I
because
say
what
that?
happened. No, but I'm saying...
But why are you arguing with other people who are not here?
But but the argument
Just
is
talk
crazy.
to me. Bassem, you're here with me.
I know, but the argument is crazy.
Why?
We are trying to find justification or other ways for Israel to react differently, as if that's the only way.
Can I just say...
Because when I tell you not this, so you tell me, so what? As if I have to come up with a solution for the murderous prime minister who's been killing people for the past 6 months.
No. Our partners Give Send Go are hosting thousands of...
Can I just say, firstly, this reminds me of my childhood, so thank you guys.
Who's mummy and who's daddy? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't see gender, it's 2024.
Oh my God.
Having
I'm surprised Bassem liked that joke.
said that, I think it's very important for people to understand, because obviously passions are very high when it comes to this subject. What is it like for the ordinary Palestinian before October 7th?
What's it like?
What was it like? So just explain, what is it like to live in that area? What rights do they have? What rights are they being denied? Etc. Because I think people need to understand.
So there's this kind of like image that, oh, we disengaged from Gaza. We left you guys to do whatever you want. But actually you disengage and then you put a siege. There was no access to air, sea, and land. Everything has to go through something. There have been actually a time where Palestinians were put on a calorie count. So the kind of food that was admitted, the kind
Bassem,
of...
can I just ask a question? I know this is very passionate to you. If you could just slow down slightly,
I'm
because
sorry.
people.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So basically, I know that they've been used a lot like an open air concentration camp or prison. 2 million people lived in the most concentrated, more dense area in the world, and you have no rights. You have no...
Someone keeps telling me this calorie count document was never actually implemented. Is that true? Apparently there was a defense ministry file that they used food restrictions, but was it ever actually, like, someone said it was never implemented. Can I see that? How do they know how much food to let into the strip? Hmm. It was implemented 2010 to 2014. Hmm. The thing is, there was never, like, people would even say back then that there wasn't a lack of food in Gaza around this time. The problem was that some people were had food insecurity because of unemployment and shit like that, or like. But it's not that the food wasn't there, like it wasn't in the strip. But I'm trying to see if that policy was ever actually implemented. I thought it was, but I know that one advisor said putting Palestinians on a diet, but not let them die of hunger. But again, this is just a quote. I don't know if this is like someone who actually was speaking about a policy that got put into place. The Israeli Defense Ministry said the Red Line study was only ever a draft, was aimed at ensuring there was not a major health crisis. The quantification was not done in order to arrive at a minimum threshold or restrict the quantities, but to ensure there was no shortage. Is that all that happened then? Because it's making it sound like Gazans were just being kind of like restricted in their dietary intakes, but I don't think that was ever the case. Because apparently the calculation was what, 2,279 calories per person, in line with the WHO's guidelines. Yeah. Okay.
No right to travel. Everything has to go through another authority that controls your food, your electricity, your water. Some parts of Gaza, you're only on 2 hours a day to get water. I mean, you can go on and on and on. There's just like massive books like written. If you're living in the West Bank, your land is being taken away from you, being eaten into your land every day. Your house could be just like settlers can go in, take your land, and kick you out. You to go through like a 1 kilometer distance, you have to go to like 7 or 8 checkpoints. As we speak right now, there's 2 units in Hebron, and this is something called Yehuda Scholl, who is the founder of Breaking the Silence. He's an ex-IDF soldier. He said, like, as we speak right now, there's 2 units on an 8-hour shift in Hebron that their only mission is to maintain the presence or make their presence felt, which they can go into your house, a house that intelligence tells you that there's no threat, goes in, separate men and women, ruffle the feather, ruffle everything, break everything, go from house to house. This is like the daily life of Palestinians. They have no humanity, they have no rights. Even if you are in the West Bank, I'm not even talking about Gaza, you are not allowed as a Palestinian to have any fertile land in Area C, which is all of the fertile land. You as a Palestinian, your water share is 1/5 or 1/6 of a settler. You're not allowed to dig for wells. You're not allowed to dig for water. You're not allowed to actually, even if you, it's a very inhumane way, and it's been going like this for 75 years, and nobody's doing anything about it. So at a certain point, you as a Palestinian, you can at a certain IDF soldiers can come in, take you, put you in prison, put you on administrative detention for months and even years. There's some that have been in jail for 10, 15 years with absolutely no accusation. Israel is the only country in the world that tries children in front
This is
of.
better. Like, now he's actually describing like problems with the occupation, like big problems with the occupation. Okay. 75 years? People just say 75 years, even though like Israel was still doing incursions into Gaza and the West Bank in the 50s and 60s before the Six-Day War. It's not like they were completely absent. I feel like he's much better in this situation. Like, I get that's the problem. Is like he's very good at explaining why Palestinians are frustrated, and he's very good at explaining all the like the suffering that they go through. Like the water thing is true, and also that like 70 liters of water, whatever the Palestinians get in the West Bank a day, it's below the UN recommendation as well. So the recommended minimum is 100. So like, and there's no security reason for doing that. That's just like punitive. Like it's just horrible. So there's a lot better input now. Apart from the fucking calorie to keep them like just hungry enough to live, but like not enough to live comfortably. That's stupid. That's like, I don't think that ever actually happened. Okay. Let's see where we go from here. It's just irritating that like people can get so good at describing the hardship and like adding, I guess they like to add their stupid embellishments like concentration camp and shit, but they freeze up when you ask like what should Israel do about XYZ situation like October 7th. Like that's kind of annoying. He doesn't explain why Egypt enforces the blockade. He would either say it's because Egypt is El-Sisi is a Western stooge, or you would say that. Yeah, that's what he would say. That's it. He would just say Egypt is a Western stooge. They made peace with Israel like in the 70s. They're whatever. The real answer is partly that, but it's also because of weapons going into the strip. Like, yeah.
Of military court with 99.7% conviction rate. There's nothing that never happens anywhere. So that is even, I didn't even scratch the surface. And when
Did you see that Saudi helped to shoot down Iranian drones? I did not see that. I saw Jordan and America did, as well as Israel, but I didn't know Saudi did. No.
when you do that on daily basis for 70,
Because I guess the strikes didn't all come from Iran, though. They came from places where Iran had launch pads. So that would have been Iraq. I think, did they come from Syria as well? It wasn't just Iran, though.
at a certain point, people will crack, and people will throw rocks. If you throw rocks, you're a child, your limbs are broken. If you are a Palestinian and you take a dagger and want to fight back, you will be, of course, killed and you'll be labeled as a terrorist. But what happens is that they are responding to the daily terrorism that has been happening for years. And nobody is caring because we have already decided that those group of people do not have the right of equal living or equal right. And that's very distressing. I'm not at all like, I don't like Hamas, by the way. I don't like the whole idea about Islamization of the conflict, because I think that's the worst thing, that like putting religion has become Islam against Judaism. That's wrong.
Okay, agreed. Absolutely.
Because Palestinians also, there's a lot of Christians, and those Christians are having also their rights are taken away.
Yeah.
Even if you're a Christian from England and you go there, people will spit on you from the Jewish side, because they think like, you know, Christians are like are lesser than them. So it's not just like a Muslim against Judaism thing, right? So we have all of these rights taken away as human beings. And at a certain point, you will rise. At a certain point, and I talk this about like, it's so easy, killing and oppressing people remotely has become so easy. You're sitting behind a screen with your remote and you're flying a drone and you kill them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this kind of remote killing, we became so, you know,
desensitized.
At a certain point, we had to have a sword and I have to put all of my force to drive into your body, right? Now it's like, pim, and a whole block is gone. And I make this example in many other podcasts. I say, if I go and take a knife and I kill you, I'm a terrorist. But if I'm sitting in my $64 million F-16, pushing a button, dropping an $16,000 A4 bomb on a whole block, decimating you, that's war.
Yeah.
If I go in and I kidnap you, that's terrorism. But I go in with my units and I kidnap 100 people per day and put them in my prisons and have legal background because of my course help me and put you in prison, that's not.
I mean, here's a question: what percentage of the hostages had committed crimes against Palestinians versus what percentage of prisoners in the Israeli system had attacked Israelis? It's such a stupid comparison. Like,
Kidnapping, that's imprisonment.
I'm really glad you made the point about Islam and Judaism. I have family who come from the Middle East. My grandfather was Lebanese. He was Lebanese Christian. And this conflict is much more complex than people who boil it down to Islam versus Judaism. It's quite a facile way
like
of
the way that he, again, because it's abusing the fact that most people just don't know that much about the conflict. When he says, I'm using a knife to fight back, it's like, what's he referring to there? Is it like, because some people get arrested for trying to stab a security guy in Jerusalem, or they get jailed for chasing a just random civilian with a knife, and then they get shot or they get arrested. But they keep saying fighting back, like, as if every like knife attack in the West Bank is just like a self-defense situation where they're being like attacked or threatened with their life by an IDF soldier or something. There are people who are arrested for no reason, yeah. Settlers do it worse than anyone. Settlers will dress up as the IDF in like kind of like half-assed costumes where they're still in fucking trainers or whatever. They'll do that. And then that's kind of where you see the worst excesses from, like these settlers who dress up as IDF soldiers and kidnap people and fucking abuse them and shit like that. But I don't think it's like this, like the norm in the IDF is just to go and like randomly abduct someone for absolutely no reason. Usually when the IDF like takes people prisoner, it's either because the person's done something or because they think the person's done something. And often they might go off of poor intelligence or something like that. Or because maybe worst cases is like one of their relatives has done something. But it's not just like they go in there and just find like a bunch of find 200 randoms. But okay.
In what is actually a very serious, complicated conflict. So that is the situation for the average Palestinian. And as we've said, we've only barely scratched the surface. Now, what role does the government in Gaza play? That something like Hamas, how much control do they have? How do they rule that particular area? Is it a democracy? All of these things.
No, it's not. I mean, like, this is like a group of people who are popular. By the way, I apologize for if my reaction was a little bit over the top.
No, but Bassem, just on that.
If you put a 13-year-old in solitary confinement because they pulled a knife at someone without proper legal recourse, that's kidnapping. You can call it that if you want. I maybe agree with you. It's just not the same as going to a fucking music festival and just grabbing someone at random or 250 people at random in one day, right? You have to understand that if someone talks about them kidnapping 250 people in a day who didn't do anything, to the administrative detention system, you're insane. They're not the same thing. You can say that the administrative detention system is condemnable, and it is, but it's not the same as just kidnapping 250 people random in one day after they've done nothing, okay? Like, stop. That's why that argument came up. It came up because people are trying to compare the two things and make them analogous. They're not analogous.
The only thing I hope we can talk better on is I'm really trying to understand your perspective. I'm not trying to like drive talking points or anything like that. So maybe when we talk more later, I hope we can do it in that spirit. That's all. You don't need to apologize.
But I'm saying like the reason I reacted, I have to understand because I've been hearing these talking points. What else can we do? It's like, guys,
but they're not talking points from me. And I have more questions for you.
But here's the thing. I mean, I don't want to go to the history or but like,
of course.
But when this invasion happened, there was elections. It was a free election. Hamas took.
How many of the captives were soldiers? You think half? I don't know if would reservists count as. Hang on. Where did you get that from? That half of them are soldiers. Hmm. Not gonna die on that hill. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea.
53% of the vote, not
Fine.
even the vast majority. When that happened, there was like a boycott, and then Israel put them under siege without any bullet being shot. And the story that has been put into people's mind, we disengage.
Yeah, because like people don't understand what reservist means. Like a reservist on duty, that would make sense, right? Because if you're on duty, then you can like literally just go and do an attack like in a few hours. But if you're a reservist, just like you have reservist status because you did your IDF training when you were a fucking teenager and now you're 35 years old. That's not like, I don't think that makes you a combatant. What's this? Whoa. This is the Shin Bet releasing detained terrorists, 100 of them. Okay. Because of budget issues. I know the Israeli right wing like really hates this. The Israeli right wing gets really, really fucking mad. Even they even complained about the hostage exchange because they exchanged hostages for Palestinian prisoners who had attempted murders, like attempted suicide bombings and shit. And they thought that they were basically just saving a few hostages to get more Israelis killed later on in the West Bank in some kind of like attack with all these released people. That was a whole thing with the right wingers. Ah, this is the wrong. Why do I have this one open? Stupid. Oops.
They elected Hamas. They killed Fatah, the other Palestinian authority, and they started throwing rocks at us. That did not happen. There was like a whole like 18 months between the election and the stoppage of ceasefire. And in that area, Israel went in and killed the head of the security forces in Palestine. So Hamas retaliated and kidnapped Gilad Shalit. And then there was like no more ceasefire.
Oh,
and
hell.
then Israel attacked Gaza. So the whole idea about like we let them go, they voted Hamas and they tried to attack us. That's not the truth. Now there is a local authority which is Hamas.
Yeah, but the fact is that if Hamas didn't attack Israel after this engagement, what incentive would Israel have to go into Gaza to do anything? And that's the problem there is that you can say Palestinians have a right to armed resistance, and they do, but you still also have to consider whether or not armed resistance actually, like what kind of armed resistance and what will you get from it. And the question is like, what kind of armed resistance should Gazans have done after the disengagement that would have helped the population there, that would have helped Palestinians? Like, arguably nothing. Like, the rocket stuff that didn't help anyone. The attempts to break through the border wall didn't help anyone. The suicide bombings and the using like people to get like sneaking people into Israel to launch attacks didn't help anyone. Could Israel just capture the people again after they got the hostages? Well, that's the thing is that if it's Israel, right, you assume that they just kidnap people anyway. So they could just, they could release the Palestinians into the West Bank and then just kidnap them again. But I think what's more likely is that Israeli forces tend to kidnap, quote unquote, these people when they are either planning something criminal or engaging in something criminal. Or they have like some reason to rather than just like, so I don't think, has that happened yet? Have any of the released prisoners actually just been rearrested without any reoffense? Has that happened? Don't know.
Of course, like they're trying to govern Gaza, but
yes, it happened.
How can you govern a place where you don't have any access to the outside world when you're on the siege, right? And if you put people with their backs to the wall,
not without reoffense. Wait, what happened? Wait, did anyone who got released in that hostage exchange kill anyone? I feel like you'd be hearing it from the Israeli right all day if that happened. Was there? Released Palestinian prisoner arrested. They attempted. Who? Attempt. How's the car bomb lady doing? I have no idea. So one of the people released in the deal was convicted in 2015 of attempted murder after stabbing a soldier and wounding her seriously. 15 years in prison. Most of the freed Palestinians were held for attacks. Where's this attack story? Is it in the? Can you put it in the Discord? I know you all remember the fucking car bomb person because it was in my that debate with Raheem. But yeah,
will have resistance, and the resistance will not like it because it's resistance. It could be about what you call it, about Islamic, you call it terrorist, you call it jihadi, you call it whatever. If a foreign country came into come in London today, came in England and occupied you,
We'd probably roll over, mate.
no, there would people that will be militarized and they will use religion, and they
Tommy Robinson would guard us while we sleep. That's what would happen.
will have Jesus, and they will have the cross, and because but when people pushed into the world, they would be radicalized.
Yes, of course.
Right? So you cannot just push people into that situation. And then we talk about Hamas, right? The Netanyahu, in 2019, there was a recording of him bragging about financing Hamas. He was talking about that openly. People talk about like how Palestinians were given many opportunities.
They weren't funding him. Oh God, what did he say there? Did he actually say
He was talking about that. In 2019, there was a recording of him bragging about financing Hamas.
He wasn't financing. Oh my God. This is a right-wing Israeli argument because the money was Qatari money, not Israeli, going to Hamas because of a rift between the PA and Hamas that meant that Hamas were like fucking had holes that needed plugged, and that money was presumed to be humanitarian. So right-wingers, understandably, from their perspectives, would say, well, why would you allow this humanitarian, quotation marks, money go to Hamas when they're just going to use it for weapons, which apparently they did now, at least allegedly. So should they not have done that? Should they have seen humanitarian leaks getting plugged by Qatari money and been like, no, don't do it. Block it. Block the aid. Is that the argument we're making?
He was talking about that openly. People talk about like how Palestinians were given many opportunities and they let it away. And yet you have Netanyahu on record saying that he has personally sabotaged the Oslo Accords. So you have all of these in front of you.
That's true. The settlement expansion and the Jordan Valley in particular. Yeah, that he did do that. I think like anyone who's bragging about shit like that I think he exaggerated his role in sabotaging it, but he did completely fucking roadblock it when he was in. So
you have all of these people taking like, we're not going to have two-state solution. Palestinians don't have the right to exist. Palestinians don't have the right to have a state. And then you're talking about the reaction, and then you focus on that. So every time you tell me Hamas, I will tell you Netanyahu. Every time you tell me October 7th, I'll tell you what happened before. Every time you tell me what...
The Bibi-funded Hamas thing is the new Victoria Nuland phone call. It is. It's so stupid. Oh, God.
What should we do now? It's like, I don't know, because you have made this happen. You know, like, remember, you've marched against the war in Iraq. How did that work for us? How did that work is the word saver? After all of the trillions of dollars being sent to all of the British soldiers and the American soldiers that were killed, all of the people who were killed in Afghanistan, did that actually work?
Iraq didn't attack us, is the difference. That you have to accept that's a different conflict, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. But again, you went in and you made an excuse. The WMDs that never existed.
Agreed.
Yeah,
right?
agreed, yeah.
And then you are now making other excuses. And you're making other excuses to decimate that. Even if Hamas attacked you.
What a bizarre. Huh. Okay.
It does not justify killing all of those people, decimating a whole region, a whole city, a whole place.
I don't think anyone feels that's, well, no, I'm sure there are some people who feel that, but as I said, I think when we started the conversation, I think most people are horrified at what's happening.
Yeah, but
rightly so.
But here's the thing. There is a certain narrative that stayed in people's mind that made them justify what happens. First of all, the number of people that died on October 7th. And yet nobody's talking about the Hannibal Directive and how the Israeli forces that were actively involved in killing many of the hostages. And it was, and this is my problem.
Oh, they're not gonna. There's many. You can do a lot with the word many, can't you? We also don't actually even know if it was the Hannibal Directive. It seems unlikely that it was because there's only one fucking incident.
And about like how the media covers this. Do you have Israeli channels and media like Artists and Israel Today and Channel 12 who talked openly about the choice of the usage of the Hannibal Directive that have inflated the number of casualties from the Israeli side? Because
They said that they wanted to investigate whether or not it was used on that one house where there were 14 hostages being held and it was hit by a tank. They don't actually know whether the Hannibal Directive was ordered, whether someone made a mistake, or whether someone wasn't making a mistake, but they just made a very bad decision, whether a commander or a general approved of a bad decision, or whether or not the decision was just made by someone sporadically, like in the tank. Like, we don't know any of that, but that's many. Fuck me.
because their own troops were bombing or shooting at the kibbutz. Right?
So what do you think? What
Now,
do you
let
think
me
is
finish-
the okay?
let
Sorry,
me-
of
let
course.
me
Yeah,
finish
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
And yet, the Western media went with all of the killing that happened October 7th, and nobody talked about the Israeli reports. You talk about like the gang rape, and then the Israeli report that decapitated babies, and the Israeli reports like that didn't happen. And yet, the Western media did not even translate these reports.
Okay,
And
it's really boring. It's so boring. It's just a fucking disinformation fucking fest. What actually happened? Maybe they'll debate it. I don't know. Hello, eclipsing sun.
Hi,
Hi, how's it going?
it's going okay. Yeah, so I was listening to the Bassem Youssef interview.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure what your position about what Israel should have done. But yeah, like when this question is asked, the pro-Palestinian side, they never answer it. And I'm not sure what the pro-Israeli side think about that. But for me, I think there's an answer, which is, yeah, I mean, Hamas should be eliminated after October 7. But in like in an ideal world, it should also have been like a wake-up call for Israel that the current situation is yeah, like it can't go like this forever. So ideally, they should have realized that they should change the situation for Palestinians so that they don't feel the need to do attacks like this. So what they should have done is that they should signal to the Palestinians, or in this case, specifically for Gazans, that they want to launch a war against Hamas, but they should mean that truly and act in a way that would make maybe not maybe I mean Gazan, if they are getting bombs, then they would still feel shitty about it, but yeah, like to signal to them that the war is against Hamas, and then act in a way that would make that believable. If they have done that, then I think it will also have it would be easier to eliminate Hamas if because Hamas then would have less support from the public.
Yeah, I get, because I feel like a really obvious thing is just that, like, if they get rid of Hamas, then they can't really continue to blockade Gaza, like, for example. Or if they eliminate Hamas and then there's no and there's like a more unified opposition from the PLO or the PA or whatever, then they can't just keep on expanding settlements. So they shouldn't do that anyway. So yeah, there's definitely like a kind of two directions thing. Is like fight Hamas, but also try to advance towards a at least in the direction of a peace process that doesn't just like produce the same conditions for Hamas to come back. But I guess the thing you're saying there about like doing a war to make it look like they're only against Hamas and not the Palestinians is, I don't think you're ever actually going to convince Gazans of that, because even if Israel did everything right, I think if they were very surgical, if they were very extra careful, like they checked every target twice as much as they do, they didn't turn off the water, you're still going to get collateral deaths. Like you're still going to get a lot of them because of just how Hamas fights and because it's urban warfare. Like that, you're always going to get that. And then you're never no amount of like evidence of good proportionality calculations convinces people of why their fucking, like their loved ones just got killed by an Israeli bomb. So I don't really know if they can really send that message very effectively at all, but it's still something they should do, because that's like, at least internationally, it would make more sense, because it would be more within the law. It would be more within IHL. So
Yes, that's the why I said that, Gazans would still feel shitty and probably angry at Israel. But I believe that there would be a difference in how they feel. Like, when they see like someone with white flag getting shot, I think there will be a difference. At least, maybe in the like the intensity of how they feel about Israel, because like on some level they would understand that what Hamas did is really fucked up, and Israel need to respond. Like even if they are the ones being affected by that the most. I think deep down they would know that Hamas fucked up.
yeah, maybe. I mean, I know that there's a lot of anti Sinwar sentiment in Gaza right now. Whether or not it's anti Hamas in general, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's the case based on the polls, but yeah, I don't know. In any case, like, I think what's more likely to happen is the Qatari kind of like Emirati idea of like Palestinian technocrats being put in place, instead of like going for democratic elections for the beginning, at least until there's some kind of process where Palestinians can have their cause advanced and have their rights advanced to them, and so that they become less interested in groups like Hamas and rejectionism. But fuck knows, that's like that's uncharted territory, unfortunately. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm probably going to shuffle through quite quickly, but do you have anything else you wanted to say before we go?
No, that's it.
Okay, thanks for coming on. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Ooh.
And yet, these stories were the reason that people accepted the massive killing of Palestinians, because, like, oh, look at what happened. They raped
what happened
people.
on October 7th?
All I was going to ask you is to flesh out what you think happened on October 7th. Because when I went and spoke to protesters, there was a whole range of opinions. Some people said it never happened. Some people said it's
No. Of course they happened. No.
And then you were saying some details didn't happen. So
I can tell you.
How many people do you think were killed?
According to the Israeli reports, the official Israeli reports, the papers that were submitted even to International Court of Justice, 1,129 Israelis were killed. 1,129.
Okay.
Out of those, 735 were civilians, and the rest were military and police.
Okay.
So 735 civilians. Babies, one baby were killed under the age of 1 year, which is Mila Cohen, 10-month-old, no decapitation. A total of 14.
I had this in my Obsidian. I wonder if that's true. I wonder if that's exactly on point. 9/11 was 3,000 people. Yeah. He seemed really thrilled to say no decapitation. Yeah, well, that's what it is. There was a breakdown. The breakdown from Times of Israel was really weird because the way that they I remember the way that they categorized the age groups was kind of odd. Let me see. Did I get it from here? I can't actually remember where I got it from. Fuck. It'll be like an accessory article or some shit. Oh no. Was it from an article about breakdown of Israeli deaths, October 7th, Times of Israel. I think it was here. December, it's a few months after. So it was actually, yeah, they say it was 2 infants because there was the one that had the blurry thing over their face and there was the other one who was set on fire. So it was 2. 12 children under the age of 10. 36 from 10 to 19. This is why when people say 36 babies, or 36 kids, do they mean this? Because it's actually not 36 kids. It would be more than 36 kids. If you count the 2 infants, the 12 of the children. See the way that they've done this? 12 children under the age of 10, 36, I guess, from 10 to 19. So 19 and under, you've got what? 48 and 50. Okay.
49 children that were killed under the age of 19, 49, not 40 decapitated babies. There was no gang rape. There was, of course, there might be like a sexual violence, but like the whole idea about systemic that did not
What do you
happen.
mean? What do you mean there was no gang rape? Again, who said there was no gang rape? Who said there was not? Who said that? The UN didn't say that. The UN said that there was like at least decent evidence, or what was the exact term that they used? Reasonable grounds to believe. And that was in a 2-week fact-finding investigation, not like an actual investigation. There are reasonable grounds to believe that multiple incidents of sexual violence took place with the victims being subjected to rape and or gang raped and then killed or killed while being raped. Credible sources, bodies naked from the waist down. Credible information, rape of 2 women by armed elements. What do you mean no? What do you mean no? Just, is he going to say?
Happen again, according to the Israeli papers that were submitted to the international court. So now we have the truth. 735 civilians. I don't know, 170, 200. I don't know how many people were kidnapped. Now, if you look at these numbers now, does this justify 30,000 people killed? No.
He said there was no systematic. That's not what he said. Hang on. What did he say?
According to the Israeli papers that were submitted to the babies under the age of 19, 49, not 40 decapitated babies. There was no gang rape. There was, of course, there might be like a sexual violence, but like the whole idea about systemic that did not
So he said there's no gang rape. Okay, I'm sorry.
happen. Again, according to the Israeli
systemic one has not been disproven yet, just so you guys know. Like,
papers that were submitted to the international court. So now we have the truth. 735 civilians. I don't know, 170, 200. I don't know how many people were kidnapped. Now, if you look at these numbers now, does this justify 30,000 people killed? No. But you created like this shock value at the beginning. Rape people, decapitated babies,
but
cutting babies out of their wombs. That didn't happen.
Okay. Well, I'm relieved it didn't happen because it sounded.
And again, that doesn't mean that what happened is good.
No,
and that doesn't mean that
I
that
don't
happened
think-
is acceptable.
I don't
but
think
what
you're
I'm saying that when you go with the people with an outrageous story,
No, of
you
course.
you are priming people to accept what will happen.
also,
next.
the Israeli government, I don't think, ever said 40 decapitated babies. Yeah, we've done it a million times now. The only people who say 40 decapitated babies might be like crazy fucking American boomers who support Israel because they're Republican and shit. But the news didn't say it either. Hang on. The first news story didn't. The first news story said 40 babies killed and then people beheaded. It was like a separate fucking it was a separate sentence. Who's this? Hello.
Hello. I can't believe we're revisiting this, but
Okay.
me and you had this exact conversation and we looked into it. There was never anyone on the ground that ever said 40 beheaded babies. It was just a headline.
Mm-hmm.
And that spiraled out of control. That, like, I'm just trying to save you time by looking for the clip again and whatnot.
Yeah, I think yeah, I don't. It's just it was
just a
because of
headline.
the Israeli broadcast clip. It was this clip here, right? It was from I-24, and it was this guy going around saying that. I think this person
He
said
said
40,
beheaded babies.
Yeah, beheaded babies. Okay.
And he probably mentioned the number around 40. Now, I don't know how there's 40 at that settlement because he was talking about that settlement because I think overall it's like 38 children or like babies that were killed. 38, I think. I'm not too sure. But around that number that were actually killed. So I don't think like 40 children were killed at that settlement. In total, it was 38 children or like, like children by like 6 and under, I think. So I don't know how he got that number, but it was definitely never never said that 40 were beheaded.
I feel like I just need to keep on watching this clip because I always forget exactly what was said. But I feel like what was said was just.
I'm trying to save you time here.
Okay, I'll watch this one and then we'll see. Okay, cool. Take care.
Explain exactly just.
This is apparently the origin of 40 beheaded babies.
David, it's hard to even explain exactly just the mass casualties that happened right here. In fact, the Israeli military.
We can say the same about you. If we look deep in your head, I'm sure you want Palestinians on their knees being the Israelis for their life. Not hard, lol. What? Because of what I said, assuming about Bassem Youssef. Lower their arms and hope for mercy. Is that where you're getting that from? Are you watching earlier in the stream? The difference is you don't need to make assumptions about my opinions because when you ask me an opinion, I'll give it to you. So no, it doesn't apply the same way.
Says they still don't have a clear number, but I'm talking to some of the soldiers and they say what they've witnessed as they've been walking through these different houses, these different communities, babies, their heads cut off. That's what they said. Gunned down, families completely gunned down in their beds. You can see some of these soldiers right now comforting each other. Many of them reserves who jumped into action, leaving their own families behind as well, not knowing the sheer horror that they were about to come to. They say they've never experienced anything like this. This is nothing that anyone could have even imagined. When
Where
you're
does
walking
40
through
come
here.
up?
Baby cribs thrown to the side. Doors thrown wide open. Still some Israeli bodies still here because the fighting in this community just ended just recently. So many of these troops are still going house to house, door to door. It's taken them sometimes 30 minutes, 40 minutes because many of these houses are also still have grenades in them, booby traps. In fact, as we're trying to get closer to some of these scenes, we're being told, no, get back from some of these Israeli military because there are still grenades in the area. I want us to keep walking through, continue to kind of see the destruction that's happening on the ground here. Even something as simple as a soccer net just left to the side here as people were with their families playing. I see in the distance more bodies being covered. All the while as they're covering these Israeli bodies trying to evacuate everyone else from the territory, taking all of the casualties out of here. It's also littered with the bodies of terrorists. So we're hearing from one of the lead commanders here. It was anywhere from maybe 70 armed terrorists who made their way here from the Gaza border fence, which is less than a quarter of a mile away. And as I said, the atrocities that they committed, violence with guns, with grenades, with knives, targeting these innocent civilians inside their homes. So for the soldiers here, it's a very, very difficult scene for them as well. As I said, leaving their families behind, but they say they will continue to be here, continue to kill every terrorist who is in the area. You can hear we're very, very close to the Gaza Strip, so we continue to hear artillery firing overhead as well. Even as we were giving this tour, we were told to get on the ground and take cover because you're so close to the Strip right now, you don't even get the red alert. You actually hear the boom before you're even told to get to the ground. So this is the reality, and this is what all of these soldiers, you can see, none of them expecting this, but all of them being here, ready for the fight nonetheless, and proud to fight for their country is what I'm hearing as well. And so that's why they want to show the press, they want to show these very, very difficult images, David, but they want everyone out here because they want to see and show exactly what is happening here on the ground.
She didn't even say 40, did she? I think the Israeli Twitter account said 40 dead babies, not beheaded. Different clip. Okay. I just need to keep a hold of it because we keep coming back to it.
Well, interesting. Let me just ask one point.
You heard her say 40 at the beginning. Wait.
David, it's hard to even explain exactly just the mass casualties that happened right here. In fact, the Israeli military says they still don't have a clear number, but I'm talking to some of the soldiers and they say what they've witnessed as they've been walking through these different houses, these different communities, babies, their heads cut off. That's what they said. Gunned down, families completely gunned down in their beds. You can see some of these soldiers right now.
You're gaslighting me. She didn't say 40.
Because you mentioned earlier, what would happen if London was invaded by a foreign country? What would happen if London was invaded by
Wales?
The Irish? The Irish have reasons to be angry with England, right? And they had murdered 749, did you say, innocent civilians, and didn't decapitate but killed a baby. If you say people with their back against the wall are going to react, then how are people going to react in that situation?
By the way, my example that I said about London.
Right.
What if like a foreign country come in and this immediate country, I would be here, London or England are actually the position of the Palestinians. What I'm saying is, if you come in and you have your whole country like invaded and your whole military is decimated and you have nothing, you will have resistance forces that will be radicalized.
I understand.
So that was my use.
But
your use is that like if London was attacked now and London's still powerful and can retaliate, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm kind of bored of Bassem. He's actually not that interesting. He's just very charismatic, I guess. There's a video on this topic. Okay.
Here's how unverified information can...
From the Middle East Eye. Interesting. Okay, I'll have a look at that sometime. Those eyes, though. I know everyone likes his eyes, okay? Arab Robin Williams. Explain why World War III will happen. It's not impossible, I gotta be there. Oh, now I'm getting recommendations. JT Chapman, a second thought. Communist propaganda in the information age. Midwestern Marx. Riveting. I mean, they do call themselves propagandists. They understand what they are, so that's cool. Why not? Midwestern Marx is unhinged. He's just a dumb fucking bro. Israeli official admits the plot to create more illegal settlements.
יש חזון ביחס ליום שאחרי, והחזון האופטימי
Again, when they say
היחיד...
Israeli official, I don't like I know that Israeli people, even Knesset members, want to bring back fucking Gush Katif and shit like that, but like this makes it sound like it's a government fucking plan. Like it's not. As far as we know, it's not. The Intercept is running out of cash. Probably go broke by the end of 2025. Ah. Okay. Settlers rampage through a West Bank village. I don't even know what the fuck needs to be done about that. Why does Mahmoud Abbas or the PA just not do anything about this? Is it because they'll just be at odds with Israel and they don't want that? They don't want to start a fight or whatever? Because obviously if a PA PA policeman like challenges a settler, then it's all over. It's so bad. Or you'd think even fucking Israel could do something about it. Like, obviously they don't give a shit, but... Yeah. Where did it happen? Because if it's a Palestinian village, is it in Area C or no? Israel could arrest them. I know they could. It depends on where it is, though, because in Area A... Where was it? Which village was this? Who could have been there for law and order? Settlers rampaging through a Palestinian village. Did they say which village? Oh. What area is this in? Would it say? Divided into Area B and Area C. Majority of them in Area B. Area B means it's Israeli security, right? This area. If it's not Area A, because Area B is Trump. Area B is Israeli security, Palestinian civil administration. Oh. Okay. So that means it was the IDF that should be stopping it. Or the Israeli security, whatever the fuck they're called in the West Bank. Are PA police in Area B? Are they? I thought they weren't. Maybe they are. But I thought security affairs for Area B were done by the IDF. Or by I don't even know if it's IDF, it's just Israeli security. The waiting room? Yeah, 1 second. The world will end unless you get a new base. True! Get memberships and super chats, guys. Doesn't cost you anything, apart from whatever you pay for the memberships and super chats. Area B. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's civilian control, which means not security. And police would count as security, so... Oh, it's joint security control. Ah, so it's the PA. Okay, so the PA could be trying to stop stuff like that, but they just don't. Because Abbas is kind of useless. What kind of base do you want? I want a Mustang. That's what I want. Fender Mustang base. They're cute.
Oh.
Hello?
Oh, mad. Okay, it's the first time doing this with a streamer. Yeah, this is Jamie A, by the way.
Okay, hi.
Yeah, I was just wondering how you manage with all the campists, like, on each side, and whether you think, like, the campists on, like, the kind of pro Western side are kind of equally as bad because like when Iran was like attacking, I just I saw all these people like who clearly just want like who just don't care that much about Palestinians and just want to treat them as like their pet decolonization project and whatever. And just want to and don't really view any other actors in the Middle East as like their own states with agency. They just kind of want to view them as like their perfect victims and don't understand how Iran doesn't really care much about Palestinians. I saw Carla Walsh. Sorry, I'm going to stop ranting in a sec, but I saw Carla Walsh, if you know who that is.
No.
She's like she's the tanky of tankies, and she was basically just talking about how imperialism is over and how she literally talked about the woman life freedom movement being a CIA plot.
Okay.
And it's a good thing. I was just wondering whether you think like if you, how do you think we can deal with like the just brainless anti-Western campism like on our side, because I'm seeing it a lot and it's just like turn me off the left a bit, but even though I consider myself pretty radical.
Yeah, I have no idea. I think you just have to. The problem is that once you start to believe a bunch of things about a particular narrative, and in this case, like West bad, you just have so many examples in your head, even though half of them are probably not true and the other half might be exaggerated. I think you just have to contest people on like individual facts or claims. Like if someone thinks like the West is holistically bad, well, they might mention a few things that the West have done bad, but then eventually like they're going to come to something that they think the West has done that's bad that isn't, and then you can just challenge it there. I don't know, like I feel like that's the only way, and it's just like to just because to them it's a forest, right? And you just have to look at some of the trees and look a bit more closely at them. I don't really know if there's any particular way to like handle a campus or change a campus mind or fucking I don't know. But I think to people in the middle, it's probably worth reminding everyone that like defaulting to any kind of thing like that, or like that whatever the West does is bad and whatever its opponents does is good or whatever, like that, because that's kind of like the campus like position. Then like it's a very anti-intellectual thought process, and I think you do kind of have to look at the understanding of the fact that like nation states and leaders are never going to get everything right, or they're also never going to get anything wrong, like because countries act in their own interests generally. So it's kind of it's like naive. It's like goodies and baddies and shit. Yeah.
I mean, I do try to like balance my critiques because I saw some people, and these people aren't just neocons. There, some of them were liberals, like basically saying an attack on Israel is an attack on America, and some were alluding to war with Iran, and that was also incredibly worrying. And it's just, I feel like people like on all sides are kind of just forgetting that, like, there are human beings like at the center of this as well. I also had just one more quick question, and then I'll piss off. But I saw your like Twitter spat with that one guy. Obviously I don't think Israel wants like World War III, but do you not think it's possible that like Netanyahu would genuinely, to save his political career and all to retain like support from the US, would he not want at all war with Iran? Would you think it's like completely out of the picture? Do you think that's a bit insane to say?
Even if he does want it to save his career and he's that cynical, the rest of his cabinet, the rest of the war cabinet wouldn't let that happen. That's often the case, by the way. Even like from the 40s onwards, when there might be some people in the Israeli cabinet who want crazy shit. Usually, basically always, the cabinet opposes it, and sometimes that can mean people can go against the wishes of the cabinet or go act without the cabinet's knowledge. But for sparking a full-on war with Iran, nah, I don't think Netanyahu believes there's much he could do to push Iran into declaring a full-scale war, because like Iran they've got enough internal issues as it is. So no, maybe there's like a more than 0% chance, but it's pretty low. It's like less than 1%. Yeah. No, I just don't think that's really what was in their mind.
Yeah, I mean, I do think he obviously. I mean, it was an escalation when he hit the
Consulate, yeah.
consulate, but like, so I think he definitely wanted to rally U.S. support by doing something absolutely insane, which like, and if you actually, I mean, a lot of people, I'm not sure how linked this is, but a lot of people are linking it's really bad for international law because people were talking about the Ecuadorian attack on the Mexican embassy, which happened like a week after, as kind of just an example of how when one big actor, shows such a disregard for international law and norms, it will just spread, and it's just pretty bad.
Yeah, well, I don't know exactly what the international law is in this particular situation because there seems to be that most of the people who died in this strike were like they were part of the Quds division or whatever the fuck they're called from the IRGC, which is basically devoted to destroying Israel. Like that's their whole thing, and they help proxies to try and do that. So, but I don't know if that actually makes them military targets. I haven't actually looked into that, so I don't know. If it doesn't, then like I think it makes much more sense to think that they wanted to provoke a tit for tat. Like they knew that Iran would respond. They thought maybe Iran responding would help them look like they're being attacked by multiple world powers like Iran. It also helps America because America's come in and say, "Come on, don't escalate. Like no one, everyone step back now." And then they look like they're doing something. So yeah, it's I think it's just like a bit of a game, honestly. And I think everyone's basically got what they wanted from it now.
Yeah, I was. Yeah,
it could be that Israel wants a reason to take out Iran's nuclear program. That's probably the most likely big escalation desire.
Surely that would spark a war, though, would it not?
Yeah, that would. But I think Israel would be like that's what I'm saying is like that's like the one bit of leeway is that they might want to just like they're probably afraid that Iran might actually get nuclear capability and then it'll all be over, and they just kind of want to get it before like nip that in the bud, and they might be willing to accept a full-scale war in exchange for that, or just to set it back. I don't know. But that's again, I just don't know enough about that to commit to anything.
Yeah, I didn't find it totally unreasonable when I heard some like leftists saying like Netanyahu would be a dream of Netanyahu to help drag, especially if Trump gets elected, because a lot of people don't think. I actually do think Trump's a lot more hawkish than Biden when it comes to Iran. But so, especially if this tit for tat was to be over the course of a few months, I could definitely imagine Netanyahu thinking in his mind, yeah, okay, look, there's loads of people in the foreign policy establishment, particularly in Trump's administration in America, who would like a war with Iran. If I can escalate this, I can get them on our side and have them continue to sell weapons to us so we can continue what we're doing in Gaza. That was kind of my whole thing. And then it was just insane for me to see on Twitter because I understood that like there was no nuance. There was just the red triangle people talking about how imperialism is falling, ignoring how Iran is doing some pretty bad things to Kurdish people right now. And then there was just the people calling like Nikki Haley just pretty much calling for war with Iran. So it was just there was just no degree of humanism at all on Twitter, and it was just not nice to see. But
yeah, but especially when Iran's response is basically their way of saying we don't want to escalate, because that number of they could have fired a lot more munitions and actually caused quite a bit of damage. They have it in their capacity to do that. The fact that they chose not to, they chose to send enough that like they know would probably get intercepted. Like they knew that most of their like almost everything they threw would get intercepted. I think that kind of says something because they could overwhelm the Iron Dome and actually land a lot of pretty powerful strikes, but yeah, they don't.
And it was slow enough purposefully, to be fair. But
yeah, and they gave enough. They gave plenty of warning. They gave enough warning that other countries were ready to intercept this kind of stuff. So yeah, like there was a couple of American destroyers that intercepted a few of those strikes. So yeah. I don't think it's gonna. I think it's basically in everyone's interest to just leave it between Israel and Gaza mostly, but we'll see.
Yeah, I have to go, but there's one apparently. The border crossings, the aid crossings that Israel said it would open. I didn't look fully into this. I don't have time. Apparently, they haven't actually fully opened them for aid. I'm not sure. Maybe that's misinformation or not that I'm
No, they
spreading.
haven't. They haven't. The Eris crossing, because well, they actually said that the Eris crossing was damaged by on October 7th, and that's why they were going to reopen it anyway. But I guess they only announced it because of the World Central Kitchen killings. But yeah, apparently it's being prepared to reopen. Yeah, but it's not open
Okay,
yet.
so
No.
they have. Okay, so they haven't like basically. So it's not like they've lied and said they're going to open it, and they haven't. They are preparing to open it.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, unless they have any. If they don't, that'll look really, really bad. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they are dilly dallying a lot because I really don't. I don't think it's like you kind of convinced me that like at the beginning I went through a whole phase of thinking it was a genocide, then it's not a genocide but an ethnic cleansing, and I was just going through this whole thing. I do think they just don't really. I think it one of the you could actually make a point of like not saying it's genocide and make yourself kind of still look good in front of like the people the leftists who do think it's a genocide by saying like I don't think they care enough. They don't have the special intent because I think they don't like care enough about the Palestinians currently, especially post October 7th. They're just dilly dallying with aid. I know more food trucks have gotten in, but still, like, there's road blockages and everything, so and like pipes that were only just reopened. Like, so yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that was kind of it. I just wanted to come on. It was my first time ever coming on with a streamer.
Okay. Well, I hope you enjoyed
Right.
it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right,
Have
take
a
care,
nice
man.
day.
Bye bye.
Take care.
Wah. What do you think about Karantos leaving Kick or Keep? I don't fucking know. He's gone his own way. I don't know why he did it. Was it over the Pallywood stuff? Was that why he did it? Or is it just because he wants to go his own way? I don't know. Good for him. He left because of pressure. Ah. From family? Oh, wait, really? No way. Like he didn't want to? I don't think that's...
The food you think you're going to eat.
How do we reconcile between reports saying that aid is getting in and one on the ground who are saying it's not? I think my guess is you're reading two things and thinking they're the same, but they're not. I think it's the consensus that aid trucks are getting through the crossings. Some might not be, it might not be as fast as they want it to be, but they're getting through the crossings. But the problem is that once they're through the crossings, they can't distribute them effectively. That's what I thought the issue was, which isn't a disagreement. It's just, they might disagree about how good or how useful Israel's checks are. They might disagree about whether or not Israel could be moving faster with the checks, or Egypt as well, because I think that some of the checks are done at Rafah. But someone wants to challenge you on the 40 babies thing. Okay.
Mr. Hazard, please. Hello, Mr. Boner Box. I've watched your streams, and the certain person called Sev told me to talk to you, even though you're beneath me.
Okay. What'd you have for us?
What'd you have for us? I've watched your streams on me, Mr. Boner, and I really have to say, it strikes me that you have what I call Lebanese Alzheimer. You see, your reviews of your debates, of my debates, with people like Professor Morris, like Rabbi Shmuley, your reviews have been very partial to the side against me. And I'm here to confront you about this.
Okay. Well.
Come on, it's funny.
Yeah, it is. All right. I like it. All right, take care. Bye-bye.
I like that.
Bye-bye.
I don't know how to... Oh, God. How does that work? Is it big? How does that work? Is that an AI thing? How is it so quick to respond to what I'm saying? That's fucking crazy. I'm not prepared for that. I wasn't built for that discourse, for that engagement. Oh my god. This is the UN Security Council talking about fucking the meeting.
The United Nations
Fuck me. Okay, hang on. What is this news channel? What is SABC? Why am I watching this? The fuck? Sky News segment?
Now by the Israeli.
All options being considered. It's a voice modifier. Ah, so he's talking and the modifier's just doing that in real time. That's insane, dude. What the fuck? Oh, God. SABC News. Who are these guys? South African. Huh. South African news channel. Okay, well, let's watch that. You should have farmed that segment hard. Nah. I don't do memes, okay? I don't do funny things. I don't do humor. Nonsense. What I want is a bathroom break and a sandwich. Is that so much to ask? Lebanese Alzheimer's. Fuck. It wasn't actually about the 40 beheaded babies. It was bait. Hang on. Let's see what Hazard's saying. Hey, what are you saying?
Oh, I was coming in to correct some of the things Jamie said a minute ago.
Oh.
Like, also stuff you said as well. Like, you know, like, there is stuff happening to sabotage the Iranian nuclear program. Every now and then, nuclear scientists just die. Or there's a big explosion. Yeah, like, look, we can't prove it's the Israelis, but it's the Israelis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously, yeah. But I thought, is there not still this fear that their nuclear program is basically like still chugging away, and that maybe people just want to like hit it and set it back like 20 years as opposed to like killing a few scientists, or what?
Oh, they're doing their best, but they started building the nuclear program inside mountains.
Oh. Yeah, so you'd want an escalation to hit the mountains, right? Yeah.
Yes, but the kind of escalation you'd need to hit the mountains would almost certainly start a war. You'd need huge bombs for that.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll just wait and see what Iran does with nuclear weapons, eh?
Yeah, or just from the Israelis I've spoken to, it's they are stalling for time until the people overthrow the Ayatollah.
Yeah, that's also a
Which is
whole thing.
Hoping against hope, yeah.
Crazy.
There was one other thing I wanted to push back on you on about how you said that you thought Iran launched the missiles thinking or knowing nobody would die. I don't think that's true. Like, did anyone really know for sure that Jordan would help shoot them down? Or Saudi Arabia?
They gave basically everyone more than enough fucking warning. I feel like if they wanted to kill people with that barrage, they would have just done it, no?
Well, they could have. Also, they need to keep some of the Shaheds in reserve so they can sell them to the Russians. Like, I think they just underestimated how much response there would be. Like, Saudi Arabia shooting down those missiles probably isn't very popular with the average Saudi Arabian.
Mm-hmm.
And I would guess that we are not... Look, we don't really know what the average Saudi Arabian thinks. We don't really have media for it.
Yeah.
But first, there is another problem, which is general information asymmetry. Like, I can show you right now 3 different websites, which are Israeli news outlets reporting in English. The only Arabic outlet reporting in English I can name is Al Jazeera.
Yeah.
Like that again, that's another kind of information asymmetry, and I think that explains why people tend to model Arab states as having no agency, because we don't really have much of an insight into their thought process.
Mm-hmm.
I was hoping you'd have some pushback for me here.
I don't fucking know. It's like
Come on,
so
you're basically
okay. You're telling me that you think Iran would have like they did what they did, hoping that they would kill a bunch of people, or damage some bases,
or at least yes.
I don't know.
Well,
I'm
not saying I'm 100% that way, but like it's a possibility worth considering.
I don't No, I feel like they gave enough for even the Iron Dome to handle itself. I think they knew American destroyers were in the area. Yeah, they knew that Israel had time to prepare for it. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't think. But again, I don't know what we can argue over there. We're just going with like the same evidence and making different predictions or guesses.
Yeah,
Like,
well, at least we're coming up with a list of plausible possibilities rather than going, yes, it was definitely this.
yeah. But that's my stance. I feel like if they wanted to actually cause serious damage, they could have done what Hamas did. They could have gone 2,000 munitions, right? Like 2,000 rockets. Like they're better rockets as well.
Yeah, like I was honestly thinking an Israeli-Iranian war was about to start because they have never launched missiles openly from Iran before. It's always been proxies before.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
But
they
this
want. I think
something
part
is
of that.
changing.
I think part of that strike was what this part of the subtext of that strike was to say to Israel, we don't actually want a full war, guys. Come on. Like I think that there was. I think those rockets were whispering that message very loudly.
Possibly, but also even if that Saturday's attack didn't kill anyone, it will kill people in the coming days because it's depleting Iron Dome ammunition, and the Israelis can't shoot down rockets and missiles forever.
Yeah, maybe. And depending on how many rockets Hamas still and PIJ still have to fire, I know they have some.
Yeah.
Or whether Hezbollah increases like their rate of barrages, that might actually lead to escalation. Yeah.
Or it's a race of can the IDF produce more Iron Dome ammunition faster than anyone else can produce rockets and missiles? And I would guess the rockets and missiles can be produced faster and cheaper.
Yeah, and it depends on what Israel does in response. Because if Israel escalates even more, if they go like a one-upmanship, then yeah, that'll say something as well. Yeah, don't know.
Yeah, but then Biden told Bibi, "You've got to win and take it." So we can tell what the Americans want Israel to do now.
Yeah, I think if Israel does, so my guess is the next thing Israel does will look like they've done something, but it won't be much at all. That's kind of
Or do you know about the G7 thing?
Nope.
So Biden and Bibi are going to try and take this to the G7, which will make it more of an international institutional response to Iran rather than America and its puppet state going after Iran again.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like getting the best of both worlds, where Israel can respond and it doesn't look nearly so bad for Israel in the eyes of the international community.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Where's that? Where can I see that?
Sorry, I don't have a source for this offhand. Let me just quickly Google it. Sorry, this was just a thing I remember from yesterday, and I didn't come in expecting to need sources.
That's okay. I just wanted to see it for the stream. It'd be good.
Yeah. Okay. This is. I have no idea who Euroactive is. I've just put this in the side chat, but there is a whole bunch of articles reporting on this, including the Guardian and Reuters.
Okay.
Oh, and Al Jazeera.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yes, there's enough articles reporting on this that is definitely true.
Okay. Oh, the G7 condemned the thing, called for restrict. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. One other thing.
Yeah.
I hadn't heard about like Iran giving a warning for this attack, but I've heard about this at 8:30 our time on Saturday nights. That was when I messaged you asking if you were covering this.
Oh, as in I mean the warning as in they after the attack on the fucking consulate, everyone was saying, is Iran going to start a war? Like, yeah, because Iran was like saying they were going to retaliate. Yeah. And not as in like a warning, is like, we're going to give you a rocket barrage at this time on this day. Not like that, but everyone knew something was coming, right? And the rhetoric from Iran was that as well, right?
Oh yeah. Like,
they were going to do
I had some
something,
information having followed this live, and it was happening like at 8:30 in the evening UK time, so 10:30 in Israel. That was when we knew the drones were going to take off, and then we knew it was going to take about 10 hours to get there, and it did.
Yeah.
Along with the missiles got launched. Rafi, of all people, actually told me this, that like they knew about the missiles launching. It gets to 2 in the morning local time when the missiles are supposed to arrive, and they didn't. And it took us ages to find out it was actually the Saudis who shot them down.
Okay.
And so I remember it got to 2 in the morning, and I was thinking, come on, where are the missiles? They should be here any minute now. And then we start questioning, is this report even accurate? Because Rafi was telling me this was like anonymous sources within the IDF, and I thought, oh, maybe they're wrong.
Well, the Saudis to the rescue of the Middle East, eh?
Yeah, or the Saudis are openly saying now that October 7th was plotted by Iran. That's huge.
Are they saying that?
Oh, yeah, there's statements from Saudi officials saying that October 7th was to put the peace talks on hold. And yeah, to us, obviously, but it's a huge step if the Saudis are saying it.
Yeah, that is big. Yeah, I wouldn't have expected them to say that.
Oh, no, me neither. That's why I was so shocked by it.
Okay. Cool. All right. You can stay in here if you want, because I need to go and make a sandwich. So I'll be gone for like 5 minutes.
Okay, I will try and entertain your stream for a minute.
Good luck. All right, take care.
That's fine. I'm good on stream. All right, audience, tell me how I'm wrong. So yeah, 6 to 10 hours, but like 10 hours was the estimate that was being given immediately as it happened. Yeah, I guess I'm friend of the stream now. My name is Hazard. I edit for Not So Erudite and Food Shops. I fairly regularly go onto Food Shops' stream as well. And like I was talking about this on Sunday morning my time. So that was just a warm-up for this, I guess, in front of a much bigger audience. Oh, and Windmill Stalker, it was an anonymous source, so yeah, it could be bullshit, but I reckon the Saudis have enough message discipline to make sure that this is not just being randomly leaked. I think that's them like try like floating it as an idea to gauge public opinion, because that's how stuff often happens. Like a few years ago, the Iranian government started talking about buying S-400s from the Russians. They're like the Russian equivalent of Iron Dome, essentially. And oh yeah, thank you, Kovazine. Yeah, I've just seen it. Yeah, so the Institute of Study, so according to the Institute of the Study of War, I'll actually post this in the main chat so that you guys can pull it up, since I have no control over the stream. Yes, the Institute of the Study of War, they think the attack was designed to succeed and not fail, but look, I'm not going to slowly go through this bar chart I can't show you guys. Okay, and two in pursuit of knowledge. Hazard, why would it matter what Arab citizens think when they live in authoritarian governments? Well, the thing is, even authoritarian governments have to care about public opinion. If you're in an unauthoritarian or a liberal government, and you get unpopular, you get voted out. If you live under an authoritarian government and you get unpopular, you get overthrown. Take a look at Libya. So, why are you asking me if I know footballers, if I play Chelsea? The only sports I do is HEMA and bouldering. And yes, I do play RimWorld. It's Tuesday, innit? I am based in a city on the south coast. I'm not going to give you any more information than that, because look, I can fight one person doxing me. I've got enough weapons in the house for that. I'm not fighting a shit ton of people. Yes, I do wear flip-flops. I don't know what the new DLC is. My total level in old school RuneScape was 67, but I've not played that game in over a decade. No, I am not a fucking Londoner. No, the reason I have the accent so I do is because my mum learnt English as a second language because she was born in Singapore when it was a colony, and my dad's from Northern Ireland, and I wasn't allowed to learn his accent growing up. No, I have not been doxxed, but I don't want to try it for the first time. Mossad does not pay me anything, but if they want to throw a few dollars my way, go ahead. And no, I do not have multiple flintlocks. I have sharp swords and some blunt ones. And for fuck's sake, why do people keep comparing me to Beckett? Like, this is like the 5th person I've seen it now. But, okay, yes. Since people are now asking what my general opinions on the conflict are, it's if we had to divide everyone on the internet into pro-Israel or pro-Palestine, I guess I'm pro-Israel, but that's because so much of the pro-Palestine movement seems to be crazy at this point. Next question. It's just business. Will Ireland ever unite under a single government? Yes, the European Union.
Hazard,
Yes.
your house has been demolished and an Israeli took it over. Good luck. Bye.
Thank fuck I hate this house. I bought a car from Harvard Yard. There's my Boston accent. Hope you're happy. And don't just say that guy from Pirates of the Caribbean. I have no idea which guy you mean. If a two-state becomes unviable due to settlements, are Israelis obligated to grant voting rights to the West Bank? Are you talking morally or legally? Because morally, I think yes. Legally, I don't fucking know. What should Israel do next? there is the sticking point. Like, getting rid of Hamas has clearly been very painful for the Palestinians. Like, I quite like the day after Hamas plan, but it's get rid of Hamas, send in the Saudis and the Americans to occupy it, and then basically begin denazifying it like in Germany. Lonerbox secret. He's Scottish. Okay, and to not an Arab, I don't know how worried the Iranian government should actually be about being overthrown. Well, they've had big protests, and protests turn into revolutions. Just look at Euromaidan in Ukraine for that.
Okay.
And Niall, look, if you're a member of the CIA or some other international intelligence agency, all you need to do is give me money and I'll start working for them.
Nice one. All right.
All right, I'll let you get on with it. I've got some work to do.
Thanks, boss. Take care.
I'll keep listening.
All right. Bye-bye.
See ya.
He did all right. We're still above 1,000 viewers, at least on my streaming software. That's cool. Not bad. 1,020. Okay, let's look at this security console shit. All right. First of all options being considered. Okay, good.
Israeli President Isaac Herzog.
Exciting.
His residence also here in Jerusalem.
God, him.
President Herzog, thank you for joining us on Sky News. 170 drones, 30 cruise missiles, 120 ballistic missiles fired by Iran at Israel. What is your assessment of the attack that took place last night?
As you know already, Israel has undertaken all the necessary steps to block this attack, which was a violent, flagrant violation of all the rules of international law. And most importantly, I'm happy that we are part of an incredible coalition of nations that has been part and parcel in preventing most of these missiles and drones and weapons to come into Israel. Our air defense system has proven incredibly successful, including our Air Force. But what's the real story here is that emanates in front of the world arena and calls for special attention by all of the key figures in the free world is to understand that there is an empire of evil in Tehran, which has its proxies laid all over the region and terror cells all over the world. And it's about time that the world faces this empire of evil in Tehran and makes it clear to the Iranian regime that this cannot pass by, that this is unacceptable. This attack is just another example of how they operate for years and years, spreading havoc, terror, instability all over the world and especially in our region.
You say that this attack was unacceptable. The world, and of course here in Israel, people are wondering what happens next. In your view, is this the end of the matter? The Iranians have come out today and said we have no intention of continuing the operation against Israel. Or do you think Israel should...
The Iranians actually said that. I thought I saw that on some shitty Twitter account, but that's actually real. They just said, actually, we're done. Okay. Yeah.
Respond.
So the Israeli Security Cabinet is right now convening under its responsibilities and domain laid by Prime Minister Netanyahu, and they will take the necessary decisions to protect and defend the people of Israel. I guess every one of our decent viewers will ask him or herself, what would we do had we been attacked by 500 missiles?
Yeah, they recognized Israel. That's what they did. They said the war's over. Got in a few pot shots. Play defense and let the rest of the world break it up. A good move. They're like those YouTubers, like those fucking prank bro YouTubers, when they just like harass people and stick their fucking wet fingers in people's ears, and then the person gets annoyed and they're like, no, it's a prank, bro. No, sorry, bro, you don't understand, it's a prank. Come on, it's a prank, bro. And like, it's alright if I'm harassing you because it's a prank, bro. Fucking kill you. People like that should be fucking jailed, man. Anyway.
missiles and weapons like last night. In proportionality in Britain, it would mean 3,500 missiles, drones, and cruise missiles. So we have to look at it in the right perspective. I'd say further than that.
Well, can I just come in? Can I just come in there? If we're going to look at it in the right,
keep on working.
we're going to look at it in the right perspective.
All peace processes in the region. Pardon?
Mr. President, sorry to interrupt you, but if we're going to look at it in the right perspective, we have to consider what happened on the 1st of April when an Israeli strike took out a senior.
What's the legality on hitting that consulate building? I want to know. I couldn't find it off stream. It seems like the people involved were connected to Hamas and Hezbollah and part of like a military group, a military wing of the IRGC. But I don't really know what the international laws are when it comes to hitting a consulate building in another country. Yeah, it was called fucking, what was it called again? I've forgotten. I have the thing open. Social experiment video. Yeah, true. What was it called? I'm gonna go way back in my search history to 2 o'clock. Okay. It was, yeah, Quds Force. Quds Force.
Iranian Revolutionary Guard commander and others in an Iranian consulate in Damascus. Now that in itself is a violation of the Vienna Convention, and it is what led to...
there we go. Getting the right answers at the right time. Good.
Iran responding last night. Was that strike by Israel to take out a man who I understand was a threat to the state of Israel, but was that strike worth it?
So first of all, it wasn't in the consulate. As far as I understand, it was in a separate building nearby the consulate. That general has led operations from both frontiers, Lebanon and Syria, has taken aggressive terror attacks endlessly against Israel, violating in the international border between Israel and Syria and Israel and Lebanon, carrying out terror attacks day in, day out, with the entire machine instructed from Tehran. Now, let's put it straight in the face of everybody. If you think that now it ceases and Iran goes back to being a calm neighbor in the region, absolutely not. What Iran is doing, spending billions of dollars, by the way, when most of its people are really, really poor and suffering from the failures of that regime, they're spending billions of dollars in just undermining stability in the region, going for terror, endless terror, and see for the fact that every citizen in the world is suffering in the cost of living because they've armed a small tribe called the Houthis down in Yemen, while blocking the main artery of commercial sea transportation around the world in the Red Sea. So it's just another example that we should not turn a blind eye, but we should be looking lucidly at the phenomena called Tehran and Iran. Why is this empire of evil using its weapons all over? By the way, all Ukrainian citizens are suffering from their drones. It's another perfect example how they operate all over the world. And we are here.
This guy came with his guns loaded.
We are here to protect Europe in many ways from this empire of evil, and it's about time we realize it, because we saw it last night. And thank God for the Israeli military and the incredible partnerships we have with the allies, including, of course, led by the United States of America,
I was going to bring in those
also
partnerships.
Thanks to the British forces.
Last night, you very clearly had the support of, as you say, Britain, America, France, and other countries in the region. But let me quote to you what the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has said today: calm heads should prevail. The US President Joe Biden has told Israel, take the win. Those are clear messages from your allies. Those are very clear messages. Don't retaliate. don't escalate this situation, don't put Israel and the Middle East on a course for war. Would you agree?
So I would say, of course, that the last thing that Israel is seeking in this region since its creation is to go to war. We are seeking peace. We are peace seekers. We went to peace with our neighbors time and time again. Unfortunately, it all started on...
It's kind of funny hearing him say that after reading about how the Israelis got into the Lebanese civil war in '82 and the amount of fucking bullshit they were spreading in order to justify that war. Blaming an Abu Natal attack on the PLO, even though the PLO were like openly condemning the attack and there was no evidence that they had anything to do with it. And then once they were in Lebanon, the way that Sharon sort of like pulled the wool over the cabinet's eyes to get further into Beirut. And then once they're there, the way that he went even further outside of the cabinet's purview to move into the clearance areas for like the West Beirut. Yeah. It was a war of peace. It was literally called Operation Peace for Galilee. Yeah. This was basically, this war was done without casus belli, I think. Like, 100%. The casus belli was just made up. Like, fuck. They tried to provoke the PLO a few times. The PLO didn't respond. Or one time the PLO did respond by firing a bunch of munitions into a field in the north of Israel. They deliberately missed because they didn't want to cause an escalation.
On the 7th of October.
Loner, no one knows what you think. You play both sides constantly. That is what I think is that both sides, like the Israeli and Palestinian leaderships right now, are both kind of fucked. Yeah, that's actually what I believe. What do you mean no one knows what I think? I don't know what you think. What do you think? Tell me. Yes, I am. And actually, I swear to God, after this tweet, after the responses to this tweet, hang on. After seeing all the pro-Israel people being like, they're like just acting like it's so unreasonable to say that Israel should have expected a retaliation after striking that consulate, those people in Syria on one side, and in the other ear, all these fucking pro-Palestinians people saying that like, oh, accidentally, you think Netanyahu doesn't want World War III? Like I'm the one being stupid? Yeah, sorry, I am both sides. Actually, I hate both of you. You're all fucking retarded. Yes, unironically. Both sides in such an asymmetric conflict is actually being pro-Israel. No, it's not. That's because it is to you because you think being weaker makes you more correct. That is not true. You can be the underdog and still have positions that are wrong, like Hamas. Hamas are the underdog, but their position is fucking horrible, okay? Jesus.
When another proxy of Iran, Hamas, has led an unbelievably brutal massacre against Israeli citizens, and the rest is history, we know it. So we should put it in perspective. Naturally, we always listen to our partners and allies. We respect their view. We are also always reviewing all our options. And as I said, we will take whatever it takes to protect and defend our people. And of course, I don't intend to go into any operational facts on the ground at this moment.
No, okay, I understand that. You're not going to go into operational facts on the ground, but as the president of Israel, as a world figure that you are, can you tell the audience watching this and tell the Israeli people, do you think, be very clear, do you think Israel should respond to the attacks last night by retaliating against Iran?
So as I told you, every one of us should look and ask, what would we do had we been attacked in such an aggressive way as we were attacked last night from 4 corners of the Middle East with proxies shooting at us, firing missiles and ballistic missiles, drones, and cruise missiles. This is like a real war.
Sorry, I was muted. Their position is horrible, so by both siding, you're just letting might makes right happen. That's reality, not a football game. What the fuck does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. Just because I think Hamas and Netanyahu's government are both horrible. What part of me saying that leads you to infer the next stage, which is to just let the stronger one win? What the fuck are you talking about? There are certain outcomes I want, right, from Israel-Palestine. I want Palestinians to have a state. I want them to have their sovereignty and their voting rights. And I want a just resolution for refugees. I want them to have citizenship. And I want them to have, ideally, reparations as well, on top of that, for all the shit that they went through for the last fucking 75 years. What are you talking about? You're not making any sense at all. Will Chogist, whatever the fuck you're called. Okay.
I mean, this is a declaration of war, not because we are restrained and because we know the repercussions and because we have deliberations with our partners, we are considering all options, and I'm quite confident that we will take the necessary steps that are necessary to protect and defend our people. We are not war seekers. I think I would leave it at that.
Okay, before I wrap up the interview, I need to ask you about what is going on in Gaza. More than 6 months of vicious war there, a humanitarian crisis. Do you support the Israeli government's plan to launch a ground invasion in Rafah? Do you share the concerns of the US president and others that unless a humanitarian...
Why should the Palestinians have a state? Because... Okay, give them Israeli citizenship then. Just do that. Les Weitzman. Annex it all and give them all voting rights. What do you want then? What do you want? There are millions of people living there in Gaza and the West Bank. Because 1947. Oh, so it is okay to punish people for the crimes of their ancestors. Or for the crimes of the leaders who led their ancestors. What do you want to happen to them? Because if you don't believe that they get nothing, okay, that's fine. Well, good luck dealing with that problem for the rest of your fucking life then. For as long as Israel exists, good luck dealing with that problem, that you have millions of people living there who want nothing to do with you guys, who are disenfranchised, who don't feel like they have any representation, who are constantly being like aggressed upon by settlements and by settler violence. Yeah, I guess just keep dealing with it then. Works both ways. They all get to go to Jordan and Syria. Okay, so you want a mass deportation. That's what you want. You want to deport. You want the state of Israel and the IDF to go into the West Bank and to deport 3 or 4 million people. You want them to do that? You want to sign off on that? You want to see how well Israel does in that situation on the world stage? You live in America, fuck your empathy. You don't have to live next to a terror state. I live in Scotland, actually, so I do live next to a terror state. Also, there are Israelis who live next to fucking Gaza and the West Bank who are less insane than you, who are more left-wing than you, who do not support ethnic cleansing. So don't give me that fucking excuse. What? Like, you know there are actually like fucking Israelis who live in like fucking Beersheba and like Ashkelon and shit like that, who have rockets going over their fucking heads all the fucking time for the last 20 years, who don't believe the same shit that you do, okay? So don't give me that it's not like a cause and effect one-to-one. It's not like growing up in Israel automatically turns you into a cunt. Like, god damn.
Plan is put in place, it could be disastrous there. And do you accept, whether or not you agree with it, do you accept that some of the conduct of the Israeli military in Gaza over the last 6 months has damaged its reputation internationally?
So first of all, there is a major alleviation of the humanitarian flow of aid into Gaza, major, substantial. Actually, we've opened up many crossings and passages. We've enabled an enormous amount of aid also to be parachuted down and also coming from the sea and from terrestrial openings. And there's a major effort to improve the situation on the ground with the people of Gaza. We are meeting all the relevant international organizations and working with them very, very closely and cooperating with many foreign governments on this. This has an impact on the ground. Now, the question is not whether we do this or that operation, but how do we finalize this, or exit from the war when Hamas is incapable of repeating and going again into another cycle of terror like it has done for the last 20 years. By the way, at the instruction and cooperation of Tehran. This is the real question. Where's the strategic change that we want to lead for the day after in order for everybody to see?
I wasn't a Kahanist until recently, but seeing how the world is, I became one. You bastards radicalized me. Listen, I'm really sorry that your lack of fucking fortitude led you into that position, but the fact of the matter is that if people like me talking about this in the way that I do, of all people, radicalize you, you were always radical. You were always going to be radical. It's not my fucking fault. I guess through the argument you're giving, every Palestinian civilian who grew up as a child in Gaza and saw their relatives getting hit by an IDF fucking airstrike over the last 20 years, I guess they're all completely, I guess it's all fine for them to feel how they do about Jews then, right? Blabberon, I don't care what your opinions are. You do care about what my opinions are because you're here. Why the fuck are you here? Why are you wasting your time in this chat if you don't care about what my opinions are? No one's forcing you to be here.
Different
There's nowhere in the world you'd rather be than here because you'd be there. I don't.
In the Middle East. Now, the number one issue, the top issue of them all, is the release of the Israeli hostages who are there in Gaza, who are being tortured and raped and who are suffering tremendously. 136 of them in Gaza. We want them back as soon as possible. The entire world leadership is calling for that, but Hamas is adamantly refusing time and again. That's the real situation at hand. And when we enable a huge influx of humanitarian aid to Gaza, we should remember that the Israeli public and all of the family members and all of the loved ones of those hostages are asking us, why are you doing this when you're not even getting their names of those who are in Gaza, or you're not even enabling transportation and passage of medicine into Gaza to help the hostages? This is the quid pro quo in the mind of the nation of Israel, because we obey international law and because we want to help human beings who are uninvolved and innocent people, we are doing whatever we are doing to help with humanitarian aid. But number one issue that the world has to insist on is bring the hostages back home.
And I should say, rather lost because of the news overnight and because of events here overnight, but I should point out to the viewers that actually Hamas this morning came back and rejected the latest proposal for a ceasefire and a hostage deal.
No.
So the agony of the families waiting for their loved ones to be released from Gaza continues. President Herzog...
Well, apparently someone who is... Sorry, we have to... Oh, God. I feel like I'm getting stretched in both directions now. What the fuck? Who's this other person? Wait, where did it? They're gone. That's not Palestinian reality. Palestinian reality is about survival, having some flour to eat and not getting bombed like animals. Your liberal both side stance is meaningless for Palestinians and fails to correctly analyze the problem of Hamas. This sentence means nothing. This sentence means absolutely nothing. What's the point being made here? This is a random collection of fucking like emotional phrases just kind of like thrown into a hat and then thrown into the air. And this is where they landed. You're not acknowledging Jewish reality. You see, Jewish reality is all about staying alive and not having rockets going over your head. It's all about wanting to eat your falafel and your fucking gefilte fish and your... I don't even know, your sabra hummus bullshit. Your communist, your communist... Islamic supremacist side stance is meaningless for the Jewish community, and it's a fail. What this doesn't mean anything. You're just throwing shit together. Oh, okay, this is actually more tangible. The point is that your critique of Hamas is pointless. It doesn't mean anything for Palestinians if they don't have any other choice for survival. I don't know if you realized, Willie Chogas, but Hamas were not an option for survival. I don't know if you realize that. Actually, it seems like Hamas are quite bad for Palestinians who want to survive, because what Hamas does is that they provoke fucking fights and they pick fights with an army that they can never defeat, knowing full well that the response is going to be retaliation from that state, and then they don't put any protections in place for the civilian population, and they know full well that their civilian population will die because of those decisions. And they do it anyway. I'm sorry, how the fuck does Hamas have to do with Palestinian survival? How? Hang on. What did Sinwar say to this interviewer? Asked if 10,000 Palestinians was worth it. 10,000 dead Palestinians. Not only that, I'm not even strawmanning, they'll say it themselves. I asked Sinwar, is it worth 10,000 innocent Gazans dying? He said even 100,000 is worth it. Every time some cunt runs out of fucking opinions and has to say, oh, you just don't get it because you're a liberal. Like, just one time I want to hear a fucking intelligent point from someone. I just want to hear something intelligent from one person who uses liberal as a pejorative, like a left-wing person who uses liberal as a pejorative. I just want to hear one thing, one good fucking critique, or one intelligent piece of analysis. Do you recommend they align with the PFLP? What's the yeah, sorry, yeah, that's what I actually, yeah, the fucking, yeah, Arab communism. That's the answer. Yeah. That's what they need in Gaza, is fucking Arab communists hijacking planes. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
By the way, fifth time in a row that we have offered new suggestions and they've rejected. It's about time that the world realize, okay, the world realize that they don't really want to move into a deal, and therefore we have to take necessary action in order to bring the hostages back home. Thank you for hosting me.
Pleasure.
I don't like this
President
guy.
Herzog, thank you very much. Well, Kamali, I think as the War Cabinet is meeting down in Tel Aviv, in the Kiryat and the Israeli Ministry of Defense, to discuss what happens.
So you don't have a better option, that's my point. You have taken 6 or 7 messages and you haven't even asked me what my alternative is. You haven't even alluded to what my alternative is to Hamas. I'm not here to change hearts and minds. Have you learned what happened on May 1st, 2021 in Jaffa? There was an anti-Semitic riot, I'm guessing, around that period.
Next, and to assess what happened last night. The words there of the Israeli president, President Herzog, who is more than just a...
He was mad that you're going after the communists and not him. It's all ends, man. It's at both sides. That's what it is. The Kahanist and the tanky. The Kahanist and the communist. I'll take them all. Same time. Israel agreed to a hard response against Iran. We were going to go to that, weren't we? What did they say? Is this recently? What's your suggestion, Psychodynamic? Hard. A hard response. Where'd they say that? I see considers response an hour ago. 25 minutes ago, Israel faces dilemma, CNN. You should research Operation Gladio. Oh god, the fucking communists would love that, wouldn't they? Operation Gladio. I want to know more about it, but I'm illiterate. Yeah, we could go on to it. 1 second. Not today, though. Times of Israel. Because after hearing about the Ukrainian revolution, the Maidan, and finding out that that definitely was, how much that was not a CIA fascist coup, I wonder how many other CIA fascist coups there are that actually weren't quite as they were made out to be. I know some of them did exist, like Iran was real, Chile was real. Yeah, I'm just going to look through all of them and see if how many other fake ones that we can come across. Maybe there's none. Maybe they're all real, and people just got it wrong on Ukraine, but who knows? Times of Israel, hard response. Oh yeah, Willie Chaugust. First of all, my position on Hamas and what they could have done, thanks for asking, by the way, before assuming all my positions for the last fucking 20 minutes, you fucking cunt. I think that they would have been better off if they had just used all that aid money to increase standards of living in Gaza and not spend them on rockets and fucking weapons and drones and shit like that and paragliders. I feel like they'd have been better off just doing that once the disengagement happened and then pushing for statehood and autonomy. Like politically, not with arms. I don't actually know why people think that rockets, tunnels, paragliders, I don't know why people think any of that helped. It seems to be that all that did was make things worse for people in Gaza. I don't know why people always default to the idea that as long as you're fighting, as long as you're doing something militant and aggressive, you're helping. It's so dumb. Do you think Israel would have responded positively? Hamas did that? It doesn't really matter. First of all, I don't think they would have done mowing the lawn for 20 years. And if Hamas did that and Israel responded by bombing Gaza anyway, they would not have international support. As you can quite clearly see, that when Israel does shit that's like that the rest of the world doesn't approve of, like killing aid workers and shit like that, then the world actually does something. It's like they change first of all with rhetoric, and then policy shifts might happen, like Biden sanctioning outposts and settlers and things like that. Yeah, things start to change. And unfortunately, if you're Israeli as well, it's much... Why does Netanyahu win elections? He only runs on one issue. He runs on security, right? That's his whole thing, is security. How much luck is a candidate like Netanyahu going to... Obviously, if you're Netanyahu, you're trying to get votes. It's much easier to get votes from people who have rockets going over their heads all fucking day, right? Like people in Sderot or any of those other places like Beersheba or fucking Ashkelon and shit like that. Yeah, that's why people vote for Netanyahu. And if Hamas were not doing that, that would have actually been a bit easier political ground for Israeli leftists to fight on. Because it's hard, because the problem is that Israeli right-wingers kind of won the argument on security on October 7th. And all the Israeli liberals and Israeli leftists who told their fucking right-wing parents and uncles and shit like that, who went around telling them like, come on, like Palestinians, like they don't hate us as much as you think as you think we do. Like we're safe with the Iron Dome, you know, like it's not really, it's only like kind of tit for tat. At the end of the day, we need to be diplomatic and we need to get them statehood. And then if we end the oppression, then they'll stop hating us and all this shit. And then obviously when October 7th happened, every fucking liberal or like left-leaning Israeli who pushed back against that argument is now being told, I told you so for the last 6 months by their fucking crazy right-wing relatives. So yeah, Hamas not doing what they did for the last 25 years in Gaza would have got you probably an Israeli prime minister far less crazy than Netanyahu. Yes, because Netanyahu wins based on fear. He wins based on security concerns. He wins because he's the guy who says he's the guy to deal with Hamas violence. Unless Willie Choggist, because I'm not going to assume your position, I'm going to ask you, what does Hamas violence do for Palestinians? What do the rockets do for people in Gaza? What do the tunnels or the fucking power gliders or the RPGs, what does any of that do for people in Gaza? How does it make their situation any better? Lonerbox doesn't understand the Israeli political system. They don't vote for individuals and governments have to be formed. Can you imagine if someone was like, remember when Tony Blair got elected prime minister? And I'm like, you don't actually understand British politics. We don't vote for Tony Blair. We don't vote for the prime minister. We vote for our local constituency candidate. Shut the fuck up. I can't see this story about a hard response. I don't see the hard whatever. Lornabox has a fucking Chuchter Scottish accent, can confirm also Scottish. Is my accent Chuchter? It's just Aberdonian. It's like Central Aberdonian with a bit of various international languages that I picked up over the years of online shit. Yeah. The security concern for voting Netanyahu is not just Hamas. They're not the primary security concern. Are you sure? I'm pretty sure, like... You're only partially right. Sderot and Ashkelon are full of Mizrahi Jews who are poorer and stupider and they vote Bibi. Wait, I've said this before. Maybe you missed it. I've said that the reason that Mizrahi and Sephardic Jews vote Netanyahu is twofold. One is because they resent Ashkenazi Jews because of the way that they were treated by the Ashkenazi and like especially labor leaders in the 50s and 60s. When they arrived in Israel, they were really treated quite badly by the Ashkenazi labor leadership at that time. And they also don't really like Arabs that much because of how they were treated in the Arab world before they fled over to Israel. But also because they live in areas in the south, like like Sderot, where they have rockets going off over their heads. I feel like that's a pretty multifaceted reason, right? But yeah, I know why Likud gets the Mizrahi vote. I know why that happens. I said that. Also, I don't think it's because they're poor and stupid. Like, whatever. Take it easy on your voice. I know. Chat's just being so shit. I don't know. Why is my chat so shit today? Main page, Times of Israel. Let's go. Whoa, why did my screen just freeze? Ooh. Also, the growing ultra. Or I'm just saying, okay. Why is it so fucking hard to believe that violence from Hamas played quite a pretty strong role in getting right-wing Israelis elected to government? That is not a controversial take, and you're all being fucking annoying for trying to be like, actually, Lorebox, little do you know that it's also partly rooted in resentment against the Israeli left and the Ashkenazi Jews for their treatment of the... Okay, thank you, yes. Wow. Amazing. The chat reflects the streamer. Don't tell me that. That's if that's true, I'm gonna kill myself. In a video game. God, this Willie Chogus person is... Willie, do you want to come to the Discord and fight with Maruzzi there? You should do that. We can host a live one. A live debate. You're funny, so I give you some advice, Maruzzi. Stop parasocially simping for a stupid armchair lefty and try to engage with the people in their arguments. It will make you smarter, a better and happier human being. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god. Hmm. Hello?
Oh, hello.
You
I'm
alright?
just, oh yeah, I'm waiting for first of all, I'm trying to get my dog not to jump in my lap. I'm waiting for Willie to come on in here so I can tell him how he's like a carbon copy of every undergrad from every suburb at every state university.
Okay. I guess you've already told them, but they can come in if they want. They're more than welcome to. I'm still trying to find this fucking headline. Apparently, Israel's decided to make a forceful response. Okay, but one that won't spark wider war, bro. I'm so fucking tired of being right. I don't know. Like, how many times did I fucking say that they don't want? Neither side wants tit for tat. Iran said that we're done. We did the job with our 400 rockets that did fuck all. And now Israel are like, we're going to do a forceful response, but it's not going to cause a regional war, you know? Okay. Fuck me, man.
So how was your weekend, Loner Box?
It was good.
I heard maybe you had some fun.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I do that sometimes. I've got real
Yeah.
friends, yeah.
I'm just wondering, Willie, I know you're still in Twitch chat. Are you coming? How are you going to start a revolution if you won't even debate me?
Excuse me. Analysts quoted as saying Israel's response to Tehran could be as soon as Monday. They even given a date. That's so kind of them. What are they going to do? No choice but to respond to ballistic missiles. Yoav Gallant said that. The war cabinet wrapped up. Calls for Jerusalem to exercise caution. Don't spark a regional war. Could come as soon as Monday. Wait. Fucking Monday. Wait. It's Monday today. What do you mean Monday? They said this today. Why would they say it like that? Next week?
Time differences?
What, Israel's 24 hours behind?
I don't know. I don't know how time works. I'm a
They're
I'm a
like 3
legal
hours
person,
ahead,
not a
right? The Middle
business
East,
person.
right? The Levant's like 3 hours ahead, 2 hours ahead. It's not that far ahead for the UK. So yeah, they're ahead. It's not. Is it Tuesday in Israel? This is Do you think Iranians are bricking themselves? They're thinking, wait, Monday? That's today. Oh
All
no.
right. Willie ran away.
Okay. Well,
So
good luck. I hope you
I'm gonna go try to figure out how time works.
okay, I hope you win more debates. Okay, well done. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Jesus. That's like psychological warfare. Bro, if someone said they're gonna attack me on Monday and it was like 7 o'clock or 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock on Monday, I'd be shitting myself. I'd be having a fucking breakdown. Should put the Discord in. Yeah. No choice but to respond. Israel won't accept an equation in which Iran responds with a direct attack every time Israel strikes targets in Syria. Iran launched a large wave of around 300 attack drones and missiles in Israel on late Saturday in retaliation for a deadly April 1st strike on a building near Tehran's consulate in Syria that it blames on Israel. 170 drones, 30 cruise missiles, 120 ballistic missiles, 99% of which were intercepted by air defenses. God, cringe. Most of them intercepted before they even reached Israel with the help of the United States, Jordan, and other allies, and the sole injury was a Bedouin girl who was struck and seriously wounded by falling shrapnel in the Negev desert. Bro, that's such a shame. That's so fucking sad. Yeah, I know Jordan intercepted. Jordan mentioned, I wonder how Sundowner feels about that. Does he feel proud or does he feel ashamed? Apparently the Jordanians were watching the site and thought it was cool to look at. I don't know. That's what he said anyway. He slept through it. Yeah. Right. War cabinet discussed retaliatory strike options that were painful but aimed at avoiding a spiraling escalation. Some of the options at the table, including cyber attacks, according to a Monday report in the Wall Street Journal, targeted attacks on key state-owned sites such as Iranian oil infrastructure. Why Times of Israel? Because they're the ones who have the story, my friend. A strike on Iran's nuclear sites would be unlikely, given that US support and funding would be needed for such an operation. We don't seek escalation. We'll continue to support the defense of Israel and to protect personnel in the region. What this weekend demonstrated is that Israel did not have to and does not have to defend itself alone when it's the victim of aggression, the victim of attack, he said, calling Iran's actions unprecedented. Flurry of talks, 36 hours. Respond smartly in a way that won't undermine the opportunity for regional and international cooperation that we created. Iran has warned that Israel could face a much larger attack, if it retaliates, though it also said it deemed the matter concluded shortly early Sunday. It's this. Is it actually happening? NBC Twitter. This is Clarence Thomas. Okay. Wait, did this Willie person actually just run away? Willie Chaugust. Did they actually just, oh no, they're there. Stop watching streamers go out, organize and read or book or two. I guarantee, Willie, you have not read a single fucking book on Israel-Palestine. I know you haven't. You've read a pamphlet from the fucking CPUSA person who comes to your university and sends you the fucking... sells it to you for $1. Anyway. Where did I go? There. Retaliation will be likely quickly. They're meeting on Tuesday, the War Cabinet. Okay. Home front command regulations have not been changed. Not going to overstretch troops already deployed in Gaza, West Bank, and the northern border with Lebanon. Calls from far-right members of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government for Israel to react to Iran's attack with a show of force. Okay. Oh, did Maritzi ban him? Oh, no. Well, the Discord's still open for them. They can jump in there. Ooh. Chuck Frelich was quoted saying that Netanyahu's far-right coalition partners would be unlikely to support him in a restrained approach against both Iran and its Palestinian proxy Hamas. Okay. What does that mean? What are they going to do? All right. Loner's Twitch mods are crazy. Yeah, they are. Let them go. Absolute nutters. It's only one person, isn't it? Born without hinges. A good one. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading messages. You're right back. 1 second. Okay. Okay. I love it that it's still bright outside. That's so nice. Summer weather. Let's go. Kick or keep refugees. What? Yeah. Toronto's refugees. Is kick or keep just going to be done then? They're just not doing it anymore. Last one with Turkey Tom hosting. Okay. I never watch it anyway. I'm not really a big fan of it. I wanna... It just started. Oh, it's starting early. Okay, that's crazy. It's kind of a snooze fest, not gonna lie. Yeah, well. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm probably not gonna stick around much longer anyway, because Eli Hassel will post the future episodes. Wait, why doesn't one of... Maybe Smugbug would be a good host for Kick or Keep. I feel like he's got potential. Actually, we might have a stream guest. A surprise stream guest. Maybe. Fuck me, man. I'm getting pushed and pulled in all kinds of directions today anyway. Smug and Chud co-host. Yeah, potentially. You should talk to Eli. I mean, I've tried to get a couple of conversations already. I tried to get Kyle. He doesn't seem key. I tried to get Brianna. Doesn't seem to be like yeah, I'm trying to do some scanning. Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Well, sorry, I'm on my laptop, so it's not going to be
Okay.
best quality.
You're live.
Okay, so I shouldn't say all your secrets publicly.
No. Only the
Like
embarrassing
that.
ones.
You know,
What
solid
can I do?
stream.
What?
I just want to compliment you. Solid stream.
Oh,
You know.
thanks. Wow.
The I was wondering if you were excited for our families to be on the front lines of World War III.
Yeah, well, my Lebanese family were in Beirut last week, and they were sending me videos of them dancing around, and it's my grandmother's birthday. She's like 94 and shit. And then I was just sitting there like, I really hope the big tip over doesn't happen when those guys are there, but I don't think it did.
I'm just saying, remember we had a conversation, I don't know, it was like a month ago or something, and I said, May, late April, there's going to be a war with Iran and Israel. Did I not predict that?
Wait, this isn't a fucking wait, don't do that thing. This is not a war, right? This is a exchange, escalation, one might say. It's not a war. Don't do the thing. You're not doing the thing where people are like, I told World War III is gonna happen, and then like one fucking like pot shot gets lobbed over and they're like, I told you World War III would happen. Don't do that. Don't do that to me.
Okay. It's not, I'm not saying, right, it's an official massive war already, right? But it's pretty bad, you know?
Yeah.
Wasn't it like the largest like missile, I don't know, it's a combination of missiles attack like ever.
I think if you count
In modern history.
if you're considering the strength of the weapons, yeah, because I think Hamas fired 2,000 rockets on the day of October 7th, no? But yeah, obviously those rockets were not as effective as what Iran shot over.
I have theories about their attack.
Okay.
I wanted to see what you thought. You might have already talked about this on stream, I know. You know how like they gave crazy amount of warning and all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
I heard that they actually told Turkey 2 weeks beforehand the time and all the details of the attack, knowing Turkey would go to the United States. So I don't know. Have you heard that as well?
No, I've not heard that. Where did you get that from?
I think it was on CNN.
Okay.
But don't quote me on that. But I definitely heard that from what I thought were somewhat legitimate sources. And that makes me think that Iran purposely didn't want a lot of didn't want many casualties, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a firework show of force cost Israel $1 billion or something, you know?
Yeah, that was kind of what I was saying before, like a week ago or something. I said that if Iran's going to hit back, they're going to do tit for tat, like or like it's, if anything, it's less than tit for tat because they didn't kill anyone, whereas the Israeli strike killed like 16 people. So yeah, it felt like Iran was going to do enough to make it look like they're doing something to the Arab and Muslim world, but and also enough to tell Israel we don't want to go further. And they've actually, what I didn't expect was that they would openly say, we consider the whole thing concluded, right? Or some shit that they said after that. So it's like, that does sound very much like...
That was crazy to me. I remember when the attack was going on, I'm sitting there watching the news, like anxious as hell, right? Because this is like unprecedented situation.
Mhm.
And then suddenly Iran's like, oh, by the way, we're done, bro. That's it. Like the show's done. I thought this is crazy. Like this is a new form of warfare where like um you could just be like, yep, shooting something and now I'm done.
Yeah, but that's what
You know?
I feel like it's like breaking the fourth wall, because what I always thought before
Yeah.
that was that it's usually the
Yeah,
case that
exactly.
they play like a game, right? Because it feels like most of these countries that are really even the most boisterous ones about supporting Palestinians don't actually want to throw their entire military weight on the line for it and have their own civilians bear the brunt of the cost and all that. Most people don't want to do. I don't think Hezbollah wants to do that. It seems like Iran doesn't want to do that. But normally what they would do is they'll posture, they'll puff their chest, they'll do something that's kind of like that maybe looks like one-upmanship, but is definitely not like enough to start a full-scale war, and then they'll just kind of go back about their ways and go back to saber rattling for another few months, and it happens again. But for them to actually say like, oh fuck, have you seen? By the way, you're right. The CNN article does say exactly what you said. So yeah, it's
Thank you
it's. Have you seen?
for confirming.
Yeah, have you seen? You've seen a film called Dazed and Confused?
Yeah, of course I have.
So you know
It's built my entire
yeah,
personality.
you know the guy who like starts a fight.
Yeah.
That's kind of like that's what it reminded me of with Iran, right? Like this guy gets like a bit humiliated at a fucking beer bus party, and then he's like, I'm gonna punch that guy. I'm gonna punch him once, and then I'll just play defense because it's in everyone else's interest to break up the fight. So I'll be fine. It'll look like I won. And then he goes and does it, and obviously it takes like a minute or two for everyone to break it up. So he actually just gets the shit beaten out of him. But that's kind of what the vibe I'm getting from Iran is like. They're just going to do a little bit, and then the rest of the world be like, guys, don't escalate, and then it's just okay. We've done our thing. We've got our pride. We've got our like PR messaging done, and then we just hold back, and that's it. But
I would be 100% on that. Like I would be 100% on that. I think the only thing that gives me pause about it is the scale of the attack and the fact that like no one expected it to be that big. Like it was massive, and to like I was surprised they didn't attack. They've attacked Israeli embassies before. They
Not
destroyed
directly.
Yeah, they have directly.
Really?
Yeah.
So I went looking for
And
this and I couldn't find any. It's almost always proxies.
yeah, in
from the
1994,
IRGC.
there was they bombed an Israeli embassy somewhere in the Middle East. I don't know if it was Syria or
Okay.
But
I suppose it's not Iran directly attacking Israel proper. It's an embassy.
Argentina, right?
yeah, that's what I mean. So I thought that that's how they would respond. I did not expect them to go that direct. And it was way bigger of an attack than anyone expected. I think even the US government, I mean, obviously I'm not in their heads, and there's information I'm not privy to, but this is what I suspect. It was way beyond than what they expected. And that's what I find really strange. Like is that they wanted to do such a massive show of force with that cost them a ton of money, and with that they knew would get completely destroyed. I that's just strange to me. I get like it's like someone like beating their chest, but there are other more efficient ways to beat your chest. And then this is something that makes me anxious about a country like Iran, because we're not talking about a country like Russia, right? Or or China, or we're talking about like a very radical extremist country that doesn't really always act in its own best interest, right? Unlike those other countries. So that's like a very anxious adversary. Like I've always been anxious about Iran. I know that that's why Israel's always been very anxious about Iran compared to any of their other enemies, and why most of the Arab world is anxious about them as well.
This might be an unpopular take, but I think Iran is actually acting very rationally. And when we see what we would call irrational behavior, that's them trying to look crazy so people don't fuck with them, kind of like North Korea.
But
you know, like the whole crazy man doctrine that Nixon did. Was it Nixon? Some US president during the Cold
but
War.
I don't think that attack was successful in getting that at all. Like if any, like that they didn't show that they were super powerful and that like all their rockets got like, well, 99% of them got intercepted. And the worst thing I think for them is they showed how united most of the Arab world was against them, when it came to even when it came to defending so-called genocidal Israel, right? Like that's pretty humiliating, and they knew that that had to happen. Like
I don't think they
Jordan
did.
to start Jordan
I think
to
they've made a
like now
blunder.
that you think they
But
didn't expect Jordan to defend its airspace?
I don't think they expected Saudi Arabia to stop stuff going through their airspace into Israel because that would be very unpopular. Because like there's something you've told me this, Eris, that like the governments of the Middle East, they tend to be a lot more sane than their people when it comes to Israel. Like every now and then I'm seeing like Saudi princes saying, "I'm sick of hearing your opinions about this," talking to like the Saudi public. Like Saudi Arabia has gone full realpolitik and they've recognised that Israel is not the problem, it's Iran, and now they're just trying to win everyone else around on that idea.
I don't know if they're trying to win anyone else. I don't know if they care about winning anyone else around it. But I like obviously I agree
They need
most
allies to fight
the
Iran.
the Sunni Arab countries are obviously very against Iran. But this was like such a public showing. I mean, to be honest, I as a historian that studied and focused on like Jordanian and Israeli cooperation, uh military wise, it's always been very covert, like extremely covert when it's happened back like 1948. And to see it so out in the open where you literally have like Jordanian and Israeli fighter pilots like literally flying by side, obviously sharing massive amounts of intelligence and being very public about it. Um, that was that was something for me that was like a historical moment to watch. Um, that was crazy, especially at a time like this when 99% of the Arab world is like in terms of the population is extremely against Israel for either valid or invalid reasons regarding what they're doing in Palestine. So uh, it's the fact that it's like in that moment, um, a strange line was drawn that was kind of wild for me to see.
Like, you think it might lead to a tipping point for the Jordanian population against the government or something like that? Or because I guess that's the fear, right? Is that things happening in Gaza can tip things over to an edge where the Arabic people in those countries, especially if Jordan's mostly Palestinians living there, is they just get kind of fed up with the complicity of their government and then there are steps taken to overthrow them. But I don't actually know how likely that is. Because at the end of the day, it's just another part of the world somewhere
I
else.
don't think
Doesn't
they
have
would have
much,
done
yeah.
it if they thought there was a chance of that, right?
Hmm.
Because things in Jordan aren't that bad, right? In like whereas like I think in Iran they're much more in danger of having their population like overtake their government, right? I mean, I'm the farthest thing from an expert on the current situation.
Well, last year they had those like
of these
massive protests
countries.
against the morality police, right? With the head coverings. They suppressed it, but yeah, I think the regime in Iran is not very popular. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like I mean, extremely. They wouldn't. I did a lot of research into their military, and they actually, um, technology wise, in some ways, they're in a similar situation to Israel, where they're actually doing very well technologically, um, but their ability to apply the technology is extremely limited because of manpower,
Mhm.
but for different reasons. Israel's issue in the IDF with um, uh, applying that directly has to do with the literal amount of men on the ground, right? Like they have a very small population. Now a larger portion refuses to serve in the army because they're religious. So there's just a problem there. Like they literally just don't have enough people to carry the weapons to operate things and to maintain their economy. That's why they're really bad at long wars. Iran's in a different situation where they technically have the amount of people, but they won't give them weapons. And like they've purposely almost like disarmed most of their own military, like in terms of like the actual soldiers on the ground, because they're genuinely worried about the military having a coup, right? Or at least being some kind of mini coup within the military, or in just arming any form of the population itself. Like that's how you would never have a problem like that in Jordan. I can't even imagine.
Mhm.
So, uh, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I want to say the same thing about Egypt, considering what happened with the Arab Spring. So, but so it's like a very different situation.
Well, I mean, even when the Muslim Brotherhood took over for a brief period in the Arab Spring, I don't think they made any signal at ending their peace agreement with Israel either, did they?
No. The thing is that even though the population of Egypt is extremely anti-Israel, probably the most out of like, I actually think Egypt, from last research I've seen, is the most anti-Semitic country in the world. Like they really hate Jews there.
Mhm.
But like more so, like I know that they have, I read that they hate Israelis and Jews more than Palestinians, which is just crazy to me. Like, but I also think that it's one of those situations where um, money and a lot of other things will always trump even something as simple as bigotry, right? Or some rightful criticism of Israel, because it's just so against Egyptian interests to have an adversary in Israel. Like in reality, Israel's quite a good neighbor for them, um, and and they're certainly a great neighbor if you work with them well, because they have plenty of other bigger problems to deal with, and it's much more useful to have that like an ally. Um, so I really think that like if anyone, even someone who's pretty anti-Israel, like uh, took control of like the government, like more likely than not, they'd get in really anti-Israel and then they'd still maintain a peace agreement because it's just so in their interest, like on average. Unless you have someone that's extremely religious fundamentalist, like Iran style.
Yeah, and that's what I always wonder about those, like because I think I agree with when like Hazard was saying that the Iranian leaders they're still rational, obviously, in a sense that they've been able to run that country for like the last 40 or 50 years.
Yeah.
And but you have to balance that like rational leadership with presenting yourself as a like a religious extremist country. And sometimes I sometimes wonder if like I say like a rational leader from many of these countries can be very rhetorically and very like flourishing with their anti-Israel stances, even though they've got no intention of doing anything themselves, but they might like end up just pushing their populations into that direction anyway. But like what do you think about Israel's response? Like the whole like they're going to do a clear and forceful response, but again, even they're saying one that's not going to be big enough to cause a regional conflict. Like the quiet part out loud.
I don't know. I think Israel's biggest win was how successful they were in defending the attack. Um, and but I think in some ways they're in for like all their options to me like are in my very naive layman's view, right? Obviously, I'm not privy to a lot of like sensitive security information, all this stuff, but I would guess that all their options seem kind of equally bad and equally good. I don't know what I would do in that situation. I think if they don't hit back hard, it's a massive, especially in a place like the Middle East, um, where military power is everything. And there's an honor system, right? Like if they don't hit back hard, they are saying it's okay to do. Like you can do things like that to Israel. You can literally attack them on their own soil. I mean, Israel's its own soil has been attacked twice in 1 year. And both funded and paid for by Iran, once completely directly. So that's crazy. But on the other hand, it also first of all, like the international community is already extremely against them right now, and the United States they do not have an ideal ally in the United States because they've publicly said they wouldn't support. It's not like they've got George W. Bush at the helm, right? Who's going to be like, yeah, let's go take on the terrorist country together. That's not happening. So, so they would have to do it themselves. And because Israel is only good at quick wars, they'd have to hit back hard and fast, which would cause a lot of problems. And then that would also turn a lot of people against them even more so. I don't know. It's like I think they're in a very tough spot. I don't really know what I would do in that situation. I mean, I think I know what I would do in that situation. But it would be, but it would be all like covert stuff. Like I don't know if I would hit back publicly. Like probably continue the assassinations and all that kind of
I
stuff
mean, that's
in
what's being
Manchester.
suggested, right? They're talking about like cyber attacks or like targeted assassinations in
Mhm.
different countries and shit like that. Yeah, not like attacking Iran, the country, or yeah, because again,
Yeah,
that's the
and
kind of
like
thing that might even help
especially
the
with Iran,
leadership.
the
Yeah.
majority of the people of Iran are um are against their government. A huge portion of Iran supports Israeli people, like compared to any other Muslim country. So, like you're not like um I don't know, like hitting them and risking any kind of civilian deaths, especially when there were so few civilian deaths on the Israeli side. I mean, not just civilian, sorry, any deaths on the Israeli side. It's like, uh, it's it's like it could be a massive mistake, but it's hard to say because it could also be a massive mistake not doing anything. Because if they don't respond, or if they respond in a very weak way, it is communicating in a place like the Middle East, like that, um, that they're weak, right? That they are alone, that they're weak, and they're not hitting back because they know that they can't handle it. And and the reason why Israel has even started becoming so good with normalization is because of strength, right? It's demonstrated strength that it's there permanently. Like you can't move it, so you might as well work with us. So if they show any kind of weakness in a place like that's also really bad. It's just like I don't, I don't know how someone can make decisions like that and even sleep at night. Either way, I think it's very tough.
Yeah, fuck that. Hmm. I guess since I don't really talk to you that much recently, what else is new with you with regards to all this stuff?
I mean, that day was really scary for me because the man seeing rockets, like I watched the whole thing, and sorry, the show when they weren't rockets, but seeing missiles like above Jerusalem, right? Like that's the place I was born. I have an intense emotional attachment to it. You know, you could say I'm indigenous to the region,
Whoa.
and it's and seeing that is just something wild. Like I don't know, like that was crazy, um and all my family was like they were huddled in their kind of they're not really like shelters, they're more like these like safe rooms that have become very popular in modern Israeli buildings. Um, and they're hiding there mostly most of my cousins and my family have little kids. So like the little kids are crying and they're scared and it's like and no one knows how big this is going to be because this is such an unprecedented situation. It's easy now to look back and be like, oh, it wasn't that big of a deal. And, like everyone took it down well, but no one knew how big large scale of an attack this was going to be or something more intense was going to happen. So that was really scary. I know for my mom, it was hard to watch like her family because it brought back so many memories of the Gulf War in Israel. Back then, they were worried about Iraqi chemical attacks.
Mm-hmm.
So, and so where everyone had to board up their windows and all that kind of stuff. That stuff's really scary, you know.
Yeah, there's like a whole psychological impact as well because you don't know how big the strikes are going to be, but also I think the whole everything went on lockdown as well, effectively. Like everything was off the next day because that was the happening and they didn't know how long it was going to last or what was going to be the outcome of it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because there's this intense anxiety. I remember when I mean you remember this too. We're both old enough to remember 9/11. Like when the planes hit, whenever like any kind of attack happens, there is this intense feeling of like what else is going on? Like how big is this? What else is going on right now? So like the plane, like one plane, sorry, the second plane hit, and once you realize the second plane hit, you're thinking, how big of an attack was this? I was at Jewish school at the time. They closed my Jewish school because like they thought Jewish schools might get bombed, right? Because they have Israeli flags out front. And they
Bombed?
sent all of us home. Yeah, like on 9/11. I still remember the
Oh, you mean abroad?
and yeah. Yeah, it wasn't even the United States, just in Canada.
You mean like bomb threats, but not actually bombed, right?
No, it's they didn't know how big 9/11 was going to be, so people just thought
Yeah,
like they were going to attack other countries or other parts
yeah,
of
I don't know.
America.
It
Yeah.
might have been like I don't know what the details. They probably it's the early 2000s, so they probably maybe thought a suicide bomb could happen. Who knows? Maybe a plane would go in. Probably they probably wouldn't take a plane to attack a little Jewish school, but it's just no one knew how big of an extent like this could possibly be. Um, and uh, and then there were lots of little things that were going on, like not little things, but lots of reports of things going on. You don't know what's connected. Like remember, like the anthrax attacks, people thought that was connected. It turned out it wasn't. And so it's kind of a similar situation with this, where I was getting reports that there was a Palestinian uprising in one of the Jewish settlements. One of the illegal settlements in the West Bank, that they had torn down like a fence, and there were like dozens, right? And initially I was told there were dozens of missiles. So then I thought, oh my God, like this is like coordinated. So like now this is going to be another October 7th. They're all taken down. Turned out it was a nothing burger, right? Like it barely even made the
Wait,
news
when was
that
this?
day. On Saturday.
They turn you really okay. This is gonna sound weird, but the Palestinians tear down like a different fence every other week.
No, there was a there was like a gate, because you remember that day there was already a lot of high tensions because of the killing of the 14-year-old, and then there were a few Palestinian deaths as well, like in the settlements.
Yeah, well, few Palestinian deaths are like every day. It's not like it's a fucking common occurrence at this point. After
It's not
October 7th, that's pretty common.
it's not every day that Palestinians get killed in the
The
West Bank.
statistic is like I think on average it's normally 1 day per no 1 per 3 days. That's the average, and that's when like things are calm. So it's probably more than one every 3 days after October 7th, because we've seen the highest amount of dead even before October 7th this year, which was like I think
Wait,
we've
are you trying to claim that like tensions were not heightened in the West Bank between settlers and Palestinians compared to what is normal? Like over the weekend?
at what time? Right now, well, yeah, they went and
On
burned
on
like a
Sat
bunch.
on Saturday
They've been
on
high
Saturday
since
and Friday.
they've been
Since the
as
four
high as this since October 7th.
No, I think that's crazy. That's
No.
like there have been pockets of high tensions for sure,
Maybe
right?
there's
And
been like more victims on the settler side this time around, but majority of the time, like settlers were kidnapping doctors from villages. They were attacking people constantly ever since October 7th was a thing. They're actually been very, very active after October 7th. So no, it's the tensions have been high. It's just maybe you think it's higher now suddenly because settlers like more settlers got injured or like a 14-year-old got killed. It's been pretty
Well,
high since
I
October
think
7th.
what it sounds like what you're saying is that over the weekend of the Iranian attack, there was like some story that came out of like one fence in a settlement getting torn down, and it got reported in the news and hyperbolized, and it made some people think that the Iranian attack was going to be like coordinated with militants in the West Bank, and people were obviously like exaggerating or thinking that more was going to happen than actually did. Is that not the gist?
I did not hear
Yeah.
that sentiment from anyone in Israel.
Okay, I mean
Is
that's
this an
anecdotal, I
abroad
guess.
thing? I am just asking if this is an abroad thing. Like, where did you hear that from? Because I did not hear anything from Israelis on this.
Wait, you didn't hear that
That it was a coordinated attack with like Palestinian militants? No.
no, that's not. No, I'm not saying militants. That there were news reports coming out, right? Like you know how this stuff operates. So you said that you're in Israel?
Yeah, I'm in Israel.
Okay, so you know how this stuff operates with people like giving little tidbits of information of what's going on like on the ground or what they're experiencing in WhatsApp groups. And then it kind of
Yeah.
gets spread to Twitter and all that kind of stuff. That's what I'm referring to. So people said, and there were videos going around, I think like Saturday morning or Saturday afternoon, something like that. No, it was Saturday afternoon. It was during the Iranian attack. Of some Palestinians breaking down like the gates of a settlement, and then it's just spreading around like on Twitter, and a bunch of people like are saying like, what if like this is, who knows if this is like another October 7th attack. Turns out it was a nothing burger.
Yeah, no. Though from this, I'll tell you what I've seen from Israelis, and I've seen this from ADL. I've seen that from usually people. I think it's like people thought Iran would be attacking a lot bigger than they actually did, mainly because Iran's been like ever since like I was born here. It's like Iran's been portrayed as a big bad boogeyman. So maybe Israelis were like, "Oh fuck! Finally, Iran is attacking directly." So they thought it would be a lot bigger than it actually would be. Which for me, I thought it wouldn't be. I thought it wouldn't. I thought it would be bigger than this, but I didn't think it would be massive. Mainly because Iran doesn't want an actual war happening, and neither does Jordan. Because people are like shitting on Jordan for like intercepting. Jordan does not want a war between Israel and Iran because they're in between them. It doesn't matter who the fuck they're supporting. They're gonna get screwed by it anyway. So I don't know. Like I guess Israelis were more afraid, but I didn't hear anything about Palestinians like afraid of Palestinians and their reaction. I've seen people. I've seen a lot of shit about which was stupid. I've seen Palestinians in Nablus celebrating when there's fucking rockets above them. It was fucking idiotic. But I
You just
didn't see
so
anything
many
about
claims.
Palestinians joining
You
in
just
and
make so
attacking
many claims,
Israelis at the
dude.
time.
Like I don't know how to respond to all of them. I'm not gonna lie. Like you just said them all like they're 100% factual. Like that claim about Jordan only not wanting this conflict or supporting it because they're in between them. That's not true.
Well,
Like
what would
that
you
was
think
just
is
like
any other reason, like why Jordan wouldn't want? Is because they're an ally of Israel or like an ally of America? Just I don't know.
multitude of factors, right? Economic, treaties, trade, like trade. On top of that, Jordan is Sunni, and uh, and a massive threat, and Iran is a massive threat to their own national security. Iran's funded a bunch of terrorist groups against Jordan, like they're against each other. It's not
Who
it's
did
not
they
that they
fund against
support
Jordan?
Israel, it's that they have a common enemy.
Wait, who did they fund against Jordan?
Oh my god, I don't even know how to get into this.
That, as far as I'm aware, of any terrorist attacks that happened in Jordan were like Black September, and it was the PFLP. They were supported by Iran at that time. I don't.
Do you really think that Jordan is not an enemy of
I mean, I'm not saying that they're not an
of
enemy, but
Iran?
I don't think Iran
I
is
mean,
like
you did, right?
that
Because you said
interested
it's the
in
only
Jordan.
reason. I don't know, man.
I don't actually
I
know
think,
about this. I know that they don't like each other. I don't know about the.
yeah, but they're not that interested in Jordan. They're mostly like preoccupied with the Gulf, not Jordan.
I'm not saying that they're the most interested in Jordan. I'm just saying that they're against one another's diplomatic interests.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the economic burden from losing Israel as an ally would affect Jordan greatly, yeah. But I
Okay.
don't see. I think the
Okay, so
biggest
I'm
reason why they wouldn't
glad
want
you
the war to
agreed
break out is
with
that
your
they
statement
would be
earlier in the
affected
argument.
because they're in between Iran and Israel.
What's this? 2024. Iran's proxies.
But yeah, and I'm
threaten
also
stability in
see,
Jordan.
I'm also seeing that some people are saying that Israelis were afraid of Arab Israelis. Israelis are always afraid of Arab Israelis. Like I said, we're always watched with a lens of, oh my God, when's the next terrorist attack from you? It's just silly fucking. What was the word? Yeah, Israelis are schizo.
Anyway, Seth, sorry,
That's
I was
what
having a
I'm gonna say.
conversation before you jumped in. What
Yeah,
the fuck?
sorry, brother. Sorry. I just wanted to ask about like the whole like Palestinians jumping the fence and shit. I thought that was like a normal thing.
No, I don't think she
Like,
said it was a normal thing. I think she was saying that it was a story that got reported in a time when no one knows exactly, because it's unprecedented, right? And I think the idea is that when you have an unprecedented situation like that attack, no one really knows exactly how far it's going to go or who else is involved. So people, when they're, I guess, like a bit panicky, or if they're just like in uncharted territory, use their imaginations. So when that's all happening, they see a story in the news about a fence in the West Bank getting broken down, and then they think, and then their imagination goes, oh wait, maybe what if this is like a coordinated thing and there's like going to be an attack on the West Bank as well, but there won't.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just like that.
yeah,
That's all I heard anyway. It didn't sound like there was any.
I'll get that. I understand that sentiment, or like I understand that like fear after October 7th, because no one expected October 7th, right? Yeah. Anyway, continue conversation. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I might let them all back in later because I can see Warthong's in the waiting room as well now.
Okay.
Fuck. What was
I
I
was
gonna?
just there's so much to be said. I didn't even know, like, there was just so many things that were just said, like they were just 100% factual, but he seemed to walk most of that stuff back. But yeah, I mean, you put my words correctly. That was my point. My point wasn't that it was a big deal. My point that it was that it was not a big deal, but that like in moments of war, and especially stuff that's unprecedented, like yeah, your imagination goes wild because it almost has to for survival, right?
Isn't the problem with Jordan and Iran that along their border areas is where there's like a lot of presence with Hezbollah and like whatever the fucking popular mobilization forces are? Isn't that like what the problem that Jordan has with Iran? That there are like that some of the spillover from Syria and Iraq to do with Hezbollah happens like where they
Yeah,
are.
I think that's the biggest one. But in general, what you're seeing happening right now, like um from what I've gathered, I might be wrong, but from what I've gathered is that there is basically a new Iron Curtain, right? Like there is a new kind of Cold War that we're in right now. I mean, you could call it World War III, but it's very cold. So that feels strange to say. Um, and so there's a new curtain, and Jordan is on one side of the curtain, and it's on the same side that Israel is. And that's not because like they love Israel, it's because they have a common enemy, right? So and they're allies of the United States and all that kind of stuff. And then and Saudi Arabia is on that side too, and so is Egypt, right? So are most of the Sunni nations. Oh, what Sunni country, unless if you're not counting Gaza, like would be considered an ally of Iran? I don't even know. And like
Sunni country.
Russia and all them. Yeah.
I don't know. Syria? Is Syria Sunni majority? Oh, there.
Isn't Syria Shiite?
I thought Iraq was majority Shiite. I don't know if Syria is. I actually don't know.
I think Iraq is majority Sunni, but then its leadership was majority Shiite. Don't quote me on that.
No, I think it's backwards. Iraq is majority Shia, Syria is majority Sunni.
Wait, was Saddam Hussein a Sunni then?
He was a Sunni, but he led a Shia majority country, right?
Okay, so I got it backwards. Okay, yeah. I knew it was something like that.
Yeah, so it's Syria, yeah. And because I think with Jordan, I think it's that I don't think, because as far as I know, I don't think Iranian proxies have ever like attacked Jordan, but what they do is they smuggle weapons across the like Iraq, Syria border with Jordan, and then Jordan fights with them over
against
that
their
shit. Yeah.
diplomatic interests, right? Like there's tons of ways that these countries operate like war, especially like with disinformation campaigns or funding rebels and like all this kind of stuff that we know happens. And so but that's what I mean, like what side you're on when it comes to this new Iron Curtain. I don't know what else to call it. I mean, I'm sure historians will figure out some other name for it in the future. That's just like, you're never going to be funding, I mean, unless like it's a really covert shit, but you're never going to be funding like rebels or just something that's against major diplomatic interests against a nation that's on the same side of the curtain as you. You know, the United States would put a major stop to that very quickly.
Yeah, I don't even know anymore. I feel like there are some obvious things that you can predict, like that Iran wasn't going to start World War III, but otherwise, feels pretty uncharted.
Well, if they probably would have, or I don't know if it was World War III, but they would have started a proper war, like if they had not given warning, and if they had engaged the full power of their proxies, right?
Mhm.
That would have started a massive war.
Yeah, but
But
that's never really what happens, is it? Like you'd always think that if there was this much like conviction equally held on every side, then it would actually all just happen almost at once, right? You'd have like Hamas in the south, Hezbollah in the north, and Iran over the border, and then the Houthis. But like it's never really like it wasn't even like that in the 6 Day War of all things, like because it was obviously Israel attacks Egypt first, and then Jordan gets involved like later in the morning, and then Syria doesn't come in really until like a couple of days later. So it's like. Yeah, I feel like it's always been like that. Like there's just always this kind of
do you think
loosely,
that if, say, the attack was successful, right?
Mhm.
Say like most of the rockets land, it's like a disaster for Israel. Do you think a lot of other nations would have joined in because they recognize that Israel's losing?
Maybe. Would Hezbollah have? Probably. I don't know about other nations. I don't know which nations would have got involved. But yeah, probably.
Tunisia.
Yeah. Tunisia. Yeah, I don't know. That would be again, I would have thought even on October 7th, because Hamas were like, they technically held on to bits of territory, like they caught the IDF with their pants down, but Hezbollah didn't really
Yeah.
do that much at all. So yeah,
Yeah, for
don't know.
sure. Well,
The Saudis are now
um,
saying that Iran was partly behind October 7th. Have you seen that?
oh yeah, I mean that's just confirmed. I see October 7th attack not as a Palestinian uprising, um, but as a but as an attack by Iran, honestly. Like they just like used Palestinians to for what's useful to them.
Interesting.
But like I mean Iran is destabilizing the entire region and it has been for a while. So like if Iran had a different leadership, the Middle East would be in a very different situation. I mean, I think Palestinians would be in a better situation.
Probably. They don't really have
But then
the
who knows?
best list of friends. Sure.
No.
And what else is new with you? Aristocracy. Are you streaming again, or what's going on that front?
Oh,
Fighting on Twitter.
I'm thinking about it. I think like I don't like saying I'm coming back because I feel like I always say I'm coming back and then I don't. So, or I like a stream once, then I don't do it again. When I don't like I want to go on camera, and I feel like a lot of things get missed when you're not on camera, and I want to be expressive and make stupid faces and all that kind of stuff. I think like I'm anxious about that from like a safety perspective. Um, but I don't know, the anti-Semitism in my city right now is so bad that I genuinely feel like I'm more in danger just like walking down the street or just like locally than I am from some weirdo on the internet. Um, so that kind of like encourages me a bit, but I wonder if that also could make it like worse because there's more likely that someone's crazy, lives in my city, more likely to do something. But
Yeah, but
I don't know.
it's at the end of the day, there are fucking journalists and public speaker figures and people who write columns for like the Times and shit like that, who are obviously much more reviled at a much larger scale than people like us. And I feel like they're always a good litmus test. You know, like you can maybe, at least that's how I do it. Like my rule of thumb is I just look at other people who are bigger, like much bigger than me, and whether or not they've been threatened or attacked. And if they're fine, I probably will be.
Someone in your chat asked if I was recognizably Jewish. Not in my appearance. I'm not religious, and I don't particularly look Ashkenazi because I'm mixed. But but if I wear anything like a Jewish star or something like that, the big thing is my last name. My last name's very Jewish, so like most Jews. So if there's always like this anxiety when you get in an Uber, when like I know you book any appointment or anything like that, of yeah, if the person is, you know, gonna be awful to you. You knew that I had a guitar teacher, and I let her go because I mean one of the main reasons I let her go was um because I just got that vibe, you know, that um but I don't know. It's it's not being the greatest, but at the same time, um it would be cool to stream. I want to come back. Um I think there's a problem where I'm a very different person than I was before October 7th. I'm way more biased. I mean, I'm always going to be biased, like as a Jewish person and as an Israeli citizen. Um, and I always try to overcome that bias as much as possible. I don't know if I want to overcome it anymore, right? Like that's just not my mindset because I'm in kind of like war mindset. I'm in survival mindset. I want to convince people of my point, my perspective. And that's very different. I was not at all like that before October 7th, at least not intentionally. So it would be like super different, you know, like because I'm just not who I was. And I would have to see if that's even worth, I don't know, having like a voice like that out there. But um, uh, I don't know. And I don't know if I want to be the person that's always defending Israel's actions. Because, yeah, some of the times they do a lot of shit that I fucking hate.
Well, if you say that second half, then you'll probably wouldn't be the fully biased thing, right? You're not going to become like traveling Israel then.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's if you go even a little bit against the normal Israeli Likud style Israeli line, you kind of get put in a certain category. You know that Elon Levy guy, he got let go, and he was like the official Israeli like spokesman, right? He's like, you can't get any more fucking Zionist than that, right? But even he was not good enough for Netanyahu, though I've heard that he really got fired because he auditioned for Dancing with the Stars without Israel's permission.
Okay.
And he was like an official spokesman, so I guess you're supposed to go to the government to get permission before you audition for a reality show. But I don't know. I think like if I do come back, like obviously I'd try to be as open as I could about my intense bias. And uh, you know, like, and it's not just like, and it's not really an intellectual bias. It's like um, it's just a practical, logical bias. Because uh, it doesn't, even if I thought Israel was committing a genocide, like if I legitimately thought that intellectually, right? And I wanted to stop because I'm not a terrible human being. Of course, I would want it to stop. I would never support like bombing Jerusalem, for example, to stop it because my family's there. So I'm not going to sacrifice my family, right? So that's just an inherent bias that you're always going to have. Like it's not, I can't like intellectually be super separated and like weigh things like mathematically from like an objective perspective and do some moral calculation. That's just not, you know, you're always going to think of the people that are close to you, right? It's the same thing that like You and I are close. I know you have family in Lebanon. I like whenever I hear about whenever I think or hear about the idea of Israel launching an attack against Hezbollah, the one of the number one things that come up to in my head is I think about your family. And so I think that even if it was like super in Israel's interest to do that, like it's like the objectively correct thing to do, say like in this universe, I wouldn't support it. It's just like the personal, in times of like survival and war and death and all these things, the personal triumphs over the intellectual, I guess, or the political.
Yeah, I think if that happened, I'd probably start just talking about something else. Like if actually Hezbollah just went and properly tried to fucking invade Israel and gave like a full-on casus belli for Israel to go to war, I'd probably just have to stop streaming because there's like no fucking way I would ever support that happening just because of too close to home, you know.
Yeah.
What do you say when you mean like bias though? Do you mean like you'd only ever talk about one side of the not stop streaming, just talk about something else? What do you mean by like do you mean bias as in like you'd be like less willing to you'd be more skeptical about like certain information, or like you would only want to give one side of a narrative even though you feel like there's other parts missing, or what exactly do you mean besides what you just
Oh
told me
yeah,
about
I
just
mean, there's a bunch of things where bias like impacts, right? Like I just naturally have I believe Israeli sources more than I believe Palestinian sources, for example.
Okay.
I'm not talking about individual people. Obviously that's a different case, but I mean like in terms of um Twitter posts or news articles or anything like that. I'm just always going to believe an Israeli source more. That doesn't mean I'm always going to believe an Israeli source. A lot of shit on that side. It's just like I view it as more trustworthy. That's like a that's going to obviously bias your perspective immensely, and it'll bite you in the ass sometimes. I remember the Jerusalem Post, which is a legitimate news source, right? Was spreading around. There was it was this awful story where a Palestinian girl, I think she got like killed in the rubble or something like that. She's like a toddler. And the guys and her family is like holding her up. And the picture kind of got spread on social media because it was so horrific to see like a dead little girl like that, and it like became symbolic of what they're experiencing. And it got, and the Jerusalem Post posted an article saying that that it was like a fake, that it was like it was Pollywood, right? You've heard that term, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pollywoods,
Yeah,
yeah.
so they said it was Pollywood, that it was fake. It was like a fake body. I feel so gross saying this. Like, but and um and I remember when I saw it, I thought like, man, first of all, that looks pretty real to me. And second of all, I mean, there's Occam's razor. Like most of the Hollywood shit is bullshit in general. I've always thought that was bullshit. Like the idea that like like Palestinians are faking all of this stuff to um and they're to the point that they're willing to literally use makeup and create dolls. Like that's just like such a wild like thing to believe. You have to really think crazy shit to me to believe that. Um so like so because of those things, I dismissed it. And I also just thought like the chances that this is real and that someone is saying that it's not, it's just so disgusting. Like that's just not what I want. So like but I had to, but like just in general when they posted that, I would have been more likely to believe them, but because the story was so out there, I couldn't and I didn't. But if it had been a little bit more believable, like trying to think of an example.
I've come on to Stillman Pallywood if you need time to think.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But so that's what I
No.
that's what I mean. So when it comes to, sorry, you lost my train of thought for a second.
Sorry.
But that's why like when I saw that, like it's just a reminder that even though the Jerusalem Post is a legit source, it can still not be true. So if I had been like completely biased and and I'd let it over time, I would have just believed whatever it said, and then believed something horrific and spread something horrific. So I tried to be as responsible as I can, but I'm only human and I'm covered in emotions. Like,
I think
anyway.
it was rigor mortis. That's why they said that they thought the baby looked fake. That's so stupid.
Yeah,
It's
so you know the story I'm talking about, like that, and
yeah.
they eventually admitted fault and they took back the story, and it was like, oh man, that's like a really big fuck up, especially for me as an Israeli, watching how much people dismissed the suffering of Israelis on October 7th, and everyone saying like things are conspiracies and lies. Like I was particularly sensitive to people doing the same thing to Palestinians.
It's such an outlandish thing to make up as well, because as if there's any shortage of like dead babies to take photos of in fucking Gaza. That someone would have to go and get a
Yeah.
doll. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. I didn't know Jerusalem
Yeah, and
Post
like
jumped on that though. I actually didn't know they did that.
yeah. I
Fuck.
don't know if they were the first to spread it, but I know that they were the biggest publication to post it.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they amplified it. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah. And that to me that's like they like did an official apology and stuff. But it was just like such an intense example to me to I still think that Israeli sources are more trustworthy. That might be my bias, it probably is. I don't know. But it's just a reminder that yeah, that you're like how much misinformation can get spread intensely.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to hear me steal Man Pallywoods then?
Yeah.
Sure, let's do it.
Okay, so I've never seen Pallywood in the sense that Eris has just described, but what I have seen is kind of fake Pallywoods, where it's like I've seen people like putting up like the doll as a baby and going, yes, this is Pallywoods, and it looks like it's like ultra-Zionists trying to discredit Palestinians. But the Pallywoods that I have seen is this video of a guy running around. You can hear the same sounds of explosions playing on a loop. It doesn't sound real, and you can see lots of people walking around calmly. But it looks like, and this guy is just running around trying to pretend he's being bombed. And I've seen that get called Pallywoods. And if this is what I think it is, then I think that's a defensible use of the term.
Where did you see that footage?
What's your take on this, Loner Boy?
I don't know. I have
saw
no
this
fucking idea what we're
being
talking
shared
about.
Yeah, so I saw this being shared on Twitter a couple of weeks ago. Like, for all I know, this could be like what's they called, a Haganist saying, "Here is a fake Palestinian video."
Yeah, that's what I
and
thought,
then
right? Because
bunking a made-up
yeah.
thing, but I don't know.
That's the
I
problem,
haven't seen
because
perhaps somebody sharing it saying it is what it.
There was that
claims
video
it is.
of a girl with fake blood on her face, running around, and then she looks really scared, but then 1 minute afterwards she's like happy again. But it's because it was actually a scene from a fucking like the set of a Lebanese film from like 2 years ago.
That's where most of the Hollywood
sort of thing as well.
Most of the Hollywood stuff that I've seen has not been people literally making like a fake crime like on the ground, but rather spreading fake images from other conflicts. That's like or from just like an actual film production, right? And saying that this is like Palestinians doing this or applying it. Like that's what I've seen more often than
Yeah, and you get
than
that in
anything
every
else.
conflict.
I mean, that's
Like,
the
I've
problem
seen
you get
footage
is
from
that
Syria passed off as Ukraine footage.
Yeah, the problem is that you get the situation where it's like 40 beheaded babies, where the people talking about it the most and sharing the most of it is actually the people who oppose it, like the people from the other side. Because most people who are pro-Israel like are not, like barely any of them are actually still saying that 40 babies were beheaded. Most of them didn't say it ever.
I don't know
yeah,
anyone
it's
who
just like,
says it.
yeah, it's always left wingers who think other people are saying it, and they think people are saying it even when they're not saying it. Like,
Yeah.
so. I don't know. I mean, I've heard people talk about, and I don't even know why people would describe this as Pallywood, because it's just propaganda. Is like when maybe someone is like fighting with the IDF, or they're throwing, they're slingshotting, or they're like firing shots, but then they'll just clip that part out, and then they'll leave a part in where they get shot, and they'll say that they were just a civilian getting shot. Or there might be people who are like breaking a curfew and in the middle of a fight and going out into an area where they're not supposed to be, and someone behind is filming and they catch it, and then they say like this was just an innocent civilian playing football or not, like not doing anything wrong, and then they go like, that's just propaganda. That just happens in every war. That's not really like
There's a lot of
Hollywood.
stuff
Yeah.
like that. Something that I noticed a lot of on the Palestinian propaganda side was these like images that would often come from the West Bank, not really Gaza, or like these videos of so-called IDF soldiers doing awful things, usually to like Palestinian children. And like, you know, things like, I remember there was one of like, he kidnaps like IDF soldiers, like kidnapping a Palestinian child, right? Or like to take them hostage, right? Like, I think that was like, there's like a lot of videos like that. And almost every single one of those videos that I saw, they were not an IDF soldier, right? If it was even actually from the conflict, but they were not an IDF soldier. They were a settler dressed as IDF, badly, mind you, and you can tell a bunch of things from like things like their sneakers and how shoddy their uniforms are, like, and the fact that they don't actually have like Zahal like on their uniforms properly and like a bunch of things. But you know, to like a normal layman, it's gonna look like, oh my God, it's an IOF soldier like doing this, and so they start getting an impression, and I mean, it doesn't help that settlers do often dress as IDF soldiers, or try to,
Yeah, the
because
settlers
they're
are as
against,
bad as like a
yeah, because
lefty
they're
thinks
against the
every Israeli
IDF.
is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's just
think
like an
Hollywood is such a
example.
poison term that I would avoid using it. Or if I am going to use it, I'm just going to use it to mean pro-Palestinian propaganda.
What about the Al Jazeera story about the IDF soldiers who raped? Yeah, I mean, that was complete false info.
Yeah, or I've seen footage of like two guys running around in what I presume is Gaza, and they get blown up by a drone. And then Al Jazeera is reporting this as, look at these two civilians being killed, and like, you don't know they're civilians, or at least I don't know they're civilians from this 30 seconds of footage, because for all I know, they were launching rockets 2 minutes ago. And that's just, as with anything,
Yeah.
don't believe footage that is too short.
There's a really infamous story of an IDF rape of a Palestinian woman. I think it was back in 1956. It's very rare that this stuff happens, or like at least is documented at all. In general, rape is much less common as a method of warfare in the Middle East, from my understanding. Obviously, October 7th was not the case. But so yeah, so there's like this really infamous case. I don't, Lonerbox, have I talked to you about this one with you?
The 50s one? I don't think so, no.
Where there was I think it was like it was a Bedouin girl. So they like some IDF regiment runs into like an Arab man, an Arab Bedouin Palestinian man, I don't know, whatever your political thing wants to call him. And he has a younger woman with him, girl, I don't know, she's like 15, 16, something like that. She's like a teenager. And they kill him because they thought he was armed. And then they took her, and because and one of the leaders of the regiment, I like, again, I'm forgetting a lot of the details, so I encourage anyone to just look it up in case I get something wrong. One of the leaders ends up deciding to rape her, right, that night. And it basically, and they all, and like a bunch of people, a bunch of soldiers participate in the sexual assault. So, and they eventually, and we know a lot of details about it, because there was a court case that happens later. People are wondering why. You know so much about, we know exactly which soldiers did it, which soldiers participated, which soldiers protested, because some soldiers were like, this is like disgusting, like stop doing this, right? And eventually they have this big argument on whether or not they should kill her. And then to hide their crime from the rest of the IDF, um, they kill her. So, and so she never gets to live to tell what happened to her, but there were witnesses, right? Like because a bunch of soldiers refused to participate. And eventually all these guys get basically a court-martialed. They get taken into court, into like IDF military court. They get prosecuted. And I think they're almost all found guilty. But this court case, of course, it's done completely in secret because Israel doesn't want to admit. It's like for them it was so humiliating that they had a regiment that did this. They had soldiers that did something so disgusting. So they hid it completely. Like they hid the court case, and it was just completely hidden in the archives for so long. Like it was never released, and I think it was only released like I don't know in the 90s or something like that.
And now because it's been hidden, it begs the question: how many others have been hidden? Whereas, like, if it's done fully transparently, people go, look, the IDF are prosecuting these people immediately, they're open about it, they're honest, and we can take a fair guess this is how many rapists that there are and how they're being treated. Whereas this being all done in secret, for all we know, the archives could be lying and they were let off scot-free. I believe the archives personally, but I know plenty of people wouldn't.
Oh, I mean, you don't have to believe the archive. Like it's like recorded. It's like recorded that they got punished, right? They weren't. I don't think all of them were punished as severely as they should have been. But rape in general is not treated as seriously as it should in Western countries.
Or anywhere.
But there were a bunch of reasons. There were just like there are a bunch of reasons why you'd think that this could be more common. I mean, the reason why we know about that situation is because there were witnesses, right? So like, and there were witnesses that were against what they saw was happening. They also killed her afterwards. And even though that meant that wasn't a witness, it also meant it was a much more severe crime, right?
Well, it's rape
Especially
and murder.
from a Jewish Israeli perspective, there's a very high value on life. So killing her is going to be seen as much worse than anything else afterwards. So that's going to make them take it a lot more seriously, more likely to take it to court and stuff like that when perhaps it might have been pushed under the rug. And there was a very high ranking officer that participated. He was like the head, he was like the leader of it. So it was like it wasn't just some like low end soldiers, from my understanding, that participated in it. So I'm sure that this stuff has happened and hasn't been documented, or maybe there's stuff in the archives that Israel never released. Sometimes Israel releases stuff accidentally. I suspect this was one of the ones that was accidental. But yeah, this stuff is unfortunately surprisingly common with men in the military.
Yeah, it happens pretty much everywhere, but like some armies do it a lot more than others. Like it takes a huge amount of professionalism and discipline to try and keep soldiers in check because they will naturally do this sort of thing.
Someone in chat said that I called the Iranian attack weak. I didn't say it was weak. I said it wasn't successful in doing any damage. So I'd say it was a
but you were saying, well, you were saying before that you didn't think they actually planned to kill anyone with it. You they knew they'd stop. It would be stopped. You thought.
Well, I think the general idea is that they were trying to do something that wouldn't have caused like an escalation. That's why it wasn't. That's why there was like enough time to prepare. That's why there was not that many rockets, even though they could have done more. I know missiles as well, but yeah.
Same difference.
Yeah, I'm so used to saying the word rocket.
I think when the UN went to the West Bank as part of the October 7th sexual violence thing, they went to the West Bank as well and looked into cases when it came to prisoners. I think what they said was that out of all the complaints that they get, most of them are to do with things like threats of rape, inappropriately long strip searches, or like forced nudity for detainees, definitely during interrogation as well, like invasive searches. I don't think there have been, the UN actually said that they didn't have reports of rape, but then the two reasons they gave for that being likely is that one is obviously like cultural shame, like the fact that like a lot of people just don't want to speak up if they've been raped, and then also the fact that like most of these complaints I think there've been like 1,400 complaints relating to torture, which includes sexual violence and harassment. I think out of 1,400 complaints since 2001, only 3 were ever investigated criminally, and no indictments. So there's definitely
Here's what I suspect.
Hmm.
Is that a lot of the stuff was way more common than it is now. I don't think I know that IDF soldiers can get up to shit, especially after October 7th, but I would still hedge my bets on the fact that this is way less common now than it was. There is so much more. The IDF is way better organized. There's so much more strict rules. That something like that would happen. They just couldn't get away with something like that now. At least they wouldn't even try.
Also, there's just more women in the IDF. I reckon that makes it less likely.
Well, they serve separately.
No, but like, it's still, there are women soldiers, and I think it's probably a bit more difficult to justify it to yourself if you're raping a woman one day and then you're seeing another woman colleague the next.
Yeah, I mean, well, Israeli culture is Western culture. I mean, there's some differences, but even in Western culture, there's been a massive change in its view of rape and sexual consent and stuff, and that's affected Israeli society. Like, that stuff would just be way less accepted than it used to be. I don't know if it would have ever been accepted, but it wouldn't have been something that you just sweep under the rug. But you know, that might be my bias talking. No, like, how many Palestinians didn't think their people were capable of what they did on October 7th, right? If like I ever talked to a Palestinian woman that claimed she was sexually assaulted, who would I be to say that didn't happen to you? But I've never, like, I've only read about that one case. I'm sure there's other instances, but it just doesn't seem common.
I think there were about 12 villages that are pretty much confirmed from the 48 war on the Israeli side. I think maybe a couple that were hit by the ALA. There were Jewish women who were raped, but I think even it's at the end of Benny Morris's 1948 book. He even says that like compared to most wars, even as a proportion, like compared to like the Yugoslav wars or to World War II and everything like that, when it came to like rape and all this like really excessive stuff, is that neither side really did that much of it to each other at all. The Arabs didn't really do as much.
There was a lot of, where there was a lot of sexual assault. This is like such a grim conversation.
Mm.
I'm worried about
There's a
getting
lot of sexual
demonetized.
assault. There was a lot of sexual assault against German women during at the end of World War II. Like that, really a lot. My grandparents. I had my grandmother's side of the family. She was successfully like in hiding. So she didn't have to go to camps and stuff. And they, like, I don't know, by the end of the war, Soviet troops had, I think, taken over Vienna. I think it's Vienna. And they were like invading. And they start kind of going through all the apartment buildings. I've heard this like directly from my uncle, from my great uncle, like the whole story of this. And so these soldiers are going through the building, all the apartment buildings in Vienna, and they're finding all the young women. They're just gathering them, every young woman they can find. And they're just going to gather them all, these are like, I mean, they're Austrian, but they consider them German, for obvious reasons. And so they just start gathering them all to obviously sexually assault them. And they show up to their apartment, and they were like hiding in like some rooftop apartment or something. And my great uncle, like, he says something like, no, we're hiding from the Germans. We're not on the German side. We're Jews, right? Which was like an automatic to the Soviets. That was like an automatic, you're not a German Nazi, right? So then they spared them. Like, they spared them from rape, all the women in their family from rape, because they were Jews. But he said that was one of the scariest days for them. It was like the day that they were technically being rescued by the Soviets, because of like how terrifying the men were. You can only like imagine. And it's not something that's talked about, because I mean, no one likes having empathy for for Nazis, if they're young women.
Whoa.
Or when
That's
or
your
when
reaction to that?
or when the Western Allies moved across Europe and liberated, like say Belgium, the women's heads were shaved, and I assume a lot worse, but that sort of thing doesn't tend to come up in the documentaries.
Well, Lonervax's reaction, it just reminds me of like if I go like on a date with a guy and then I just start ranting about something really dark and fucked up in history. That I really shouldn't have mentioned on like a date, and the guy just looks at me like,
Okay, here's what.
wow.
Okay, fuck it.
Like,
Here's
don't
what I
know
want to
to
know.
say.
You're a like history student. I want to know: is there any standard for how historians determine whether or not rapes happened in a particular war event? Because obviously they can't do it the normal way. Do they go off? Is like how much is usually enough for them to say that it most likely happened here? Is it just
Okay, so
witnesses, or is it how the bodies are found? Is it? It's not forensics. I'd
they would
imagine.
do
Like
it.
yeah.
So it would really depend on the historian, and the place in which they're studying and being a historian and practicing history, and the rule and like because it's going to be a mix of the historical method and a lot of the natural techniques. Like I would wager like a Canadian historian in 2024 would be would require far less evidence to signify sexual assault happened, right? Like it's not that they wouldn't apply the same historical method, they would, but they would also like when you apply the historical method, you're weighing it's like a calculation, right? You're weighing primary sources and then you're weighing how reliable each of those primary sources are for various reasons when it comes to like their bias or what else did they say? Can we confirm something else that they said? Like, a bunch like a multitude of factors, and they're gonna highly emphasize the victim much more just because we're in a culture right now, whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm gonna guess most people here think it's a good thing that puts a higher value on the victim experience, the victim, in terms of this kind of stuff. Wouldn't have been the case 30 years ago. It certainly wasn't 70 years ago. So, but if you're in a country like, I don't know, I don't want to be racist to a country right now, but if you're a country that has obviously like a much, it requires a lot more witnesses and doesn't value a victim's perspective much more, they're gonna that's gonna affect the historian themselves, right? When they make that calculation, and they're gonna be much more strict when it comes to that stuff. So I think it really depends on the historian. That's why it's important to look at like their method and how they weigh it. That's one of the reasons why Benny Morris is so respected, because this is why his books become very dry, because he like gets into such detail about how he comes to his conclusions. So if you disagree with an aspect of it, you can kind of see the method and see where you would have concluded yourself.
Even Norman Finkelstein cites him because he's such a good historian.
Yeah, I mean,
Aris,
yeah.
you might have the answer to this. How many of the other new historians write in English, or is it just Benny?
Pape does, and Avishleim.
Oh, they all write in English. I mean, all the top ones for sure, because they want international recognition.
I found it harder to get books from that fucking, what was his name? Yoav Gelber.
Oh, yeah. There are a lot of Israeli sources that are in Hebrew, but it's going to depend on the context. When it comes to there's different types of military history, right? So like if you're talking about like intelligence military history, like that on average, when it comes to Israel, you're more likely to find historians that only work in Hebrew, and that only publish in Hebrew. So I suspect that some of the sources that Traveling Israel was referring to, like the Hebrew books that he kind of like alluded to that don't have translations and stuff, I suspect that they were kind of more intelligence focused books, like just things like about Mossad, Shin Bet, stuff like that.
Some of them were also just older. They were just old. But I managed to find, fortunately, the one that his main
the
one.
older
about
the book, the worse, the less likely it is to be true. in
Yeah,
history.
yeah. Like I think the
For
one that he
having
said that was
interesting,
new.
good faith guests
It
like Ellis
was
to talk to
it was called
and
what was
listen
it?
to.
Yeah, Dare You
And that
Seen the
other
Massacre
guy
That Never
too,
Was.
whose
That
name
was
I
yeah, that
don't
was a new one,
know.
but that was easy enough to find in English. Just got it on fucking Amazon. So yeah, fortunately.
What a title.
The thing is it's not even really making that argument. To me, it doesn't sound like it. He's just saying that most of that book is him pushing back against like what has kind of remained of the old Arab propaganda stories about Dare You Seen, which were very real. But even at like the last page of the book, the guy literally says that like there's a difference between people who are killed in a battle and who are killed afterwards, who are massacred. But the majority of people in Dare You Seen, even though they're mostly civilians, died in the battle, and only a few were massacred afterwards. But it's like, okay, so like, are you saying it was a massacre or it wasn't? Yeah, no, it's just stupid. Yeah, that book's retarded. But it does actually, like, as far as the factual basis goes, it just kind of like, it doesn't really push back against the idea of it being a massacre. Just that it wasn't like with fucking tanks and lining up against the wall and mass rapes and shit like that, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of these terms only exist like relative, right? Like it's the same thing that online I'm seen as like this massive pro-Israel person, but in Israeli circles I'm seen as extremely left-wing, extremely critical, like even now. So
even now,
even after October 7th. So it's all gonna depend on relative. And then it's funny, there's in Toronto the pro-Palestine groups, because there's like three major Palestine groups in Toronto. There's Toronto for Palestine, Palestine, and the Palestinian Youth Org, something like that. And they're all infighting right now intensely, right? Because like they're all made up mostly of like Arab Canadians from around the Muslim world, who have very different perspectives and very different ideas on things and stuff. Some are more anti-Semitic than others, and so they're all like having this massive infight right now. It's like wild to watch. It's all because it's all relative. So yeah,
I've
like
been
it's
kind
really
of
funny. I'm seeing like one Palestinian group that I thought was so anti-Semitic, and they're standing up against anti-Semitism because the other group was way more. They're like, hey, that's a little overboard even for me. I don't know if you should call them prophet killers.
Jesus. Yeah, I saw that happen with fucking was it DSA? Democratic Socialists of America, where they had to split off with some group before October 7th for saying that Israelis were not civilians. Yeah, they had to like split off with one of their fucking branches or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the thing I'm
Well, it's just
interested
like
in,
all relative.
I'm interested in these people who talk about fucking the October 7th rapes, and the evidence that they're giving for it being like dubious is that they'll say things like they're kind of like deciding that the standards are things like there's not forensic evidence, or there's no autopsies, or they haven't spoken to an
Yeah, they
actual
keep
survivor.
changing.
But then I want to look for like atrocities in the past committed by the Israelis towards the Palestinians, where people have demanded fucking forensic evidence or like autopsies, or even the victims themselves speaking. Because as far as I can find out, there doesn't actually seem to be like there's that much of that. It seems to be that like I need to look more into this, but it seems to be for most of this, it's like maybe a soldier said they saw it happen, or like a few survivors will come running away from the village and they'll tell like the Arab radio that they saw it, and but usually that's kind of just taken as like enough. But it's just weird that
Yeah,
or
because I mean
even
because it's not really about any potential victims of this. It's just about painting your enemies as awful as they can be. Right. That's just everyone's just using this stuff for propaganda purposes. In general, it's funny because well, that's not funny, but I was talking to a historian the other day who's a Spanish historian, and we were discussing, we were just having a conversation about colonization in the Americas, and he's like great scholar, way more educated on that topic than I am. I took some basic classes on it, so I'm just gonna repeat the stuff that I heard the historians that like told me. And And one of the things that I was taught was that, like, there's this thing called the Black Legend. I don't know if you've heard about that in historiography, where it's like this idea that that like Protestant, historians and groups like, since the 16th century have like banded together to create this false Black legend about Spain and the Americas. And how they were like such awful colonizers, like that they were particularly worse than the others, um, and to as a way to make Catholics look evil, and and that actually, and sometimes historians all agree on it, sometimes they don't. Like I was taught that that the idea of the Black Legend is not true, that Spain was legit bad. Like they were particularly awful colonizers compared to what was the standard at the time. There's a lot of evidence for that. And um uh blah blah. So but he's telling me but when he mentions the Black Legend, he mentioned the Black Legend as if that was obvious that it wasn't true. That like yeah, of course that's Black Legend stuff. Like that's just being dismissed for centuries. No one takes that seriously. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, because I went to Canadian universities, which are gonna have, I guess, a more Anglo perspective and probably a bit of more of a Protestant perspective, right? And I was like, that's not at all what I was taught. And we're both at Western universities, like, and we just have come to a completely different conclusion. In terms of like the emphasis of what is more evil. But we ended up just like both agreeing that the Belgians were the worst.
That's one way of doing it. Like,
yeah.
The history of Protestants putting out anti-Catholic propaganda goes back centuries, and it kind of continues on to today in minor ways. Like, people believing that everyone thought the Earth was flat before Christopher Columbus. That's Protestants spreading anti-Catholic propaganda to make them sound stupid.
Yeah, but then because in history and a lot of the stuff, these things work in fashion, right? Like, so it's cyclical. So there's a response to response. So, historically, during the Middle Ages, people are extremely religious. So but they still idolized Rome. So they blame the fall of Rome on the fact that, on like all like the pagans and how they wouldn't fully accept Christianity and all this kind of stuff. Then there's a response during the Enlightenment, where they blame the fall of Rome, because that was a big debate for a while time. Like, why did the Western Roman Empire fall? And then the Enlightenment happens, and everyone's pro-science and all that kind of stuff. So, and quite anti-religious. So then the big thing for the young new historians at the time are like, they're going to blame the fall of Rome on Christianity, and that view dominates for hundreds of years. And like up to I would say the late 20th century. And then you've got a bunch of new historians that are like reading and like who are studying the so-called Dark Ages, and they're like, these ages aren't really that dark. And on top of that, like, I think Christianity in Rome is actually pretty cool. Like, I don't really think it fell because of that. There's this reason, and then there's like a response. And then everyone kind of like overcorrects, and then there's a response, and people have a tendency, just generations, like just like fashion, you hate skinny jeans, so instead you wear baggy jeans that are falling to your foot. Like, people overcorrect, and historians operate just like teenagers in this way, right? Like, they just have an instinct to overcorrect. It's just like
also
human.
just historians.
It's something to keep in mind whenever you're reading any kind of like controversial historical topic, like at all.
It's also that historians do have the incentive to try and be contrarians. Like, imagine there's whatever issue.
That's a great
point. Are you going to read the guy who says every other historian is wrong, or are you going to read one of 10 historians who all say the same thing?
Well, yeah, you're never going to publish. Like, I'm never going to go publish everything that Benny Morris said and then make my career off of it, right? Like, that's not going to happen.
You have to add something of your own work to it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to be like, well, I would just like to confirm Benny Morris is correct, guys, and please publish my work. And no one's going to publish that. No one's going to take that seriously. You make your career out of doing something new, just like in fashion. So there is an instinct to always do something contrarian, and that can produce something great. It also keeps us often in this somewhat toxic and illogical cycle, where you don't truly know what the actual truth always is.
Yeah, or like I'm being interested in European martial arts, that I'm basically being an amateur historian fighting with other amateur historians about what's being written in the texts, and every now and then I do just go onto like the Facebook pages, which is the closest thing to an academic forum, and give my hottest takes, just to try and see what other people think of them. But then this is stuff like, maybe the British fencing of the 19th century was actually just much worse than everyone else, and people saying, no, it's not, are people just being contrarian in comparison to the previous wave of people doing this. And it makes lots of people very angry, and I have a lot of fun. And this is about an issue that doesn't really matter. Who really cares about the history of fencing in Europe these days compared to, say, the Spanish legends?
$100.
Yeah.
How are you doing with this?
Oh, you know, one day at a time. I'm thinking of doing a video about the sort of like Intercept / Hassan Piker effort to discredit the systematic rape story about October 7th.
Well, I would super support that.
I'm also, but part of the argument is to see how willingly people like the Intercept and Hassan were willing to believe atrocities committed by Israel, because it turns out that Hassan has done this thing where for Deir Yassin, is like he kind of accepts the fact that it was actually 100 dead now, not like 500 or 1,000 as the original Arab statement said, but he still keeps all the embellishments in. So he says that it was full of like mass rape or like people murdered and by being like lined up against walls. I think there's in one of Pape's books, he says 30 dead babies, even though I haven't seen that anywhere else. And he cites a source that doesn't mention anything about 30 dead babies. Hassan has the story about a kid who was like thrown into the oven by this baker was forced to throw his son into the oven and then thrown in after, which I think is almost 100% just completely fabricated.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, just seeing how easily people will buy those stories, but then they'll obviously apply this vivisection table to any story about like rape or any particular one that happened on October 7th. So yeah, I'm quite curious about that.
Well, let me know if you need any help.
Yeah, well, right now I'm looking for the fucking list of names from Deir Yassin, because this book that I got in the Kindle edition, I imagine this in the book is actually like a pop out, because it only gives you up to 20 and then just drops. And it's like it looks like a kind of like cropped picture, and I can't find a way into it, so that's really annoying. So you can find me.
Email Benny Morris.
I should, yeah. I think it was.
Or maybe you should just go to a local library and see if they have the book.
What?
Or just go to your local library and say,
my local
do you
library?
Have this? But no, I'm serious. You can go to your local library in the UK, ask for a specific book, and they will tell you if they have it in the entire country's catalogue and post it to that library for a small amount of money.
This isn't fucking 1993, okay? My local library is probably a fucking heroin den by now. Like, what are you talking about, my local library?
You must have like... Oh, sorry, I forgot you lived in London.
I live in fucking Aberdeen, mate. Like, my local it exists. It's a building, right? It exists, but I'm pretty sure you go in there and there's like 3 copies of fucking Harry Potter. Like, what?
Yes, and
local
just
library.
Go to the librarian and say, I'm looking for whatever this book is. Can you look up on the system for it? And they can tell you if they have it, and if they do, you can pay a couple of quid and they'll post it to you.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Okay.
Seriously, give it a go, and if I'm wrong, I will give you a $5.
Okay, that sounds like a good bet. You think if I can get this book by this Israeli right-wing historian, if I can't
I'm not
get
saying for
this from the
certain they'll
library,
have it, but I'm saying it's possible to ask for
that they'll
books
post
like
it to me for a couple of quid.
Or they'll post it to your library and then you can borrow it.
Okay. Fucked up, man. All right. Okay.
No, I did this when I was a kid for books.
Do you have any last words you want to say to that fiver?
I was just saying that
I will write
gonna
up a
hop
contract
off.
for you if you want.
I have to go do groceries. So.
All right.
Yeah, and I should actually finish the second video I'm supposed to be editing. I'll let you get back to your stream before I cost you too many more viewers.
Nice chatting. Goodbye, Loner Box. Would you call your fans or your viewers something? You have a good name
I'm
for
trying
them?
to think of which one we're on right now. Box Bulla is
Just
probably
call 'em
going out of
boxers.
fashion.
Boxlings?
Boxoids, boxers,
Loner?
retards,
Oh, I
boners.
don't say that bad word.
Okay.
Lonely bastards?
Listen, someone will think of one. All right. Take care, you guys.
All right, see ya.
Bye bye.
Yeah.
What was that book called? So this one, there's another book that's earlier that has it, but this is Dare You Seen, The Massacre That Never Was. I just want the list of the names because I think originally it was 2 Palestinians who grabbed the names of everyone, and then that's how we got to the 107 number. But I don't know where to find their source, and this one's here. But this Kindle edition is just a dick. Look at it. This is the list here supposedly, and when I look up the guy, the fucking baker, Hussein al-Sharif. Is it Sharif or Sharif? No, it's here. You have to go. Yeah, here. So here, page 160, Hussein al-Sharif shot in the bakery. Shot in the bakery when the attackers, but where it's not bringing me to. Fuck. He's on this list, but this list is incomplete. Well, this list is just a snapshot. Look at the footnote trying to take me there, but it was 250 forever. Yeah, it was. No, this isn't a traveling Israel. We're going anti-left on this one, okay? Chill. But why? Why won't you give me this full list? This is the name of the book, The Massacre That Never Was, The Myth of Deir Yassin and the Creation of the Palestinian Refugee Problem. I don't like the author or the source. I just want the list. I want the list of the names. Because that list of names won't be taken. He wouldn't have done this himself. This list of names was curated by a pair of Palestinians in the fucking 80s or some shit like that. Huh. Your uni doesn't have it. That's funny, isn't it? Who could have ever seen that one coming? Written by Menachem Begin. No, this is not written by Menachem Begin. Stop. Oh, he does actually have all the different lists that he gathered. The most accurate list, yeah, these two. 107 names. All That Remains has the list again. And here's the list again. You can see some of the, which compilation they appear in and which ones they don't. Is Aberdeen nice? It's all right. It's got its moments, mostly shit. And this is the guy, the baker, and apparently the baker's son, 5960. But for some reason, when I go to this list that shows you how they died, it just gives you this. What is this? This is horseshit. Why would they give me this incomplete? I've got it on Amazon Kindle, but look at this page. This page is incomplete. Why is it incomplete? How did they fit 110 names on page 160? How did they do that? Is Loner Box nice? Clearly not. PDF version on okay, LibGen. Maybe the PDF has it. Let's see. Does the PDF fuck it up? Okay, let's see. All right. Bro. Stop. All right. LibGen's being shit. Who wrote this? Some Israeli right-wing shitter. Can someone just send me the PDF? Like, just DM it to me. I know there are people who are capable of these things. That's what I want. Also, oh. Give me this. Nihil, sorry. Thanks for the $1.99, bro. I told you, bro, this is how you get wars. True. Cordial Cephalopod, thanks for the gifted sub. And Aitan, thanks for the $10. Oh yeah, for having interesting good faith guests like Eris to talk to and to listen to. And that other guy whose name I don't know. That person's called Hazard. With 2 Zs. 2 Zs. Heh. Oh, we still got like just about 800 viewers across Twitch and YouTube. That's cool. Even though we've been out for 7 hours now. That's quite a lot. Okay, fuck. I think we covered a good bit today. I need downloading your PDF. Oh, thank you so much. We haven't had any... I feel like I would have been forced to move off of Israel-Palestine by now because there's just other things that happen in the world, but it's quite... There's nothing else really happening in the world, is there? I mean, there are things happening, but fuck. I mean, it's fine because it's still important to me, so. Trump trial today. I know I should look at that tomorrow, I guess. Oh! Thank you so much. All right, let's see if it's actually here. Cast review. Oh, I'll do cast review tomorrow. Yeah, that might be interesting. Thanks, Childish Bambino. I really appreciate you. Okay, this doesn't have page numbers. We just have to guess, bro. It didn't have fucking page numbers. We just guess. All right, wait. Come on. You've cultivated a chat of people who want to hear insane discourse in Israel-Palestine. I know, right? But it's so many people. All right. Preparing the attack. Let's just go way down to 160 or thereabouts. Oh! How did they meet their deaths? Okay, so I think it'll be down. Okay, this is the lists that they were compiled from. Okay. Same fucking thing. It's the same snapshot. Is it? Does the book just look like this? Oh, no. What? Is it an appendix? Is it an appendix? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Oh, it's a figure? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? What? What happened? Because when you get the footnote, it actually sends you to that page on the Kindle edition. Is it just like a little album that pops out with a book on that page? How? Fuck me, man. Just Control F. I could Control F. I don't know. Sharif, is it? Where are the rapes? What a title. Anything else? All right. Oh my God. So that's the names. It's just not there. Doesn't it? It's not there. So it's actually inaccessible. The fuck, man. It's making me really wonder. I don't want to buy the fucking hardcover, man. I don't want to actually give money to buy this book. I don't even like the book is stupid. The book is dumb fucking semantics. That's all it is. Page 122 in the PDF, it displays correctly in Firefox. Really? What? Like I have to open this PDF in Firefox. This one. This is page 120. What do you mean? Oh. Huh. What's this one? This is the exact same one. Is it? No, it's different. Looks different. Okay. This looks different. This is not just snapshots. Okay. Combatants. Okay. I just want to see what an actual, as much as I don't like this guy, I want to see, I'll see what this guy says, and I'll see what his sources are. That's what I'll do. I just want to know how this baker actually died. If he was thrown into the oven or something else happened. That's all I want to know. I just want to know what happened. This is it. Circumstance of death, age, okay. Oh, yeah, apparently none of these sources, because he compiled this list from 14 different sources. Mostly Palestinian ones, I'm pretty sure. It would be, because they were obviously the ones who had more of a reason and more access to count the dead. So these are all the names of the people who died in Deir Yassin. And these are the lists and where they came from. So which 14 lists did he use? A list published in Al Difa from one of the two 1948 dailies 3 days after the attack. Some people mentioned we're still alive, it turned out, okay. Khalil Muhammad Samur, son of the Mukhtar, 94 names. Some died later. List of 87, carried from a general list of Arabs. So it's 3. Palestinian Journal, Sot al-Bilad, 75 people. Handwritten list from the Birzeit University Palestine Archive, 107 names. Kanana Zaitawi, 107 names. These are the two who finally got rid of the whole 254 bullshit, okay? They put that one to bed. Anthropologists, Fourth Village, based on sources that were listed above, okay? And also interviews. Walid Khalidi, who sourced the Kanana project. Oh, this project. Okay, yeah. So Walid Khalidi would have taken from these. Okay. I feel like this is like the biggest one. With the addition of 2 Arabs who have been injured. Genealogies of families, okay. Survivor testimonies. A list and a booklet on Deir Yassin written by Palestinian historian Abbas Nimir. Islamic Heritage Department of the Ministry of Awqaf and, I don't know how you say that. Palestinian Authority, okay, the PA. 93 names. Online booklet, 48 Nakba, 102 names. Okay. So, and this is, some of them don't appear in some sources, but some of them appear in a lot more, okay. And I think there's like a couple of sources here that have all of them, basically, yeah. Okay. Harder to determine who is injured. Okay, don't give a fuck about that. All right. So now we have the list of dead. Age, circumstances of death. Okay. Captured and killed. Shot running from a house to a house through the olive groves. Shot. What are the ages? 13 to 16. Lots would have been killed by grenades for sure. Blind. Interesting. 10-year-old. Shit. Aged 1 to 6, killed with his mother in their home. Killed in the arms of his mother. There's a few people who were killed in the arms of their mothers. Either killed while shot in the quarries. Shot in the quarries. 5-year-old. Different versions of the story. Killed in fighting or captured and killed. Killed searching for children. Shot in quarries. Shot 16-year-old. So I think it's number 6061, right? Tried to escape disguised as a woman. Was identified and shot. Interesting. Killed by a hand grenade. Here. This is the guy who supposedly threw his son in the oven and then got thrown in himself. Shot in the bakery when the attackers broke in. Shot in the bakery when the attackers broke in. Okay. 82, 83. Oh, it's from Khalidi's book. Ah. So Walid Khalidi, a pretty reputable Palestinian historian. Let me see. Walid Khalidi, Dar Yassin, page 76. Be 75. Yeah, page 75. Okay. Let's see. I think I can get this one easy enough. Oh, actually, maybe I can't. Oh, no. Book. I don't know if this book was actually as well known. It's spelled with a Y, isn't it? The Arabic way, D-A-Y-R, or whatever. It's another spelling. Is this it? Page 100, 110 pages long? PDF? Okay, can anyone get me this book? Can anyone get me this book? Dar Yassin, Friday, 9th of April, 1948. Oh, I've got it in Arabic. No, that's just a 3-page fucking heading. Okay, well, fuck off. This is the review. Oh, fuck. So spoiled. I know. Can you get me this book? Ooh, woo. True. Yeah, actually. No, I'm not looking for 100 years. I'm looking for a book called Dar Yassin. I've got the 100 years book. I'm looking for a book that's called... Here, I'll show you. It's called Dar Yassin by Walid Khalidi. This is all just to find out about that story about a fucking boy thrown in the oven. Jesus Christ. Never heard of Walid Khalidi. He's just a Arab researcher. It is actually not that easy to find this book, though. What the fuck? Is it even? It sounds like a... Because his book, All That Remains, is easy enough to find. So you can get All That Remains on Amazon, but I don't think you can get his book, Dare You Seen. No, you can't. Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna need my fucking libgen nutters on this one. There's no way I'm getting it from here, am I? No. That's an Arabic version. Okay, no thank you. You have the link. You got an Arabic. Is there not an English version? Fuck me. Yeah. Institute for Palestine Studies. Not sure if there's an English one. I wonder how this... does this Tauber guy speak Arabic or read Arabic? I don't think he does. Get Sev to translate. You know what? Maybe I will. I've got the page number, motherfucker. Yeah. I can maybe get this one as well. Salaima. There seems to be a French version. Interesting. Why wouldn't it let me paste links? You have to get them in the Discord. You have to go into my Discord and put them either in DM me or get them in Twitch chat or in stream chat on Discord. You DM me. Hey! Where? I don't see it. You have to make an account. What a fucking hero. Oh, God. Salima also in Arabic? Yeah, it would be. The Khalidi one will be the most reliable one because he's like he's a pretty big name in Palestinian researchers. Send it to me if you want. Yeah, go for it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh. I will know. I will get to the bottom of this investigation. Okay? I will know. Salary for Sev. True. Oh. I don't even know what the full title is of the Salima one. Well, you do domestic policy after Palestine. No, what? Like Scottish or American? I'll do whatever catches my special interest at the time. Bro, fuck this. Okay, hang on. I don't have any message requests. PDF. Ooh. I feel like Palestine Studies would have it, wouldn't they? PalQuest, would they have it? called Dare You Seen the Martyred Village. Okay. Send me on Twitter. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, you can send me on Twitter. Oh, I see someone with the French version of it here. Yeah. Selected documents on the Palestine War, 48. Doesn't mention Darius in there. Yeah. Where are you guys getting this shit from? Why can't I find this? Huh. Why am I so retarded? Because I'm searching in Arabic. Oh, that'll do it. Multilingual research. Yeah, it's pretty big. You at me on Twitter, okay? Did you? Where's my refreshing? I don't see anyone atting me. It's Box Loner, not Loner Box. Anna Crucia. You sent it to me. Oh! Why won't my inbox update? Oh, do I have to go to a thing? Is there not like a filtered messages thing? Oh, God. Allow requests from everyone. Filter low quality messages. I'm not filtering low quality messages, so I should see everything. Why don't I see it? Oh my God. Did you get my Twitter? Box Loner. Not Loner Box. That's not me, whoever that is. Which page did you want of the other one? Oh, the Salamio. That would be 25. Your account got locked after you DM'd me. What the fuck? Because you're trying to link something. Oh, God. You're trying to link something. Does Twitter do that? Does Twitter fucking lock your account for DMing? What? A PDF? That's fucking mental. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, it needs to be Discord, you guys. Oh shit. I know you're saying you added me, but I think since your account's locked, I'm not seeing it. Hmm. No, I don't see shit. It locked your other account again. I don't know what I don't know what you're trying to do, but it's not really. Nah, I don't see anything on my Twitter. Not good, you guys. It's rough out there. What's your Discord name? Lonerbox. Capital L, capital B. I don't think you need to link a profile, like a number anymore, do you? You just have the name. Is that right? Hmm. Oh, I see a friend request. Why is my... Okay, let's see. What? Hello? You martyred yourself. This is it. I don't even think this is the right book. What is this? This is a pamphlet. This is not the Khalidi book. Oh, page 27. At dawn, he picked up his son and put him in the oven. The father tried to escape, so they hit him with a grenade. Huh. Huh. Fuck, I wish I had that source. That's such a... That's so... the fact that it said that. A 20-year span and the rise of terrorist gangs to statehood cannot change the Israeli Zionist mentality bent on destruction and terror. Okay. Jewish terrorists, Deir Yassin. I feel like this is not the source that we need right now, but... You can send it in Arabic. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, fuck it. What's this? This is also not the right book. This is just a thing. Okay, what's this? Hmm. Page 27. Okay. Now, is there a way, is there any kind of like app that can translate this for me? Like, can you translate a PDF? Footnote. Okay. Google Translate does it to images. The app is called Sundowner. True. Let's just grab this and see. See what this says. I have to go left to right, don't right to left. It's so smooth and you go right to left when you do that. All right. Google Translate. Come on. Arabic. English. Fuck. The footnote mentions it specifically. Ah. Oh, come on. Fuck. Why did I just highlight it? Oh my god. It's so awkward, bro. All right, that'll do. At the moment the Jews attacked the village, they entered Abu Hosni and his son Abdul Rauf while they were baking at 3 o'clock. At dawn, they carried the son and put him in the firehouse. The father tried to escape, so they hit him with a bomb, killing him. At dawn, they carried the son and put him in the... What does that mean? They put him in the firehouse. Who did? Can I remove you on Discord? Yeah, you can, of course. You can unfriend me on Discord if you want, yeah. Yeah. And this guy's retelling of that is what exactly? Bakery. Shot when the attackers broke in. Shot when the attackers broke in. We need the fucking Khalidi book. Firehouse's oven. Yeah, I got that. This one says, oh, this one says he was hit with a grenade. So that footnote's correct. The footnote is a accurate portrayal. It says here. You got Khalidi for one of the sources, page 75, but then also this one, according to him, killed by a grenade. Okay. So I just need the Walid Khalidi book that's called Dar Yassin. Do people need to send a friend request for Discord DMs? Nope. They can just fire in. I feel like we've... I feel like we're exhausting our resources now, though. Accept my friend request. Did you send me one? I thought I would have accepted your one. You're already on my friends list, Sev. What are you doing? You're lying to me. Fuck. That book is rough to find. Yep. Oh. Is this it? This is the site that I found. Does this give you a download of it, though? I don't think I trust this download. Let's see. You have to log into it. Oh, fuck off. Can you just look at it? Read? Oh, you can just read it. Does it let you scroll all the way down to page 76? Oh, it totally does. Haha. 75. Oh, but it's not page 75 of the book. It'll be page... I need to find out what page 75. Oh, fuck, I've forgotten how to read Arabic numerals. Wait. I know this. That won't be too hard. Seven is a fucking V. So this is on 50. This is 58. 59. Okay. No way, it can't be. Oh shit. Are Arabic numerals left to right? Wait, they're not, are they? They couldn't be that the writing is right to left, but the numerals are left to right, could it? Numbers are left to right. Because I noticed that because the one that changes is the right one, not the left one. Oh, that's so weird. How do your brains cope? The fuck? So this is 79. This is 76. Wait. 77. Huh? Okay. This is 75, because I remember the 0 is, was it Khamsa? Yeah, okay. So apparently this tells you... Apparently this tells you that the baker and his son were shot in the bakery. Right? Does it? What does this say? What does this fucking page say? I don't know. I find this very I find this really exciting. I find this really enjoyable. Google image translation. True. Whoop. Whoa. SVG. Okay. What does it actually give you when you put it in the SVG? Oh, it just gives you this. Yeah, it gives you the snapshot. Okay. Well, Vosh moment. True. All right, let's go desktop. Horse.pdf. All right, hang on. Where's the cat? Will you let me change that to a JPEG? It won't open as a JPEG. I have to actually crop it myself. Okay, I have to snip it. Give me that. Just want this page, really. Thank you. All right. Translate images. Detect language, Arabic. Translation to English. Images. Oh, that was so quick. Now I'm about to find out there's a different. Abdul Rauf. Okay. Aziza Ismail Atiyah, the wife of Mahmoud Assad Radwan, who, as previously mentioned, left her house early with a tray of dough on her head after locking the door on her 6 children and taking the key with her. She arrived at the oven. She found a group of women had preceded her. Someone else came in, and the oven became overcrowded with about 30 women. The baker, Hussein al-Sharif, who is from the city of Hebron, and his son Abdul Rauf, 18 years old, started lighting the oven and feeding it with wood. The women were waiting for it to become hot when 3 armed Jews broke into the oven at approximately 4 o'clock in the morning of that day and fired. They opened fire on the baker and his son and killed them. So this is what happened. They burst into the baker, opened fire, and killed them. But someone else is saying that the guy tried to hide his son in the. So they were hiding in the. The oven wouldn't have been the actual oven. It would have been like the room where the oven's in. That's what they mean, right? Just a translation issue. Is that why people say in the oven? Because they think that because the way the translation works. What's the actual page? Hang on. Where's the original page? How is this work? Why is it translating to they were hiding in an oven? Because obviously an oven is the really hot thing that you're not supposed to go inside in English. But an oven might be different in the, that word might translate differently in the Arab world. Like oven room, yeah, like the firehouse. Denial box in full force, true. Huh. It could have been a different vibe for an oven. What? Is Sev there? Should I just drag him in? Auto translate also read the Jews broke into the oven. Hey.
What the? What?
I need you to read a paragraph for me. Is that all right?
Bruh. What is this? I'm getting paid for this.
What, shekels?
Wait, hold on. First off, get Shadden in here. She has a much better voice, and she actually studies Arabic literature.
Yeah, she'd be. I know that's true, but she told me to get you in here. So
Shadden, can you please? I don't want to embarrass myself with like my shitty. It's my lowest bagrut, bro.
True.
You
Why
don't
is she
know
sending
what a
you to do
bagrut is.
this? Okay.
Because apparently,
It's
hold
okay.
on. وتقول زينب رأيت يا مع عيني حيث أن bro it's blurry. Hold on. Why is it blurry on your screen?
Because it's a snapshot. Oh, that's probably better. I don't know why it was blurry when I zoomed out. What the fuck is that?
يعني حيث أنني one sec. Can you scroll back up, or do you want me to
it's just
translate the one?
It's just this bottom half. Yeah.
وترو يا عزيز إسماعيل عطية. Okay, that's a name. Aziz means dear. Ismail Atiya. Ismail Atiya is his name. زوجها محمود سعد رضوان. That's also a name. وهي التي كما سبق أن ذكر خرجت من منزلها. سبق أن ذكر. She mentioned that she left her house. باكرا وعلى رأسها الصينية. Oh, okay, do you remember the Arab women that carry the big plates on their heads?
Mm-hmm.
That's what she's saying. She exited the house carrying the big plate on her head, plate carrying dough. بعد أن قفلت الباب, after she closed the door on her kids, the grandmother not the grandmother, I'm retarded. It's closed the door on her 6 children, and she took the keys with her, and she got to the oven. Furun is an oven. Tabun is on furun. Okay. The oven. فوجدت مجموعة من النساء, and there was a bunch of women there that got there before her. ثم جاء غيرهن فأصبح الفرن يعجن بنحو 30 امرأة, and then they started working with the oven and there was like around 30 women there, because I think people back then used to have a community oven because it's a big ass oven.
Okay.
وأخذ الفرن حسين الشريف. أخذ الفرن حسين الشريف. Who's this person? This person just randomly got mentioned. Oh, okay. Hassan al-Sharif, and yeah, he was 50 years old. من مدينة الخليل, and he was from Hebron, it says. And his, are you gonna berate me for how wait, she joined. Why'd she leave?
I don't know. I think she got scared. Hang on. Yeah.
Hello, Shannon?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Are you gonna berate me for how bad my Arabic is?
How do you not know how to read that well? Oh my god.
I hate Fusha. Anyway, can you fucking continue? It was my lowest route. I got to Hassan al-Sharif.
You got to Hassan al-Sharif.
Yeah, that's what I want to know about. I want to know about this guy, yeah.
Okay, Hassan al-Sharif, who's 50 years old, from Hebron. And his son, Abdul Rauf, they lit up the oven and put in the, was it wood? I guess put in the wood. And the women were waiting for it to warm up, and then 3 armed Jews came in, like invaded, I guess, or infiltrated or whatever, the oven room. At around 4 a.m. that day, they started firing on the baker and his son, and killing them.
Okay.
And then they started screaming, "Jews, Jews," and running away. And yeah, basically.
Like the women were screaming, "Jews, Jews." They said they were afraid, and they started screaming, "Jews, Jews."
No. The women were screaming later on.
فأخذنا. Oh, I'd say
where do you see that? I didn't see that. Hold on.
فأخذنا نصرخ يهود يهود.
أخذنا, that's us, like we.
But it wouldn't be the account from Jews. It wouldn't be the Jews saying it.
Oh, okay. It's Aziza who's talking, so she is talking about herself. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
So when they say like the oven, they mean the oven room, right? Because oven in the UK, like, or in English, an oven means like the bit where the fire is, like it was really hot. You can't go inside the oven, right? But they're in that room where it has the oven
Yeah,
in it.
but I guess like in Arabic right now it's the same as well, but I guess
back then it would be
before,
like
yeah, it would have been like a whole
why
room.
this used Furun back then, not Tabun? Because they're different. Tabun is the big one. Furun is like
Tabun
what
is
we
the
call
big
the small
one,
one
but
today.
you can't really be inside a tabun. You can't
Yeah,
even be
you
in
die.
the oven, I guess. Yeah.
Because can foreign mean? Because when I think of people saying, at least the way it's worded here, is the way they're saying foreign can mean like the room where the oven is, like the bakery. Can that work or
From
no?
context. Yeah, from context,
Okay.
it's obviously a room that fit multiple people.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I just really wanted to know what happened to this person.
But by
Okay,
the
but
way,
now,
at the end
okay.
it says وتصيح وتقول رموه الفران في الفرن وهو they
Oh yeah, scroll
throw
down.
they threw the baker into
They
the
threw the
oven.
baker.
In the oven.
Yeah, that's the story that I'm like interested in finding out if it's true, because it seems like that story is very, very
Debated.
fringe. Yeah, it's like it seems to come from one person who says that they were a survivor. They were like a 10-year-old who survived and ran away, and they wrote about it in a book in like 2010, and then that book got cited. I can't find that book, but it got cited in another book, which is just like a standard like propaganda pamphlet. And that's the one that gets repeated all over like Electronic Intifada and fucking PalQuest and all that shit. But it seems to be like what actually happened was that they barged into the bakery room and shot them. That seems to be the more repeated line from like
Yeah.
pre 2010. Yeah. Okay. And I just wanted to know. I wanted to know what actually happened to the person.
Do you
Yeah.
want any more Arabic translation?
I mean, so the only disputed thing I think, and so this one, the witnesses for this one seem to be the women who were hiding in the furnace room, right, in the bakery room.
It says they fled though, right? Did it say they ran away? ونهرب كل واحد منا في and they
كل
all
واحدة
ran
منها- yeah,
away
it's like
in different
the
directions.
the women.
Yeah, the women.
Okay, so I'm guessing there might be multiple exits for this room.
I think like exiting the room, maybe because they didn't kill the women, they killed the two men.
They probably killed the men, and then they let the women run.
Yeah.
Okay,
So what
yeah.
it says here, the women ran in different directions, and then they heard one of the women yell and say that they threw the baker into the oven.
Wait, it says that in this
Can
thing
you
that we're
scroll
reading
down
now.
a little bit? 'Cause
Yes,
the sentence
it's
is
at the
cut
very
off.
end. It's ورموا الفران في الفرن, which means they threw the baker into the oven. وهو, and that's what it cuts off at, which is and that's where it cuts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't. So this one is actually saying that
I
they
mean,
threw
if
the
you
baker
could go
into the
to the
oven.
next
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Let's find it. The translation says they threw the Quran in the oven, so it's not the Quran; it's the actual person, right?
No, it's I
It's
guess the
translation
F
then.
and the Qaf.
Okay.
It's probably the AI not recognizing the
Yeah.
letter F and mistaking it for a Qaf.
Okay. Let me actually find the thing then. Where is it?
Good catch. I wouldn't have thought. I was like, why would it say Quran?
Yeah. So this is
Yeah,
the
well,
next
I mean, I'm
page.
currently working with AI anyway, so.
So this is the page where it ends, I think, and then here's over. I'll maybe try and make this a bit bigger.
Okay. So
fuck.
the
Where did I lose it?
continuation.
Wait.
Hold on. But the continuation where it cuts off, when they say hua and he, they're talking about it. They're talking about the oven.
Was on.
The oven was on fire.
Wait.
On fire.
Where the fuck was I?
I don't know where you went. But
I enlarged it, and then it just sent me to a random fucking spot. Wait, what page number am I on here? I've forgotten what the
You're on
numbers are.
87, 86.
Okay. So 75, I think, is here, right?
No, you're 91.
This one?
Hold on.
You're
70.
not,
Okay.
Keep in mind we have a
Scroll down
delay.
a little bit.
God.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's
Okay,
when I
no.
zoom in again, it goes to the delay. Okay, let's try one more time. Here we go. All right, or here. So this is the page, and this is over the page, right?
Hold up. Stop.
Yes,
Okay,
it's the page
good.
that has like the fucking tree. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
page you need.
yeah.
Right. And it says وهو مشتعل, which means and it was like on fire, like the fire was burning. وكانت دار بعيدة فحاولت الاحتماء في دار المختار. Okay,
her
so
apartment was.
yeah, the woman said her house was far away, so she tried to hide in the house of the Mukhtar, which is the chieftain. And he's named Muhammad Ismail Samur. Samur.
Samur.
I've never heard that family name. Al Qariba, which means like his house was closed. فوجدتها مغلقة, and she found it closed. وذا بمحمد جودة. What is that? Joda? Samur. I can't read that. Samur Yashir.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Hang on.
يشير إلي
No, we're not. You're. It's from the right to the left.
بركته.
The next page is the one on the right, not the one on the
Oh,
left.
for fuck's sake. This one here. This is what I need.
Yeah, because remember, we read from the right to the left.
Yeah, okay. So.
Okay, so I guess there's a guy who's the Mukhtar, Muhammad Ismail Samur, and then there's another guy, Muhammad Joda Samur, and then there's another guy called Muhammad Mahmoud Samur. I guess they're all related.
Yeah.
And so she couldn't find the first one, she saw the second one, and then hid in his house.
This is not helping, is it?
No.
Okay, that's better. Okay. So what's the context of this last line? You said this last line made it sound like someone was being thrown in the oven, but it actually goes over the page to say something else, or what?
No, so it is saying.
Yeah, just the last.
The last line here says they were thrown into the oven, and then it cuts off, and it was, and then the next page says on fire, like basically burning. So the oven was on. That's what it says. It doesn't change anything.
Okay.
And then it goes into the first account hand from the woman trying to flee. And then she says since her house was far away, she went to the chieftain's house, but it was closed. I don't know what this is, but whether Muhammad Joda Samur Yashir ila. Oh, and then someone was
waving
pointing
at
to
her, I
his
guess,
pointing to his house. And I ran in his direction, and he let me enter his house. وما هي إلا لحظات. And then there was moments until جانا Muhammad Mahmoud Samur. Yeah, and then it was like moments later that a person called Muhammad Mahmoud Samur. What does that say? Oh, that's another name. That's another name. I can't. It's blurry for me.
Yeah, there are so many names.
Yeah.
Anyway, there were a bunch of people. She went to one of their houses, and then there were 5 people in that house. And yeah, one of them came into the house with a rifle. And then she names them, which is Muhammad Joda and his wife and his son, Mahmoud, and Muhammad Mahmoud and her.
Okay. So, yeah, just to double check one more time. So the story is that there were people around 4 a.m. hiding in this bakery oven room, and then the 3 soldiers burst in and fire at the guy and his son. So they shoot and kill the guy and his son, and then people run away, and then they say that the baker was thrown into the oven afterwards when it was still on fire, when it was still lit.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the story? Okay. And do they say, because one of the translations I've got on this different page is that they say one of the women said that happened, or is it just like that's, or how do we know that? Are they referring to a witness saying that?
So this is Aziza Ismail Atiyah who's explaining that, and like this is her testimony.
Okay.
And she's the wife of someone called Mahmoud Asad Radwan.
Okay. And I'm guessing this is what she would have seen as she was like fleeing the scene.
Well, she didn't.
Yeah.
To be exact, she didn't see them throw the baker into the oven. She heard one of the women.
She heard one of the women
witness
say
it.
that.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, she heard one of the women scream that they threw the baker into the oven while it was on fire.
Well, that's actually interesting because that means that this Tauber guy, the right-wing Israeli, has he doesn't mention that. He just mentions that they were shot because I guess he's just looking at why they were killed, but Yeah, where's that one? Hang on. Yeah. Because here, he just says shot in the bakery when the attackers broke in. And when he talks about the story of people being thrown in the oven, into the oven, he just mentions that as an example of like propaganda and shit. He's saying a survivor averred that the baker's son had been thrown into the oven alive. Others said that both the baker and his son had been incinerated. And then he just doesn't elaborate on it ever again. But it seems to be that someone might very well have been thrown into an oven just maybe after they died. After they were shot.
By the way, just so you know what
Yeah,
you
so it
did
doesn't
to
re-
me, Loader.
What?
Loader, just see what you have done with the memes now. Look in the Loner box chat.
Hang on. What, stream suggestions or where?
No, it's in your chat.
My
In, like
chat.
this chat, in this channel's chat.
I'm dead. It's in the Israel-Palestine
Yeah, but I
channel.
posted it in here as well.
Wait, oh,
No.
okay, hang on. Let's see.
Yay, I'm the most proficient.
See what you did to me?
Seriously,
Okay.
don't know how you can't read. Like,
Bro, it was I speak. Okay, listen, I read Hebrew better than Arabic.
okay, I speak
Well, actually,
Hebrew
not that
and
bad.
read it and write it better than you, so don't even.
Okay, but I can argue better than you.
Whoa.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
What?
Crazy.
And you need to know how to argue when you get married to Arab women.
Okay, so I think we've got. Okay, I think I'm quite satisfied with where we are with the story. I think we got it. I think.
But what does this say? Because wasn't the story like almost confirmed fake?
It wasn't confirmed. You can't really confirm it fake. You just have to see where it. Usually, what happens, I think, for historians is that witness testimony is reliable mostly, unless it's completely fucking outlandish and you might need to confirm it otherwise. But it's usually reliable unless it comes like out of nowhere, like years and years later, because it seems to be what happens, particularly with any situation, but with the, I guess with the Palestinian thing, is that as the decades go on, rumors start to take hold in like refugee camps or amongst the diaspora, or people might start just publishing their own stuff, like people publishing like pamphlets and propaganda pieces that aren't really like peer reviewed or anything like that. So, and they can just say whatever they want, and that becomes a lot less reliable. So it seems to be what happened here is that at the time, it seems to be that some people were hiding in this bakery area where the baker and his son were, that the militants broke in, they shot the two guys, the baker and his son, the woman left, and one woman said that she saw the guy get thrown into the oven afterwards. But obviously what happens is when people propagandize is they embellish. So maybe over the decades, that story eventually turned into they forced the dad to throw his son into the oven. And then when he did, they threw him in afterwards. And then that gets published in by some Palestinian like diaspora refugee from Deir Yassin who lives in like California. And then that testimony gets shared around some propaganda book, and then it starts to appear after that on like Electronic Intifada and all that shit, right?
It grabs more eyes when they say it like that. So
yeah, it does. Yeah, but so I think that's kind of just how the story developed. It seems to be it came out that way. Yeah.
By the way, since where we stopped, like translate where they all hid in the houses, the next like sentence was like, and then we started hearing explosions and shots and like gunfire.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because I think the Irgun, when they were getting pushed back on, when they were meeting resistance, they got frustrated and just started throwing grenades into the houses. Yeah.
Wait, what? This was in Deir Yassin?
Yeah, this is Deir Yassin. Yeah.
Right. Oh fuck! I forgot that the fucking like baker thing was in Deir Yassin.
Yeah. Also, the son was 18 years old,
This is
so
proof
it makes
Seb
me.
was not paying attention.
Listen, I was paying attention to translating.
Yeah, also, I wonder if that original author, because I think I still have the book. If the son was 18 years old, I don't really know how you would like throw your 18-year-old son into an oven, or yeah, it makes it sound like a child, like a toddler, right? I wonder if they even mentioned the age. Oh well.
I think most people don't. I think I've seen one instance, or like not an instance, or a pamphlet I've read. I think it was a video I watched where they did mention the son wasn't young. He was like in like teenage years. They didn't say 18, but I think they insinuated that he was around 15.
Yeah, I think this is the original. Yeah, this is where the citation that usually people get sent to. It's from this book called Palestine Rising from like 2010 or 15 or something. I saw the Zionist terrorist soldiers ordering the bakery man of the village to throw his son in the oven and burn him alive. The son is holding the clothes of his father tightly and crying from fear and pleading to his father not to do it. The father refuses, and then the soldiers hit him in his gut so hard it caused him to fall on the floor. Other soldiers held the son and threw him in the oven and told his father to toast him well done meat. Other soldiers took the baker himself, Hussein al-Sharif, and threw him too in the oven, telling him, "Follow your son, he needs you there." When I saw this, I ran. I was so afraid that they will do the same thing to me, so I ran to my house and told my mother, "Yeah, it's,
Wait, was this the son of the baker or someone else?
no,
that
this
was
is a
the
witness. This is a guy who was like 11 years old. at the
That's
time.
interesting because
Yeah.
none of the women mention another man being there other than the baker and his son.
No, this guy's a kid. So yeah, that's the thing is I'm guessing what happened is the woman who ran away told that story about them being thrown in the oven, and this 10-year-old who's there at the time, his
Heard it.
imagination just carries it on, and then he probably tells other people, and then it
That
just becomes
is-
that's probably what happened, right?
That is probably what happened. He genuinely believes that's what happened because he's as a kid. You do actually like your like memory is not as reliable. Like I think we've seen many instances of this where you remember something that's not actually what happened exactly,
Yeah.
but you believe that's how you saw it.
Yeah, but
So
he's
I don't
saying
think this guy's trying to lie, but that's probably how he thought what happened.
No, yeah, you can never assume that. Yeah, I mean, he's saying he saw it, but like that's the problem as well. Is like, especially with traumatic experiences, people's memories, especially over time, are just like the most unreliable things in the world, right? That's why, like, with a lot of like Holocaust witness testimony, like all the most reliable stuff and the stuff that people tend to hold on to is the stuff that actually people said at the time, like when the camps were liberated. But when people start saying things like 40 or 50 years later, you're just like, well,
Isn't the
maybe,
most
maybe not.
reliable information about the Holocaust from the Nazis themselves?
Well, yeah, but what I'm talking about in terms of just witness statements, like witness statements
okay.
from the time are much more reliable than like oral history.
I'm wondering about the Holocaust. Was there any witness statement, like not witness, obviously like soldiers that were like Nazi soldiers there? Did they ever like admit to anything or like give witness testimonies for what they did in camps?
Yeah, of course, loads of them.
Oh,
did.
so was
Nuremberg
that
trials
okay?
and shit.
Because I
Yeah.
didn't read into the Holocaust too much. I just like got the basic history in high school, and that's it.
Yeah, they had diaries. They wrote to each other in letters. They wrote reports to each other. But yeah, they also they said they admitted to stuff at the Nuremberg trials. Yeah.
Well.
Okay, I think we're at the bottom of it now, though. We can finally.
Yeah. We can find. Oh my god! You killed the other voice chat when you moved me.
Yeah. Well, they need
all
you.
of them left.
What the fuck? Okay.
Bro, at least the Arabic translator was actually less headache-inducing than than what the conversation I was having. Oh my god, that shit annoyed me so much.
What in the group chat?
In the debate VC, it was actually really fucking annoying. It was like about the 2021 riots. It was like the typical Israeli talking point where they just talk about how the Arabs lynched Israeli Jews, but like they never talk about what happened from Israeli Jews towards Arabs.
Wow.
So
okay.
Anyway, have fun. I'm glad you found out the truth of the matter about the oven, because I heard you get annoyed by it because Hassan repeated it on stream or something.
It's just like how fucking easily these people eat shit up with no confirmation at all. Basically,
It is. It is really because it's okay. When I first read that, I was like, "Whoa, you need to be some insane evil people to do this." Like it's like a lot less likely to be believed than they killed them, then threw them into the oven. Even though it's still horrible, but it's way less likely to believe. Like if you're trying to like kill all the men in that village quickly, why would you waste time in like torturing them by making them throw each other into an oven?
Yeah, I mean, like things like that have happened in wars, but it's just like it's obviously just for some people like the only good fucking Zionist is an evil one, you know? Yeah, not a bad one, an evil one. They have to be evil. Yeah. Oh well, here's what it is. Okay. Thank you so much for your help, and I'll say the same.
You're welcome. Can I ask for a favor though?
Can
you change my name because I fucking can't? Put this on me and I can't change.
Oh, you know, I actually don't know how to change.
Okay, never mind. I'll figure it out.
What do you want? Just Sev?
Yeah, just Sev. This motherfucker put WizSimp on me.
Okay. There you go.
Right. Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
Take care, boss. Bye. the fuck, dude? Anyway. Sorry for sending you bad PDFs. It's okay. Listen, I really appreciate all the help with that. I really wanted to know. Because it turns out that that Tauber guy isn't too reliable either, because he actually omits the fact that one witness did say someone was thrown into the oven. He just omits that completely. So he's being a bit of a cunt as well. Why is everyone a cunt on this whole thing? Fuck me. Whatever. I guess you get used to it. Okay. Because the world is one big cunt. Sure. Okay, guys, that was the World War III stream. I'm glad you all survived. Don't forget to annihilate that like button, Drew. And to nuke that notification bell. And to, I don't know, Patreon. My business is collapsing. Fuck me. Yeah, give me my Fallout budget. My business is in the DEFCON 1 or 5, whatever the bad one is. Red. And I need my sustenance stockpiles. Okay. All right. You should start a clothing brand. Yeah, to protect me from the nuclear holocaust. Doesn't it just say someone said oven? But not who said. I have no idea what that means. No. Okay. Oh, hello, No Justice. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We were actually just leaving, so we're going to send you over to some other wankers. I'm going to send you guys on an absolute journey, okay? All right. Listen, guys. Take care, okay? Behave yourselves. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.